I shall be crowned king. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 726 Bloodline Power. When Anson, led by Rune, hurriedly arrived at the placement room of the second incubation tank, the door was already crowded with all sorts of figures, some he had seen in the past few days, and some he had never met before. Almost the entire staff of the Bloodline Inheritance Alchemy Lab were present. Squeezing his way through the crowd, Anson apologized to his colleagues as he followed Rune, who had already rushed into the room. Immediately, countless swirling, indescribable shapes of color surged into his eyes with overwhelming intensity. The first thing he saw was an elf, nailed to the center of the ceiling, crying incessantly. Hands, feet, joints, neck, head, nearly 100 tiny, hollow, slender iron nails connected to condense covered the elf's body. The wounds seemed unable to heal due to some force, causing the bleeding elf to emit a near infant-like, piercing scream. The ear-piercing sound made Anson dizzy and lose his balance. At the other end of those condens were dozens of crystal containers wrapped in viscous flesh and blood. Inside, various mutated life forms and other experimental subjects, some he had seen and some he hadn't, were soaked in a green liquid, emaciated vampires, antler-wearing beastmen, ordinary human corpses, the remains of dead elves. They were connected to the elves on the ceiling through conduits, their bodies suspended in the crystal containers, accompanied by faint wriggling and the flickering red light on the conduits. One could see some kind of liquid slowly and orderly transferring between them. Anson, Rune, you're back so soon. August smiled and turned to greet the two, but the dark red bloodstains on his face and body, along with the laceration on his shoulder, added a touch of coldness to his otherwise gentle expression. That's unexpected. I thought you'd be back a few hours later, as usual. Well, it seems we're back earlier than usual. Staring at the wound on his shoulder from which thick black liquid was seeping, Anson, struggling to suppress his dizziness, smiled with some difficulty. August, what is this? Well, you can think of it as a small experiment, August chuckled, his eyes even showing a hint of disdain. Those guys outside must be telling you I've made some incredible research, right? How could that be? We've only been on this project for a short time. We wouldn't even have enough time to read through their research materials from the past 10 years, so it's just that I came up with a very novel idea on short notice, and a batch of test subjects just arrived, so I'm using it to verify my hypothesis. Really, it's not that dramatic. With a casual smile, August tore off the black scab from his wound, tossed it into his mouth like a snack, chewed it, and swallowed it. A novel idea? Anson asked, trying not to show too much reaction, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Yes, and it's actually quite interesting. August nodded, thought for a moment, then scratched his head with a wry smile. Sorry, it's just an idea. I only designed the experiment but didn't do much detailed research, so the explanation might not be very clear. Just listen to it for now. Here's the situation. We've figured out that the prerequisite for elves to awaken their mutation characteristics is emotion, and we also know that their mutations will continuously deteriorate with reproduction. Currently, it seems that the latter is difficult to avoid, and can only be alleviated to some extent by mating with similar elves, so I proposed a hypothesis, that as a mutated species, mutation deterioration might also be a unique characteristic of elves. A unique characteristic? Anson glanced at Rune beside him, whose expression had begun to change from shock to solemnity, mixed with a bit of bewildered panic. Growing claws out of anger, gaining the ability to read minds out of a desire to communicate, strengthening flesh and blood out of fear of death, these seemingly powerful traits are actually very similar to stress responses. The essence of elves doesn't actually want to awaken their power, because the prerequisite for power awakening is pain. August paused, seemingly touching on the wound on his shoulder, before continuing. Only by reaching the most extreme emotions can the power in their bloodline awaken, and the purpose of power awakening is to solve the problem that brings about these extreme emotions. This may be the key to bloodline deterioration. Essentially, because this stress response is not what they desire, they naturally don't want this power to be passed on to their offspring. This is a very natural thought for group life. For example, I really don't want Lisa to have a similar experience to mine. While this leads to bloodline deterioration in elven offspring, their body's adaptability to the surrounding environment has greatly improved, and their independent consciousness is stronger than before, so perhaps it's not that their power has weakened, but rather that we can no longer give them the same emotional stimulation as the previous generation, and therefore they cannot obtain the same power. It's a bit like weights and a dial. Let's say the first generation is 0. If we give it a force that's 2 to the right, it will become 2. But because we've already given it that force, the next generation is likely to be -1. If we give it the same force again, we can only get 1. Of course, this analogy isn't quite accurate, but it can help us. Wow! Before he could finish speaking, a sharp, piercing scream rang out from the ceiling. Almost instantly, Anson felt as if thousands of needles had pierced his celestial spirit, going straight through his entire head. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. A flash of crimson suddenly appeared in the gentle pupils of August. The elf nailed to the ceiling immediately voluntarily shut his mouth, his flushed cheeks seemingly from forcibly holding his breath, and his eyes began to roll back. Understanding the characteristics of this mutated life form, almost thinking it was his imagination, Anson met his gentle gaze and swallowed hard. Well, perhaps it was because they had spent some time together and the other person was very gentle that he almost forgot that this was a true blasphemous mage, the kind who could strangle him with a mere wave of his hand. I seem to have gone a bit off topic, but explaining this idea clearly isn't particularly easy, so please forgive me. August chuckled inside, trying to explain. In short, based on the idea that bloodline degradation isn't due to mating, but rather the inability to reach such intense emotions, we can consider this a characteristic of elves as a life form, and it's highly likely unchangeable. In that case, could we, through the collision of mutations, rather than simple hybridization, create a bloodline without this characteristic, because this characteristic is essentially exclusive to elves, and the causes and directions of mutation in other mutated species are quite different. Therefore, we combine 2, or even more, mutations, and then, poof, August snapped his fingers and spread his hands, a completely new mutation, possessing the characteristics of both, was born. It possesses the same stress response as elves, but the condition is no longer extreme emotions, but other reasons. As life forms, we resist stress responses because they are not actually good things, but what if they are? What if this process doesn't cause pain to the new mutants? Or what if it ensures that only those who experience stress survive and become strong individuals with a right to reproduce? We evolved beings are always thinking about how to break the laws of the natural world and transcend the boundaries of reality. So far, this is possible for individuals, but for a population, it's less than ideal. Instead of insisting on defying the laws of nature, why not consider conforming to part of them? After all, our current goal is to ensure that the power of the 3 great magics can be successfully passed down within a population. Conform. Rune, who was standing to the side, had recovered from his initial shock, but his expression showed no joy or excitement. His brows were still furrowed, as if he was trying his best to suppress something. You mean, conforming to the evolutionary path of the 3 great magics, right? On the contrary, my dear Rune, the least important thing in this kind of mutation inheritance is whether or not it conforms to the 3 great evolutionary paths. August shook his head, still smiling casually. To be honest, I think you followers of boredom seem to have become somewhat rigid and inflexible due to the prophecies of the apostles. If you were still in Breeze City, you probably wouldn't have mentioned such a trivial point. Trivial? Rune's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice rose slightly. Whether it conforms to the 3 major evolutionary paths is irrelevant. In short, after abandoning the stubborn insistence on maintaining the 3 major magics, focusing solely on mutation has significantly increased our options and chances of success. Thankfully, we've finally gotten to this point before everyone loses patience. With August's self-deprecating shrug, a burst of good-natured laughter erupted inside and outside the room. Of course, Rune wasn't among them. Anson glanced at Rune's increasingly grim expression and silently thought to himself. On the other side, August, still unaware of the consequences of his ignorance, continued his eloquent speech. Consider mutation as a specific attribute, combined with the stress response of elves, and integrated into the bloodline of a certain intelligent race. Then, ensure that this bloodline is fully inherited, or even strengthened, through positive feedback. Imagine a race, seemingly ordinary, yet possessing excellent reproductive abilities, and some powerful individuals within it triggering a stress response in their bloodline due to certain special reasons, awakening mutations. Perhaps it's the powerful vitality of trance, the immortality of vampires, the excellent intuition and reflexes of beastmen, or even the adaptability of elves, a myriad of possibilities. And the foundation of all these mutations is the three great magics. In other words, compared to the power we obtain through other means, their awakened mutations, those starting from a lower point, are in a sense closer to the essence of the three true gods. Given enough time, by continuously triggering the stress response, we can get closer and closer. Yes, I'm going to use that weight and ruler analogy again. Elves can trigger extreme reactions to emotional stimuli, but because the first stress effect is too extreme, subsequent reactions lack potential. But this new mutation, its conditions no longer require extreme emotions, but rather, like the mutations they've acquired, there are countless variations. Therefore, there must be one that's most suitable for evolution. August paused slightly, a gentle smile playing on his lips, and pointed behind him. Even if we can't find it immediately, it doesn't matter, because as long as this species has a strong reproductive capacity, and mutation abilities are passed down through reproduction, allowing more and more of the same species to acquire mutation abilities is just a matter of time, then what we need to do is wait for them to give birth to the best mutation, the most suitable stress response for evolution. Individuals possessing this are the perfect samples we're looking for. Based on this sample, we can uncover the secret of the fusion of the three great magics, the true bloodline capable of breaking the world's shackles from the moment of birth. The grand plan is no longer a dream. The evolution and freedom that the three true gods yearn for will truly be realized. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, time will give us the answer. His softly murmured words came to a close, accompanied by the lowering of his hands. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted inside and outside the room. Anson, expressionless, glanced at August, who was smiling serenely opposite him, at the alchemy researchers around him, some even moved to tears, and at Rune, whose face had turned ashen. The absurdity he had once taken for granted resurfaced in his mind. But August suddenly raised both hands, interrupting the excited crowd with a smile. This is all just a conjecture. I can't even tell you the most crucial principle, the method of mutation binding, because I haven't fully figured it out myself. Most importantly, there's not just one mutation binding. There are already 4 now, and there should be more in the future. After all, the more samples, the higher the success rate. So it's not as simple as we're talking about now, so don't get too excited yet. At least for now, everyone must continue to work in the original direction. As for this, I'll study it privately first, and when there's a real possibility of success, I'll tell you all. Until that day, let's treat it as a backup plan, and give it a convenient code name for discussion. Let's call it Bloodline Power, Anson muttered to himself, blurting it out unconsciously. I think many readers have already guessed this plot. Chapter 727 Why did we come here? Almost the day after August semi-publicly announced his new idea, it immediately caused quite a stir throughout Boredom. After all, although Boredom was comparable in size to the inner city of Clovis, it only had tens of thousands of resident spellcasters, and most of them were organizations serving various stages of the grand plan. It was only a matter of time before news of a major discovery in one stage reached everyone's ears. In just one day, handwritten copies of August's impromptu speech were everywhere. From the ground floor hall of the Tower of Primordials to the streets and alleys, spellcasters could be heard excitedly discussing it. Even their alchemy lab was renamed from Bloodline Inheritance to Bloodline Power. For Anson, the most direct feeling was that he could already find research on bloodline power in the Great Corridor and the attitude of his colleagues in the alchemy lab towards him. Rune was a high-ranking researcher in the alchemy lab, even possessing permissions granted by the Tower of the Primordial. He and August were outside help he had brought in, immediately occupying research positions in the alchemy lab, essentially parachuting in a strange leader, and one whom Boredom looked down upon as an outsider. Therefore, although Rune showed immense respect to August and was willing to interact with the amnesiac Anson as an equal, it didn't mean the other researchers would do the same. But regardless of their past, everything had changed. There were 3 true gods, and the Bloodline Alchemy Lab only had August as its leader. Even Anson, this follower, had become much more agreeable. Returning from the Tower of the Primordial, he no longer had to rely solely on Rune for information, He could chat with several researchers, both acquaintances and strangers, to learn about Boredim's recent situation. The trials of the Tower of Primordials have begun again. A team of blasphemous mages and fifth-tier spellcasters has just returned from a dragon hunt. A humanoid tribe by the sea has rebelled. Anson finally has more channels of information about Boredim, and can even determine its approximate location based on this information and publicly available maps. The result is somewhat surprising. Assuming the terrain hasn't changed much over the next 1,000 years, Boredim is very likely very close to the later Wintertorch colony. So Talia's insistence on going to Wintertorch makes sense. As Rune's daughter, she must know Boredim's exact location. Therefore, her trip to Wintertorch must be to attract the attention of the gravediggers, preventing them from causing trouble for White Whale Harbor, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to enter the resting lands. This new discovery excited Anson. Assuming he could return to his original point in time and need to travel to this era's White Whale Harbor, the journey would be much shorter than he had imagined. There was also bad news. He still didn't understand how Nora, the puppet of the evil god left behind by Talia, had managed to send him to this time. Even his own identity wasn't entirely certain, although August had said they were both members of the old god faction of Star City. This was Boredim, and he had no memory of Star City. Too many questions made Anson doubt August's words in the carriage, but to avoid revealing this, he couldn't ask directly. August's constant busyness also left the two little opportunity for casual conversation. Not only him. Since arriving in Boredim, August had been working almost constantly, and even Rune only had a few words with him during the daily routine reports. So, you haven't told him about the prophecy yet? In the cramped records room, Anson asked Rune, whose brows were furrowed, with slight surprise. I can't do it. Rune's face was contorted with pain, his eyes filled with unspeakable struggle. You saw it too, the entire alchemy lab? No. Most of Boredim is overjoyed with his new discovery, excited that after so many years they've finally found a viable direction. Even if I stood up and told them that August's research was wrong, and that it was a mistake that the prophecy clearly indicated would happen, what would my colleagues in the alchemy lab think? What would everyone else think? They wouldn't think that August was wrong, they would only think that I found the prophecy, that my interpretation was wrong. I was wrong. Rune squatted down, clutching his head and digging his fingers into his scalp. Not only them, but I think so myself. So for the past few days I've been repeatedly praying the same thing, trying to prove that I was wrong, that August was right, that I misunderstood the prophecy. Most importantly, he's August, a true genius. How could he possibly make a mistake? Anson remained silent, letting out a quiet sigh. Today, he witnessed firsthand what it feels like for a fanatic to discover that their object of faith doesn't align with their understanding of reality. However, even if Rune did tell August the prophecy and his interpretation, he doubted it would be meaningful, not only because of the subsequent appearance of the Seven Knights in bloodline power, but also because of August's own genuine disdain and contempt for Boredim. Through his observations over this period, Anson was fairly certain that the seemingly gentle and approachable August possessed an extremely arrogant and resolute heart, and seemed to have some pessimistic tendencies, as cold as a terminally ill patient counting down the days to their death in bed. Only when discussing Lisa could one glimpse a hint of genuine emotion in him. That gaze full of doting care could not possibly lie. Perhaps we can try a different approach. Looking at Rune, still brooding beside the bookshelf, Anson casually suggested, have August's most trusted person give him this prophecy. Who? Lisa August. Stopping his work, Anson sighed. If August's own daughter finds this prophecy, maybe August will listen, or at least seriously consider whether what he's doing is right. This was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Anson wasn't helping Rune persuade August, he was preparing to leave Boredim. To find Lisa, he needed to go to Star City. Regardless of how Rune planned to resolve the issue of leaving Boredim, Anson, as August's second-in-command, should naturally accompany him, thus providing a legitimate reason to leave. The goal was also clear, to clarify his identity at this point in time and find a chance to return to his original timeline. No matter when or where, a plan without contingency plans and backup plans is not a good plan. Before understanding one's purpose for being here, even if there is only a 1% chance of going back or not going back, one must be prepared to integrate into this space-time in any possible way to leave. On the surface, this was just a friendly suggestion between friends. Rune might agree or not. But that wouldn't stop Anson from methodically advancing one plan after another. but Rune's reaction was beyond his expectations, not surprise, not contemplation, but a face full of astonishment and confusion. Lisa, didn't Lisa die of illness a few years ago, huh? Anson's face stiffened, a fleeting shock flashing in the corner of his eye. Although he immediately recovered, Rune still keenly caught it. Stunned, he immediately stepped forward to apologize. "I'm sorry, I forgot you have amnesia. I didn't mean to provoke you, Anson Bach, is that right?" Just as he was trying to explain, a figure wearing a black cloak and with his face covered by his collar appeared at the door of the archives room, speaking in a low and slightly suppressed voice. "It's me," gently pushing away Rune, who was still trying to comfort and explain. Anson spoke solemnly to the man in black before him. During this time, he had figured out the general social structure of boredom and knew that the man before him was a divine servant of the Tower of the Primordial, the lowest-ranking official staff of boredom, roughly equivalent to policeman, social worker, messenger, clerk, and propagandist. They could be seen in occasions and events involving boredom's daily life. Moreover, they had a very special nickname, Gravekeepers, because nominally these people were the guardians of the tombs of the three old gods. "Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you? The true gods have issued their decree, bestowing upon you unparalleled glory." The Gravekeeper opened his arms in welcome, his voice tinged with envy. "In the name of the three true gods, Anson Bach is granted the privilege of participating directly in this round of the Primordial Tower Ascension trial without further examination." "Participate in the trial?" Before Anson could react, Rune instinctively cried out, "But Anson, this is the decree issued by the true gods, a decision made by the apostles. I am merely responsible for conveying it." The Gravekeeper coldly interrupted the stammering Rune, turning his gaze back to Anson. "This is a privilege, meaning you can accept it or not, but I suggest you think carefully before making a decision. Not all believers can receive the same honor as you. Rejecting the goodwill bestowed by the true gods without reason will come at a price." "I understand." Anson glanced at Rune beside him, who seemed to want to say something but dared not speak directly. "But I'm August's second in command and a researcher in the alchemy lab. Even if I wanted to participate, I would have to notify him first. So please give me a little time to consider." "Okay, no problem, you have 3 days." The gravedigger nodded slightly and turned to walk out of the archives. Just as the two people inside thought he had left and breathed a sigh of relief, that cold voice echoed down the corridor again. "By the way, August, he also received this privilege." As the words fell, the steady footsteps gradually faded into the corridor. "My opinion is not to refuse, but to participate in the trial of the Tower of the Primordial." In his office at the highest point of the Twisted Realm, August, with a slight frown, looked at the two people who had come to inform him. After a long silence, he gave his reply. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not suggesting that you, Anson, undergo the trial alone, but rather that I participate with you." "What?" Rune's expression was one of utter shock, mixed with a hint of reluctance. "But you are now the head of the alchemy lab, and you've just made a brand new discovery." "Yes, but this research isn't the kind that can be successful quickly. Even with the most optimistic outlook, it will probably take hundreds of years to achieve even a little bit of results." Augusta shrugged, without any hesitation. "And even if I'm gone, you, Rune Collins, will be leading the alchemy lab. I really can't think of anything to worry about, but what's wrong?" Rune's words caught in his throat, his eyes filled with a hint of disappointment, a mixture of panic and fear. He wanted to say something, but still couldn't utter a word. August, standing behind his desk, slowly rose. He first let out a long sigh, then looked around before turning to the two men. In a gentle voice, he said, "Evolution. Everything we do is for evolution, and it's a work destined to have no end, because the synonym for perfection is the end. Once perfection is achieved, it means we will stop here, so I never thought I could achieve the perfect plan, well, at least not me. I hope that person is Lisa, but I don't want her to become the last evolver. I yearn to be right, but the standard of right is often not so clear, therefore, I am willing to accept this trial of the Tower of Primordial Chaos, because some things cannot be proven by experiments and conjectures alone. As for the work in the alchemy lab, it's not indispensable to me." "Researcher Collins, I know you have your own ideas about the direction of the elven experiments." August's gaze fell on Rune. "I don't know who is right, you or me. Perhaps we arrive at the same destination by different paths, perhaps we are both terribly wrong, but since the definition of right itself is so vague, I think having more options is not necessarily a bad thing. So regarding the prophecy, I will reserve my own opinion, while respecting yours. A sly glint appeared on August's lips. If the left is a trap, then the right is surely a quagmire. Only by remaining unperturbed and moving forward can one reach the destination. What do you say, W? So you already knew. Rune, suddenly realizing, looked sharply at Anson beside him, but the latter shook his head frantically. He was joking. He was planning to use this information to find a way to leave Boredom. How could he possibly tell Augusta in private? As for you, my dear Anson, Augusta then swept his gaze over him, I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. The trial won't be easy, but if things go smoothly enough, you should be able to fulfill your wish. What wish? Rune asked in a deep voice. To become tutor, that's the only reason Anson came to Boredom. Augusta paused, then winked curiously at Rune. Sigh, didn't I tell you that? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 Trial. The Tower of Primordial Chaos, late at night. Because it is perpetually shrouded in a blood-sucking mist, Boredom truly has no distinction between day and night. The so-called sky is merely a matter of the apostles responsible for running the city adjusting the fog concentration approximately every 10 hours for management purposes. The dense fog, radiating a strong magical aura, transforms the entire city into a blackish-gray ocean, the scattered buildings resembling isolated islands, their flickering lights illuminating the world beneath the surface. A carriage, weaving through the sea of fog, slowly came to a stop before the steps. August, dressed in an exquisite robe, stepped down and led Anson, who had visited several times before, up the steps towards the gate. The fog, thicker than usual, caused Anson to frown slightly. A power, imbued with a higher level of understanding, capable of directly probing his inner self, enveloped him. He had to desperately suppress his instinctive fear to avoid losing control of his body. Don't hide, August, walking ahead, whispered without turning his head, only slightly slowing his pace. Expand your casting range, distort the surrounding natural laws, and the blood and pus mist will be unable to affect you. Distort the natural laws. Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He understood this basic skill of a spellcaster, of course, but only when casting magic was he supposed to use rising fire to burn away all the surrounding fog, or use smokehouse to envelop himself. This doesn't require using magic. Seemingly noticing Anson's question, August continued in a low voice, expand your casting range, and then distort this area according to your heart's desire. Make everything as you wish. Make the world become what you envision. That is the reason for the birth of spellcasting. Become what he envisioned. Anson repeated this sentence in his mind, and gently snapped his fingers to open his casting range, while imagining a faint membrane blocking the surrounding blood and pus mist, but allowing other gases in the air to circulate. A moment later, the intense discomfort gradually subsided, and his body returned to normal. August finally stopped, turned to look at the slightly surprised Anson, and nodded slightly. Very good. Being able to complete this step proves that your magical path has reached a peak, very close to tutor. It's just that you've progressed too quickly and aren't quite clear about the results of your evolution yet. Don't worry, this is perfectly normal. In fact, all magical practitioners have the problem of not being able to confirm their current stage, causing their strength to fluctuate. Only after becoming tutor can it stabilize, and that was the reason he came to Boredom. Anson's heart stirred, and certain memories he had almost forgotten echoed in his mind. Yes, he had indeed very frankly told Talia that he hoped to become a blasphemous mage, although it was almost a year ago. Anson wasn't unprepared for the dangers of the new world, but a year without encountering any real danger, coupled with the protection of Talia and the Rune family, had made him complacent. So much so that when the Gravikeeper came knocking, he had no coherent plan and was caught completely off guard. Of course, even if he had been prepared beforehand, it probably wouldn't have mattered much. He knew his own strength. Without Talia and Freya's covert protection, he would most likely have perished in the battle against Neruia. So, Talia went to such lengths just to make him a blasphemous mage? If he had received this information immediately upon waking, Anson might have actually thought so, but clearly the situation was far more complex. Putting aside everything else, the information about bloodline power alone was enough to shock him. If everything was as August predicted, The growth potential of gifted individuals would likely far surpass that of spellcasters, possessing almost limitless possibilities. In fact, the signs had already begun to emerge in a certain Sea Knight's talent, an incredibly comprehensive physical enhancement, clearly originating from the blood magic pathway, while the ability to manipulate water vapor most likely came from the enchanted magic pathway, perfectly combined in one person without any contradiction. If this wasn't multi-path magic fusion, what could be considered fusion? In terms of adaptability, it was several levels stronger than the Gravikeeper's inherently flawed multi-path magic. Countless guesses flashed through his mind, but that didn't stop Anson from feigning nervousness and following Augusta toward the gate of the primordial tower. As they approached, the surrounding mist thinned, and when they reached the foot of the magnificent gate, the two had emerged from the sea of mist, leaving only the darkness that never saw the sun. The Gravikeeper, dressed in a long robe, stood with his arms crossed beneath the gate. Upon seeing the two figures, he nodded slightly and turned to walk into the hall. Entering the hall, in the pitch-black darkness, only the faint sound of the gravedigger's footsteps could be heard. Perhaps because his spell range was extended, Anson felt no discomfort. He could even use the echoes from himself, August, and the gravedigger, relying on his exceptional sense of distance as a sorcerer, to roughly determine the surroundings. He dared not unleash his superpower. Although there was no reason, a strange panic lingered, reminding his reason not to do so, lest something terrifying happen. The footsteps stopped ahead, and Anson and August simultaneously stopped 10 paces apart. A cold voice then rang out in the air, "I am glad you two made the right decision. May the blessings of the three true gods protect you as you pass the trials smoothly, until you become those who understand divine pronouncements, in other words, apostles." Anson murmured to himself. As you both know, there are 5 levels of boredom, which also means 5 levels of trials. Passing each level grants corresponding privileges. Before participating in the trials, there is a selection process to ensure participants are truly the most devout believers. The gravedigger paused slightly, his voice becoming more ethereal. Of course, you two possess the privileges of a true god, so you no longer need the tedious selection process and can directly participate in the trials. According to the rules, you will each begin your first trial using your own chosen path. Simply silently say begin, and I will open the entrance to the corresponding space for you. Each successful trial allows you to proceed to the next round, until all trials are passed. You may pause midway, but this will be considered a forfeit. August, as tutor, you will have the privilege of freely choosing to enter any trial below the 3rd level, the gravedigger said gently. Furthermore, once you pass the 3rd level trial, the Tower of the Primordial will grant you the freedom to leave and join the trials at any time in the future. There's no need for that, August replied with a smile. Since it's a trial, it should naturally be conducted according to the rules. I'm willing to start from the very first level, and I won't leave unless absolutely necessary. I admire your courage in the face of difficulties, and I respect your adherence to the rules, the gravedigger praised. May you have a place among the future oracles. As his words fell, the gravedigger's presence gradually dissipated in the hall, vanishing without a trace. In the pitch-black hall, only the soft breathing and heartbeats of 2 people remained. Well, it seems we'll have to part ways here for now, August shrugged, glancing sideways with a smile. I was hoping we could participate in the trials together and try to create an opportunity for you to advance to tutor, but it looks like that's not going to happen, not necessarily. There are 5 levels of trials, and we'll meet again sooner or later, Anson said casually. Of course, maybe I'll be lucky enough to have already advanced by the time we meet again. I think that's very possible, August nodded, his tone serious, not at all like a joke. You already possess all the prerequisites for advancement, but your rapid growth has prevented you from understanding the power you've wielded. This means that once you have a clear understanding of yourself and your true nature, becoming an apostle might still be too far off, but becoming tutor will be a natural progression. It's an extremely difficult step, aptly described as a watershed or an insurmountable chasm, but once you cross it, you'll understand that it's still just the beginning, a completely new beginning. Being an ordinary human being and being a unique being are 2 completely different concepts. You will have more emotions, joys and sorrows completely different from the past, and you will have completely different insights and perspectives on the world. Everything you think and do will be very different, but whether or not you cross that threshold is still the choice you make, August said softly, his gaze concerned as he looked at Anson. I hope you won't be misled by the allure of the unknown. Carefully consider the costs and consequences of doing so, and make a responsible decision, rather than letting emotions cloud your judgment. August's expression was serious, even somewhat tense, as if he were worried that Anson might make a wrong decision on impulse. The intense emotion, almost written directly on his face, puzzled Anson. Although he and August seemed to be friends in this timeline, it shouldn't have come to this extent, right? Anson hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. I understand, I hope so. August sighed with a touch of melancholy, but quickly regained his gentle expression. Any other questions? We might not have much time left. Yes, there is one. What is it, Lisa? Anson suddenly said, his gaze fixed on August's expression. Rune told me that Lisa died of illness a few years ago. What happened? This was a very dangerous question. A wrong answer could even turn August into his enemy. But it was also an extremely crucial question, directly connecting him to whether he was in a parallel universe, or thousands of years in the past, and whether he was still connected to the future. To confirm this, Anson decided to take a slight risk. Faced with Anson's seemingly casual question, August, who had been silent for a moment, smiled quite calmly. If I told you that Lisa is still alive, would you believe me? Anson did not respond, continuing to wait for an answer. Actually, with your keen insight, you should have noticed if everything hadn't happened so suddenly. August sighed. For example, why did I find the breakthrough direction that the bloodline inheritance alchemy chamber hadn't been able to discover for over a decade, even decades, in just a dozen days? Is it because I'm smarter than Rune? Perhaps that's what he thinks, but I don't think the gap between us is that big. His understanding of blood magic is indeed rigid and inflexible, but it shouldn't have been so long without any progress. The answer is simple. For certain reasons, I'm willing to cross some boundaries and abandon some bottom lines. While he wouldn't, August said softly, his emerald green eyes fixed on Anson. What do you think is the reason? The silent Anson swallowed hard. Lisa is still alive, but not in the way Rune and the others believe. She will be reborn, but probably not now. However, assuming the three true gods protect her, allowing some possibility for my hypothesis, Lisa will return to this world in a completely new form, safe, free, and enjoying the life she has. I hope I'm right. I'd do anything for her to live freely. What do you think, Anson? Do you think I'll succeed? August asked gently, as if in casual conversation. Perhaps. Taking a deep breath, Anson responded just as casually. Perhaps, not as you imagine, but she can still have the opportunity to enjoy her life, freely and safely. In any case, no one can easily harm her. Thank you. August nodded, said nothing more, and silently walked into the darkness. Anson, standing still, watched his retreating figure, silently uttered begin in his heart, and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a large door shrouded in thick fog appeared before him. Flowing purple mist seeped from the cracks in the iron door, which was covered with barbs and grotesque statues, transforming the surrounding environment into a similar material and shape. Anson stepped forward, pressing the doorknob with his right hand while his left hand, hidden behind his back, gripped the dagger revolver at his waist. After confirming that he had prepared contingency plans for various emergencies, he pushed open the door and entered. Inside was a somewhat spacious, semicircular stone staircase hall. Anson faced the podium at the front of the hall, and could vaguely see a door identical to the one behind him. Just as he was about to observe his surroundings, a slightly shrill voice suddenly rang out. How come there are new recruits so soon? Has the assessment speed increased, or is it another unlucky soul who didn't meet the apostles' expectations, captured by the gravediggers to be sent to their deaths? Ho ha ho ha. Chapter 729 is a mute. Anson, his expression shifting slightly, looked in the direction of the voice. A man in a brown hooded robe, his face branded with a primal ring, was staring intently at him, his expression laced with mockery. What? You don't actually believe you've received a divine decree from the true God, a privilege bestowed by the primal tower, do you? Ha. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Well, you could say that, but it's not a privilege for trials, it's a privilege to be imprisoned, to die. All true believers of the boredom, if they show even the slightest disobedience to the apostles, or are simply someone they dislike, will be granted this privilege if they don't participate in the primal tower trials. Most fools will agree without hesitation, only a few with a brain will think about it seriously, but it's useless, because if you dare to refuse, the apostles will personally turn you into part of the blood and pus mist, lock all the restless elements into the tower of the primordial, Let them kill each other, risk their lives to pass through impossible traps. And then call it a trial? That's the truth behind boredom's prosperity, stability, and harmony. Judging from your expression, you're probably one of those lucky ones who thinks they're so glorious, so worthy of pride, huh? PFFT, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The man laughed hysterically, like a prisoner bound by infinite malice, desperately roaring and howling at the sky. Anson stood there silently, surveying his surroundings and structure. He had entered through the door opened by the gravedigger, meaning this place, like the Great Hall and the alchemy chamber, was part of some twisted realm, yet also bound within the Tower of the Primordial, since he hadn't sensed the aura of the blood and pus mist. Could this, in turn, prove that the entire Tower of the Primordial was a massive twisted realm, and what he saw outside was merely an illusion created by some kind of dark magic or cursed magic? Just as he was lost in thought, the laughter gradually ceased. What, are you scared out of your wits, or are you mute? The man continued mockingly, sounding somewhat annoyed and impatient, perhaps because he hadn't received a response. Excellent, those bastards are even targeting the mute now. Are they going to grab a few more blind people next and accuse them of peeping into the secrets of the Primordial Tower? Excuse me, which floor of the Primordial Tower is this? Before he could finish complaining, Anson stepped forward and asked, and when exactly does the first round of trials begin? The man, interrupted, was initially furious, then stared wide-eyed for a long time before reacting. PFFT. PFFT. Ha. Ho ha ho ha. Ugh ho ha ho ha. Ha ho ha ho ha. This idiot, he was sent in without knowing anything. PFFT ha ho ha ho ha. By the primordial ring, how can there be such a pure idiot in the world, daring to enter without any knowledge of the primordial tower? Do you think you're some kind of oracle, huh? Ha ho ha. I can't take it anymore. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Ha ho ha ho ha. The man laughed wildly, as if he couldn't control his body and began to shake wildly, clutching his stomach and rolling around on the steps. After a long while, he finally climbed up the steps, wiping away his tears as he spoke. All right, I'll tell you. This is the Tower of Primordial Chaos. But not any of the floors you know. If you had to name one, it's probably 1.5. The first floor is the Hall of Evolvers, the Great Corridor, and various other miscellaneous institutions. It's where the gravediggers and the heads of various departments working for the Grand Plan frequent. Most people only reach this level. The 2nd to 6th floors above that are where we unlucky bastards and fools participate in the trials, or rather, are imprisoned. The man breathed heavily, his calmer voice still carrying a mocking smile. The top floor, the 7th floor, is the legendary territory of the Apostles. Nobody knows what secrets it holds. As for this place, it doesn't belong to any floor of the Tower of Primordial Chaos. It's just a distorted domain forcibly created by the gravediggers, a place for us prisoners to rest before we go to our deaths. Every time the trial ends, you return here to await the next summons. I know what you're thinking. Isn't it safe as long as you stay here? Right, useless. Every time the trial begins, at least one evolved being must participate, otherwise the entire twisted domain will instantly collapse. Unless you're strong enough to withstand the collapse at the apostle level, you'll be crushed to dust along with the domain. The moment the words fell, a dark purple flame suddenly ignited in the brazier in the center of the hall's stage, its eerie light flickering with devilish shadows. And that's the signal for the trial to begin. The man stared into Anson's eyes, a hint of amusement in his smile. Within 100 breaths, 100 normal deep breaths, one of us must walk through the door and kill the unlucky fellow participating in the trial with you, or we'll all die. Anson silently glanced at the leaping flames, then turned back to look at the man still sitting there, showing no sign of getting up. Don't look at me, I'm absolutely not going in. Either you go, or we die together. I really don't care. Meeting Anson's gaze, the man grinned and said, you still have, 90 deep breaths. If you don't hurry, you'll be buried with me. As he spoke, the man hummed an unknown tune, showing no signs of caring at all. A chill ran down his spine, his calves trembled slightly, and his palms were damp with sweat. Anson narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around without a word, and walked down the stairs towards the door directly in front of the podium. As he descended the stairs, the man's sarcastic remarks echoed behind him. That's right, go and die as you please. Go and see just how glorious the privilege bestowed upon you by the three true gods really is. A fool like you, with your head full of stupidity, will never understand how pathetic you are until you witness the cruelty of the truth. A fool who was tricked into coming here, thinking he was so glorious. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Ho-ha-ha-ha. 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 Bang! The heavy slamming of the door interrupted the man's maniacal laughter. Releasing the door that was gradually disappearing, Anson, expressionless, quickly surveyed his new surroundings. The ground beneath his feet was flat, with no obstructions to his view. There was no light, but it wasn't particularly dark, except for the outermost, almost solid black expanse. Visibility was nearly perfect. This setting was ideal for a gladiatorial arena. As Anson surveyed his surroundings, a figure emerging from the darkness opposite him was also observing him. Sigh. Why can't I sense any presence at all? The spellcaster, dressed in a robe similar to Anson's and with a mask covering most of his face, frowned slightly and stammered, You wouldn't dare participate in the trial without mastering any evolutionary pathways." Before he could finish speaking, a blur of motion, accompanied by surging, thick fog, lunged at him. The spellcaster, his expression instantly changing, didn't dare to be careless. He abruptly raised his right hand to block, and his ordinary arm visibly expanded and mutated, transforming into a giant claw 1/2 meter in diameter, covered in veins and barbs. Bang! With a mere swipe, the giant claw, along with the dissipating smoke, left a sculpted mark on the ground. Almost simultaneously, the spellcaster saw Anson, whom he should have torn to shreds, leap above his head, the strange pipe dangling from his mouth still emitting thick, magically charged smoke. What was that thing? And why couldn't he sense any aura from him at all? Was this guy a dark mage? The spellcaster was filled with suspicion, but he didn't hesitate. His left arm, which had suddenly begun to convulse wildly, shattered like ceramic, and countless tiny tentacles shot out from its end, attacking Anson as he was about to land. PFFT. PFFT. PFFT, the tentacles, covered in slime and barbs, whistled through the air beside his ears. Anson, expressionless, frantically dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding the tentacles that could smash the ground open and whose slime could corrode the soil. Meanwhile, the spellcaster, gradually enveloped by the thick fog, continued to mutate. His rapidly expanding legs, which had bent backward, now bent forward, and razor-sharp claws sprouted from his bursting boots. Veins, like writhing pythons, began to spread from the mutated parts throughout his body. Standing motionless, he coldly stared at Anson, whom he had been probing and chasing, constantly moving around him. His unease grew stronger. He couldn't sense any magical aura, but his intuition, enhanced by his blood magic, kept warning him that this guy was dangerous. Although he didn't know the exact reason, the spellcaster didn't intend to delay any longer and prepared to end this deadly battle with his next strike. Just as Anson, having dodged the tentacle attack, attempted to close the distance using the smoke, the spellcaster's swollen right arm suddenly clenched into a fist and struck the oncoming figure like a battering ram. Thump! A deafening roar shook the eardrums as the spellcaster's feet gripped the ground tightly. Using only the momentum of his arm swing and the twisting of his waist, he unleashed a strike comparable to a 6-pound infantry cannon. The terrifying force whipped up a gust of wind, dispersing the surrounding smoke and revealing the figure he had struck. Anson, expressionless, stood only 3 steps away, the howling wind whipping his hair, revealing a pair of deep brown, utterly calm eyes. The spellcaster's pupils constricted instantly. Not merely because he had been struck by the spell yet remained unharmed, but because at the moment of attack, his opponent, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, had emanated an incredibly powerful magical aura. Pipe in his mouth, he held his right hand outstretched, only centimeters from his own right claw, yet those few centimeters became an insurmountable chasm, firmly blocked by the barrier formed by the dense fog. How did he do that? The spellcaster, his entire body pierced by countless smoke spears, his left arm and tentacle pinned to the spot, trembled violently, his face filled with disbelief. Gently exhaling a smoke ring, Anson maintained the effect of Smoke Master, while retreating backward. The spellcaster, immediately realizing what he was about to do, began to show a look of panic. No, don't do it. I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. He struggled desperately, enduring the pain of the smoke spears tearing open his wounds as he desperately begged for mercy, the blood flowing out forming a thick pool beneath him, his entire body soaked in dark red. Seemingly moved by the other's sincerity, Anson silently removed the pipe from his lips, Almost simultaneously, the smoke spears piercing the spellcaster's body began to loosen, showing signs of dissipating. But just as the spellcaster was about to show joy, the seemingly soft-hearted Anson snapped his fingers. The spell, Rising Fire, ignited the caster's entire body. The smoke, previously neutralized by the smoke spear, transformed into smoke flame, burning wildly under the effect of the rising fire. When the flames subsided, only charred flesh remained. After confirming the magic's effects had disappeared, Anson finally breathed a sigh of relief and dispelled Smokehouse. He knew his own limitations. The only reason he succeeded was that the evolved beings of this timeline didn't understand the art of concealment, because they didn't need to. If he had believed the opponent's pleas, he would be the one turned into mincemeat now. A few minutes later, a door identical to the one before appeared behind him without warning. The charred corpse on the ground vanished without a trace. Sure enough, he had to kill the other participant to complete the trial. Anson thought to himself, slightly frowning, and walked towards the door without looking back. Pushing open the door, the familiar hallway reappeared before him, but this time it wasn't from the back or the lecture hall, but from a corner of the stands. Slowly raising his head, he saw the man who had entered earlier sitting opposite him, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had seen something beyond comprehension. He froze in shock, then shakily raised his right hand, pointing his crooked index finger at the unharmed Anson. His mouth gaped open as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. What? Scared out of your wits? Meeting his gaze, Anson's lips curled into a slight smile. Or, are you mute? Chapter 730 The Final Destination. Laugh all you want, it doesn't matter, I've already given up anyway. After only a moment's hesitation, the man with the brand on his face snorted indifferently. You've only passed one round of trials, don't think you can relax yet. The real despair hasn't even begun. It's a bit like experiments in a petri dish. At first, they just weed out the lucky ones and the fools, so they don't have to experience the horrors later. It's the apostles' magnanimity, a mercy shown to them, so don't be happy about yourself, you should regret it. Regret not dying easily like that unlucky guy you killed, instead of enduring so much torment and pain, as if recalling some unbearable past. The man growled hysterically, his branded face contorting slightly, his breathing becoming rapid with each violent rise and fall of his chest. Anson, a slight smirk playing on his lips, silently listened to his sarcasm, then suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them. What do you want to do? The man's expression changed drastically as he panicked and instinctively tried to dodge backward. Then, with a smack, Anson pressed down on his shoulder. Sure enough, even after dispelling concealment in this distorted realm, one could only sense each other's aura as spellcasters, while their power was completely suppressed. However, their physical attributes and bloodline power remained unaffected. Anson, gripping the other's shoulders tightly, felt a chill, but still asked casually, nothing, just wanted to ask a few simple questions, like, what's your name? Name? The man's lips trembled, his panicked face revealing a hint of amusement. You really don't know anything, do you? This is the Tower of Primordial Chaos, and we are its prisoners. Except for the apostles and those tutors who can pass the third trial, everyone else has no names. Names are used to distinguish different individuals within a group, but we have no distinction, understand? You still remember your name, right? Don't worry, it won't be long before you forget it, and then forget who you are, forget your purpose for coming here, forget what just happened, only remembering that you still have to participate in one agonizing trial after another, becoming a mindless walking corpse, and then being killed by other fools. This is our fate, your only fate. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a sense of impending collapse. So this distorted domain not only suppressed power but also possessed certain dark magic powers, gradually stripping people of their memories and ultimately stripping them of their consciousness, turning them into mindless zombies. However, this only applied to spellcasters below the level of a blasphemous mage. Anson suddenly remembered that the gravedigger had mentioned upon entering that blasphemous mages could directly participate in the level 3 trials, but August, as a blasphemous mage, already possessed level 3 authority. Could it be that the primordial tower built by the apostles couldn't affect blasphemous mages at the level of consciousness? Don't be nervous, I just want to clarify some questions. Slowly releasing his right hand from the other's shoulder, Anson continued casually, as if in conversation, just like you said, we are all just prisoners here. The only difference is that you possess some information about this place, while I know nothing, that's all. He deliberately lowered his posture, slowly sitting down to meet the other's gaze, his face radiating unparalleled sincerity. After a moment of silence, the man's face broke into a hysterical smile again. You don't need to know anything, you don't need to ask anything, because even if you knew more, it wouldn't matter, useless. Let me guess, the trial you just passed, wasn't it a space that perfectly matched your imagination, a space where you could fight others fairly? The brand on the man's face twitched, and he took a deep breath. You looked at your surroundings, then at the guy who suddenly appeared opposite you, and subconsciously thought, oh, I have to kill him to pass this trial? Right. Anson's expression changed. You mean, the environment, the atmosphere, the whispers lingering around, the moment you stepped into the trial. The Tower of Primordial used various methods and means to explicitly or implicitly reveal the rules of this trial to you. The man nodded, his eyes filled with despair. So you don't need to ask anything, you don't need to know anything, just participate in the trial like a fool who thinks he's a lucky one. Other things are useless even if you know them. It's better to be a fool. How many rounds of trials have you participated in? Are there any other believers participating in the trials in this distorted realm? How long is the interval between a new trial? What are the consequences of failing a trial? Is there a chance to try again? Anson asked incessantly. The other man's emotional fluctuations were clearly abnormal, but he desperately needed information. Even if it was temporarily meaningless, it was better than nothing. But the man seemed to have no intention of continuing. No matter how much he pressed, all that remained was a neurotic laugh and eyes filled with despair and mockery, stirring up Anson's ancient memories of a certain disheartened man. Just as he was about to continue trying, the purple bonfire on the stage lit up again, and a strange black door gradually emerged, constantly emanating an indescribable aura of terror. The man looked up at Anson, the slight upturn of his lips saying everything. It seemed he wouldn't get any information. Slowly rising, Anson walked up the steps to the podium and headed for the door. Just as he grasped the doorknob, the man still sitting on the steps behind him suddenly spoke. The third trial. I participated in 3 trials in total, but in the third round, I, and another companion who participated in the trial, we failed. In that round of the trial, there was a tutor who was punished. My companion didn't even see his movements clearly before his body completely rotted away, his consciousness was extracted, and he became a undead enslaved by him. I ran fast enough, escaping back here through the door that opened the moment my companion was killed, but even so, I can still feel the presence of that tutor. If I step through the door again, I will encounter that tutor again. You will die a horrible death, but the key is that even in death you will still be enslaved until he decides to give you a quick death. The 3 trials are the final destination for you and me, all of us fools who thought our end was paradise. Looking into his trembling eyes, Anson paused for a long time, turning back to look at him. He silently counted to 100 before nodding slightly. Thank you, I'll remember. Then he pushed open the door and entered a deep abyss, his figure disappearing without a trace from the stage. It was still similar to before, a darkness like an abyss, the ground still perfectly smooth. The only difference was a beam of white light descending from the sky, illuminating a long table with an antique design and exquisite carvings. Using the slightly blinding beam, Anson's eyes gradually adjusted and instantly locked onto the figure sitting behind the table, a high-necked purple robe with an open front, a feather pinned to a slightly comical wide-brimmed hat, most of his face hidden by the hat and collar, but his upturned lips and long, pointed chin were still visible. Hello, my dear fellow believer. A joyful voice rang out as the figure behind the long table rested his elbows on the table, propping his pointed chin on a pair of crossed white gloves. Congratulations. Congratulations on passing the first round of trials, arriving here after overcoming countless hardships. Don't deny it. I know. I've been there. I know all too well how painful it is to have to kill a fellow believer with your own hands, but you need not suffer. Therefore, from now on, such a thing will never happen again, at least not on this round of trials. The 3 true gods, and the great apostles, are kind and benevolent. They only devised the slightly harsh trial process to ensure its rigor. After all, we always need to find a way to filter out those less qualified believers, right? As for you and I, we are evolved beings who have passed the first round of trials, proving ourselves. We are the chosen ones, part of the grand plan. We no longer need such barbaric, cruel, and harsh methods to ensure the purity and nobility of the Tower of the Beginning. We have a better way. The spellcaster, beaming, stood up, arms outstretched as if to give him a big hug. Looking at this incredibly enthusiastic fellow, Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What way, that is? The spellcaster paused slightly, his smile widening. Sorry, I almost forgot the most important thing, the past. No rush, please sit down, and let me explain. With that, he snapped his fingers with a fawning smile. Soon, an armchair with a backrest identical to the one behind him appeared opposite the long table. There was no obvious magical aura. Could it be something inherent to this distorted domain? That felt a bit suspicious. Anson nodded slightly, stepped forward, and sat down on the chair quite naturally, resting his elbows on the table just like the other man. But in reality, the moment he sat down, his body didn't touch the chair. Instead, he maintained his balance using the strength of his elbows and thighs. He was able to do this thanks not only to Talia's repeated practice sessions and the body control techniques he learned from many predecessor spellcasters, but also to the gymnasium of the Seeking Truth Order in Clovis City. The spellcaster, who had sat down again, seemed oblivious to anything amiss and enthusiastically continued explaining to Anson, the second round of the trial is a debate. A debate, who's right, and who's wrong? Let's use the depth of our thoughts and the accumulation of our experience to decide the final winner, the spellcaster explained cheerfully. There are 10 rounds of debate. Both sides take turns speaking. If either side is unable to continue refuting, they are considered to have lost. The winning side must win 10 consecutive rounds to pass the trial. Of course, they can also win any round and leave through the door opened after the loser dies, but they'll have to start all over again next time. The topic of each round is random, and the starting side is random. You can refute, but you can't just argue illogically. If your answer is irrelevant to the opponent's rebuttal or insufficient to refute it, you will also be considered to have lost. With a clap of applause, the spellcaster, hands clasped together, leaned closer, eagerly smiling, and asked, "Well, do you have any questions?" "There's only one." Anson met his gaze and returned a smile. "When do we start?" "Now, of course." The spellcaster abruptly returned to his chair. The instant he settled, a delicate parchment appeared on the long table, on which a few scribbles formed a sentence. Which came first, light or shadow? At the same moment the parchment appeared, the light above the two men suddenly shifted to the spellcaster. "Ah, I got to speak first this round. Lucky me." The spellcaster's voice was unusually light. "My answer is that light came first, because only after light appeared could shadows exist. Otherwise, our world would essentially be chaotic darkness, so that's how it is." The first speaker can choose the angle of the debate, while the latter can only debate from the opposite direction. Anson slightly composed himself. "I object. Since this is a debate topic, it inherently judges light and shadow as independent entities. I believe there is no symbiotic relationship between them, because light changes the surroundings the moment it falls, but everything around us already existed. It wasn't created for the sake of light. Naturally, shadow came first, then light." Objection. "Without light, how do you determine where the shadow is?" The spellcaster smiled. "It is the existence of light that gives meaning to the shadow." Objection. Anson raised an eyebrow and calmly asked, "Question, what is your definition of shadow?" "It is the exact opposite of light, invisible blackness." His voice trailed off. The spellcaster, mouth agape but uttering no sound, stood frozen in place for several seconds before a bitter smile appeared on his face. "I lost." Anson nodded slightly, but his heart remained pounding. The other had surrendered too readily. Even if he truly couldn't answer, he should have struggled a little longer, or perhaps. Just as he was pondering this, the spellcaster suddenly pulled a dagger from his robes and plunged it into his own chest without hesitation. With a twist and a pull, he ripped out his shattered heart. PFFT, dark red blood splattered onto the unprepared Anson's face. Slightly surprised, he looked at the other and then collapsed onto the table with a thud. The blood from the wound quickly stained the entire long table red. Before he could recover from his shock, the spellcaster, who had just died with his heart ripped out, slowly climbed up from the table, his face covered in blood, and smiled at him. "All right, I've died once, so I can continue our debate." "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" "I'm so sorry. My name is Serzich. As you can see, I am a tutor." Chapter 731. I died, and then I came back to life. Anson Bach, a follower of the Star City Order and a researcher in the Bloodline Inheritance Alchemy Lab, in the seemingly frozen atmosphere, Anson, his face covered in blood, calmly stared at the other person and said indifferently, "If you don't mind, just call me Anson." Although he pretended to be nonchalant, his nerves were on edge, almost revealing that he wasn't actually sitting in a chair. Thanks to the excellent qualities of his Grail Knight bloodline, he managed not to lose his composure or show any weakness. Of course, it's a pleasure to meet you, Anson. Sills paused for a moment, then his smile widened. Star City, you must know August of Star City, right? Ahoha, he's been an old acquaintance of mine for many years. I wonder how he's doing now. I don't know, Anson raised an eyebrow. I know him, but I don't know him personally. Can we continue? Of course, Sills nodded, his smile undiminished. But dear Anson, I must remind you, deceiving a tutor during a trial, especially one who is your opponent, that's not a wise decision. No, but I'm telling the truth. Anson met the eyes peeking out from the brim of the hat. As a tutor, don't you know whether I'm lying or not? The sharp exchange intensified the tense atmosphere. The two, sitting on opposite sides of the blood-stained table, stared coldly at each other until the parchment reappeared. Which came first, writing or language? This time, the beam of light from above fell on Anson. I believe writing came first, Anson interjected. Without symbols to accurately represent the meaning of each sound, language is nothing more than meaningless howling among its kind. That's truly astonishing. I thought you'd say language came first. Sill, however, quickly recovered from his surprise and retorted, I object. The absence of writing doesn't prove language doesn't exist. It's because language exists that writing comes, not the other way around. So language must have come first, then writing. Suppressing the growing soreness in his legs, Anson slightly increased the pressure of his elbow. He knew perfectly well what the other was surprised about. This topic was no different from the previous one, and the advantage of being first was even greater. Anyone would likely choose language first, not the latter. But Anson didn't think so. Opposition. Language is the lowest cost channel for communication within a group, but the premise of defining language is that it must contain the ability to express information, and writing is the carrier of information, so writing must come first, then language. This answer made Silzer laugh directly. Question: does a language without writing not count as a language? Sorry, I can't answer that. Anson looked at him expressionlessly. Because writing must come first before language can come, your question is invalid from the start. Silzer finally stopped laughing, his upturned lips freezing on his face. Seeing his increasingly unfriendly expression, Anson, pretending to relax, took out his pipe from his pocket, gently bit his lip, and some ancient memories began to surface in his mind. Question: what is the key to winning a debate? Is it refuting the opponent's arguments point by point? Is it presenting solid evidence? Is it eloquent and eloquent discourse, or is it a brilliant statement that hits the nail on the head? None of these. There is only one factor that can win a debate: controlling the right to define the topic. Every debater who sees a topic will form a subjective definition of it in their mind, subconsciously assuming that this definition is universally accepted, subconsciously outputting their views according to this definition, and subconsciously refuting the differences between their own and the opponent's arguments. 99% of such debates will not yield results because there is no consensus between the two sides. The only way to win a debate is to get the other side to accept one's own definition of the topic. From the scope, definition, and rules, everything is set by me, so no matter how reasonable you are, it is just sophistry. The same applies to the public opinion environment. As long as you control the discourse and the right to interpret, double standards are even a positive term, because whatever I say is right, and you are wrong from the moment you open your mouth to refute, and wrongly so. Gently lighting his pipe, Anson, overwhelmed by endless memories, exhaled a perfectly shaped smoke ring. This is truly so interesting. A surprised Sill suddenly laughed, even clapping his hands. Impressive. It seems you have a profound understanding of this game, worthy of being an evolver of the cursed magic path. I lose, and I accept it wholeheartedly. With that, he raised his right hand, pointed his index finger at his temple, and then thrust it in. PFFT, 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 accompanied by spurting blood. Sill pushed his raised index finger into his head, joint by joint, his trembling right hand twisting back and forth as he thrust. At the same time, his left hand ripped open his throat, his palm following the tear in the center of his collarbone, breaking his ribs one by one, grasping his heart through the fissure, and finally bursting out of his chest. Thump. Without a scream, Sill, his brain and heart ripped out, collapsed onto the table in an extremely bizarre posture, the contents of his heart protruding from his chest. Staring at the left hand clutching his heart, Anson, expressionless, slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the tragic Silzer was sitting unharmed opposite him, Except for the thick blood on his chilling smile, there was no trace of what had just happened. Alright, let's continue. Silzer, his hands supporting his chin, smiled even more broadly. You've won 2 rounds. Just 8 more, and you'll pass this trial? It seems this won't be difficult for you. I should be more careful. Losing 2 rounds in a row isn't a good sign. Haha. Anson remained expressionless, his heart pounding with tension. He had carefully observed Silzer's 2 suicides, even risking exposing his trump card by activating his superpower. The result was that the other hadn't been faking it, he had truly killed him. From vital signs to magical aura, everything vanished without a trace at the moment of death. But this wasn't a good outcome. It actually made things worse. His opponent possessed the ability to resurrect, meaning that to defeat Silzer and pass the trial, he would have to win 10 times in a row. Of course, his strength was far from enough to defeat a blasphemous mage. Merely having a chance was already a huge advantage, but this didn't change the situation at all. Furthermore, the different methods of his opponent's 2 suicides were highly suspicious. Could it be related to the conditions for resurrection? Just as he was rapidly thinking, the topic of the 3rd round of debate appeared. What color is blood? Anson's pupils constricted slightly. What kind of question was this? Did he have to start with a definition of color and blood? I'll start this time. Silzer's eerie laughter rang out. My conclusion is that blood is blue. Almost instantly after he finished speaking, Anson, still confused, immediately felt a deep and cold aura suddenly wash over him. This was the magical aura of a blasphemous mage. Anson, already quite familiar with this, forced himself to look up, and the scene that appeared before his eyes made his eyes widen again. A beaming Sil was observing him with amusement, and all the splattered blood around him was visibly turning blue. Anson froze, petrified, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The next second, an indescribable chill ran through his body. In a daze, he immediately realized what was happening. His blood was turning blue too. Without hesitation, Anson decisively expanded his spellcasting range, attempting to resist using the method August had taught him, trying to restore the color of his blood to its original state. But before that power, his spellcasting range was practically non-existent. He could only watch helplessly as his blood gradually turned a cold, eerie blue. Simultaneously, under this power, his consciousness began to blur, and Sil appeared as a double image in his vision. His bodily sensations, the colors of the world, were slowly fading away. Even the biting cold was gradually melting away, replaced by a void of nothingness. Finally, he was completely enveloped in darkness. Thud. Anson, his breathing stopped, slumped to the side in his chair. The last thing reflected in his pupils was Silzer's malicious smile. It's so regrettable. Looking at the dead Anson, Sil, whose smile had grown even wider, sighed softly and asked with regret, I told a lie, a very inappropriate lie. I told you August was my friend, but actually, we should say mortal enemies, because he completely rejected my conjecture that the paths of dark magic and cursed magic overlapped. I had no choice but to come to board him, trying to prove him wrong and me right, and finally fell into the apostle's trap. But you lied too. Your aura, permeated from head to toe with August's presence, was impossible to conceal. I knew from the second you entered that you and he were definitely connected. As reclusive as August was, he would never accept someone spending an extended period of time in the same room with him. So, you paid a heavy price for lying to an apostle. Your struggle was like a worm caught in a spider's web, utterly meaningless. Of course, you can be proud to have lasted this long enough to reach the 3rd round. Silzer nodded seriously, though his smile remained unchanged. Speaking of which, the last group that lasted this many rounds was a well-coordinated 6-person team, so there's no need to feel ashamed, no need to regret. You've proven yourself to be a qualified spellcaster, coming from the same evolutionary path. Silzer Tutor is your witness. He stood up and bowed solemnly to Anson Bach's corpse, except for that ever-present smile on his face. Just as Silzer was about to sit back down, something suddenly caught his attention. This pipe, how come it also has magical reactions? Taking the mist pipe from Anson's lips, Silzer's face showed boundless curiosity as he repeatedly examined this seemingly ordinary object that actually possessed magical reactions. And quite powerful ones at that. In fact, he had sensed it the moment Anson stepped through the door. Though not intense, it was remarkably persistent, strangely like a spellcaster who could only exhale and not inhale. If he hadn't clearly seen the other's figure, Silz would have even suspected that he was facing more than one opponent this time. If magic were simply imprinted on an object, The magic should change over time or as the casting range shrinks, but this object could still be used even without expanding its casting range. How? How is this possible? Not only that, besides the pipe in his hand, Sills also sensed at least 5 or 6 different magical reactions on Anson's corpse, encompassing all 3 major pathways. Could it be that he had found a way to transfer mutated power from living beings to objects? Sills's expression immediately turned serious. As a spellcaster, he knew all too well what this technology meant. Once such technology was popularized, it would cause a sensation throughout the entire True God world. If he could master the core techniques and pass the 3rd round of trials, perhaps. Cough cough cough. Could you give me back my pipe? The sudden voice made the slightly dazed Sill show a surprised expression for the first time. He stared in astonishment at Anson Bach, who slowly rose from his chair, completely unharmed from head to toe. So surprised was he that he instinctively offered him his pipe. Just like you. Anson paused, slightly nervously accepting the pipe, and smiled at him. Dead, and then, cough cough cough, alive again, alive, Sill muttered to himself, his face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. How could an ordinary spellcaster like you possess such a high-level spellcasting as denial of death? No. I didn't sense any domain opening. You didn't use spellcasting to resurrect yourself, but rather its ability. That's not right either, so that's it. This guy's ability can deny death. Anson raised an eyebrow, deliberately remaining silent, his mind racing with further calculations. Tell me, did August do something to you? Sill lunged forward, his smile twisting into a vicious grin. Tell me, did you or didn't you? I really don't know. Suppressing his fear, Anson casually continued smoking his pipe. So, can we continue? 4th round of debate, which came first, life or death? Chapter 732 August's Little Gift. At the blood-stained long table, Anson, pipe in hand, slumped in his chair, listlessly looking up at the shocked Silzer who had risen to his feet. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his chest heaved like a broken bellows. But this was merely a facade, a forced attempt to appear calm, a way of no longer suppressing the pressure his opponent had exerted since the start of the debate. With his bloodline power activated, Anson was actually in surprisingly good shape. His energy and stamina had increased dramatically, and even his sensitivity to spells had slightly improved. He could even sense the disruption in Silzer's magical reactions caused by shock. This was why the Seeking Truth Order called the Grail Knights the strongest bloodline power. Other bloodline powers were equally powerful, but without exception, they all burdened the body and mind. Only the Grail Knights followed a recovery plus enhancement path, bearing the least burden. But it was precisely this slight enhancement that finally made things that had previously seemed incomprehensible clear. For example, why would August say that participating in the trials is the fastest way to become a blasphemous mage? And why would Sylv, after winning the 2nd round of the debate, declare himself worthy of being a conjurer? The key to winning a debate lies in mastering the definition of the topic, and the necessary path to becoming a qualified conjurer is to distort everything in the world according to one's own will. In other words, the essence of the debate lies in who has a stronger ability to control and distort the laws of nature. Whether it conforms to reality is completely irrelevant. Feeling the power surging within his body, Anson, despite being pushed to the edge of a cliff, burst forth with unprecedented confidence. My dear Anson, you've truly given me a tremendous surprise. Silzer took a deep breath, his expression chilling as he slowly sat back in his chair, the beam of light from above falling on him. Very good. I will definitely find out the reason for your resurrection. In the 4th debate, my point is that life comes first, because death is not a necessary condition for the existence of life, and without life, death has no meaning. I object. Anson, biting his pipe, said weakly, life, as a form of existence, is ultimately established by death. An existence that cannot die cannot prove it possesses life, therefore, death must come first, then life. Anson stared intently at Silzer's expression. He needed to figure out how he had lost the previous debate while avoiding being detected as having amnesia. Objection. An existence that cannot die can also possess life, Silzer said stiffly, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Anson's face. I can prove this point now. Prove it? Anson was slightly taken aback. How could he prove it? The next second, the smoke rings emanating from the mist pipe at the corner of his mouth suddenly twisted, condensing into the shape of a venomous snake, and lunged at his left eye. Anson, his pupils shrinking sharply, decisively deactivated concealment, attempting to use smoke-like persona to avoid this fatal blow, but his casting range seemed non-existent, completely suppressed by the aura of the opposite Silzer. Giving him no room to dodge, the suddenly appearing smoke-venomous snake had already burrowed into his eye socket. PFFT, the moment his eyeball shattered, another wisp of smoke tore open his throat. Damn it! Anson, his face filled with terror, didn't even have time to resist. In a daze, his vision plunged into darkness, and his body uncontrollably leaned back, slumping against the chair back just like before. A few seconds later, the corpse that had just been resurrected lost its life again. But Silzer did not immediately relax his vigilance, still staring intently at Anson's corpse, his domain monitoring every corner of the surroundings with almost no blind spots, every faint magical reaction so subtle it was practically non-existent. Time slowly passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Nothing happened. Looking at Anson Bach's gradually cooling corpse, Silzer, who had just breathed a slight sigh of relief, was even more perplexed. He was absolutely certain that there had been a very obvious magical reaction the moment Anson resurrected, but it had absolutely nothing to do with curse magic. A mere evolved being, not even tutor, couldn't possibly possess the ability to deny death, and without a domain, he couldn't possibly cause distortion and stagnation. Could it be the power of some mutant item on him? This thought was immediately dismissed by Silzer. Resurrection and avoiding being killed were two completely different concepts. The former was an ability even tutor might not be able to master, let alone a mere high-level evolved being. Suddenly, an incredibly familiar aura wafted through his open domain. Silzer's expression changed drastically as he abruptly looked up, only to see the already cold Anson Bach sitting up again as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that this time, his face was also filled with deep confusion. What just happened? He remembered that when he was near death from the power of his bloodline, the reaction had never been as strong as this time. It felt like the recovery and strengthening effects were twice as strong as usual. Feeling the surging power from head to toe, Anson, who had no memory of the past half hour, was completely bewildered. He desperately suppressed his shock and remained frozen in place, not knowing what had happened. But Sil saw it, and saw it clearly. Snap! Without giving Anson any room to react, his eyes bloodshot, he directly controlled the smoke to lock Anson's neck. Tell me, what is your relationship with August? Don't even think about lying anymore. That selfish bastard was willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood to protect you. You must have a great connection with him. Did he send you? Anson's face turned red with his throat being choked. He didn't know how to answer. He could only desperately suppress his panic and doubt and pretend to be calm. Silzer had completely lost his initial composure. His expression was now extremely grim. He had seen it, the instant the corpse reacted magically and revived. He had personally witnessed a small section of Anson's robe shortening on the right sleeve. That section was the key to Anson Bach's resurrection, something unnoticed without comprehensive surveillance. The moment he was killed, all the fatal wounds on the corpse had been completely repaired. The robe he wore was made from August's flesh and blood. Looking at the clenched teeth of Silzer before him, Anson struggled desperately, but even his doubled bloodline power was futile against a blasphemous mage. Most importantly, he truly didn't understand what he had just done to provoke such fury in this guy. Just as Anson's vision began to dim with confusion, Silzer's enraged face exploded into fragments without warning. Bang! Splattered blood, along with fragments of bone and organs, sprayed onto his body and face. Almost simultaneously, the smoke binding his neck dissipated. Anson, utterly bewildered, watched as the headless corpse swayed before collapsing into the opposite chair, just as he had just done. Thick blood gushed from the ruptured skull like a geyser. But the next second, the gushing blood began to coagulate, slowly reconstructing the skull from the bottom up, from the inside out, like a typewriter. Bones, organs, flesh, and finally skin and hair. Except for the bloodstains on and around him, it was as if nothing had just happened. So, what was this? In the deathly silence, Anson's mind raced, completely bewildered, as he considered his plan and began to replay his experience. He was now certain that his lost memories were definitely more than 15 minutes long. More importantly, a portion of his consciousness still retained the memory of being pierced through the eyes and killed. In the past, whenever he was near death and his bloodline power was triggered, there was never a lingering image of death, and his amnesia had never lasted longer than 15 minutes. Could it be that he had been killed twice, and then his bloodline power had been triggered consecutively? To be honest, He wasn't clear about the true power of his bloodline, but he could vaguely sense that it was probably more than just bloodline power, and the fact that Seal was so angry that he lost his mind was probably related to August. Very good, very good. A considerable amount of time seemed to have passed. The previous rage on Silzer's face had subsided, and he began to scrutinize Anson with a rather intriguing expression. Congratulations, you won the debate. As you saw, the loser, even without lifting a finger, will be directly obliterated by this distorted domain. I don't understand your trick of resurrection, but the little gift August left you shouldn't be inexhaustible, so next time you lose, I won't be so polite. I'll simply crush you to pieces. Hopefully you'll bring me the same surprise as the previous person. Furthermore, if you lose 10 times in a row, this distorted domain will activate its obliteration mechanism. Even Tutor won't escape death, neither that strange, mutated aura nor the little gift August gave you will offer any resistance. Slowly straightening up, Silzer's face revealed a sinister smile. Covered in blood, he resembled a reaper from hell, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the barely concealed panic on Anson's face. So, shall we continue? In the deathly silence of darkness, an endless debate raged on. On either side of the long, mangled table, the two men, their arguments flowing like a torrent, relentlessly refuted each other's points. Their rational words couldn't mask the palpable killing intent emanating from them. Each utterance felt like a fatal blow. Each round ended with a stench of blood soaking the table once more. Headshots, suffocation, decapitation, tearing, disembowelment, piercing. Over several hours, Anson experienced every imaginable form of death and witnessed Silzer's astonishingly varied and elaborate suicides. Although his memories of the 15 minutes before each death vanished, Anson managed to glean considerable useful information from the flashbacks of each moment. First, the topics raised in the trials will not be repeated, and the arguments of the winner of the previous debate will be retained in subsequent debates. This was a conclusion Anson reached after being crushed in the "Does blood have color?" debate by Silzer with the statement "Blood is blue." Second, not only can one prove their point with real-world examples, but one can also directly distort nature with enchantments to forcibly prove it. This seems like a good thing, but it's meaningless to him. Even bad news, because Silzer is a tutor, and he can't even open his spell range in front of him. Finally, Silzer's ability to resurrect seems to have some limitations. Simply put, he has a certain death resistance, and methods that have killed him, including suicide, have the least impact on him, which is likely the reason he deliberately commits suicide after losing debates. But this information is still not very meaningful to Anson now, because if he can't win the debate, he can't kill a tutor on his own. After a series of deaths, he also discovered one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news is that the power of his bloodline seems to be able to be triggered continuously, and the effect of his bloodline power seems to increase with each trigger, to the point that he vaguely feels himself starting to change. The bad news is that this continuous triggering seems to have a limit, and it seems to be related to the robe he is wearing. The originally wide-sleeved robe is becoming more and more like a sleeveless shirt as the power of his bloodline is continuously triggered. According to Anson's estimate, there would be at most 3 more. After 3, he might completely lose his chance to revive. At the same time, to pass this trial, he would have to win again. 6 rounds. Silzer's face was filled with a strange smile. Congratulations, you actually managed to defeat me 4 times in a row. That's a very good improvement, but it's a pity it came too late. Unless you win all 6 remaining rounds, it's just starting over, and you and I both know what that means. I don't care, but you only have 3 chances to turn things around at most. So, shall we continue? Anson didn't answer, his expressionless face glancing at the parchment on the table. Under a thick layer of bloodstains, the hastily written words reappeared, heads or tails. Without any warning, a golden coin fell from the sky, landing on the long table. Clang, with a crisp sound, the falling coin spun rapidly vertically, showing no sign of stopping. As the beam of light fell on Anson, Sil narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a grotesque, twisted laugh beneath his exaggerated hat brim. Chapter 733 Eyes. Front or back? Facing Silzer's fierce gaze, Anson, drenched in cold sweat, silently tightened his grip on his pipe. His bloodline power surged like a flood within him like never before. His greatly enhanced spells, various magical artifacts, the revolver at his back, and the bayonet hidden under his forearm, all his trump cards were meaningless before Silzer. Just how vast was the difference between an ordinary spellcaster and a blasphemous mage? Anson, who had never had any concept of this before, and couldn't even imagine it, now truly felt it. How fortunate he and Lawrence had been to kill their mentor, Mace Hornard. Without the numerous coincidences, without their mentor's carelessness, Lawrence's sacrifice, Lisa's timely arrival, and Talia's eventual appearance, even if it happened 1,000 times, he would never have had a chance to win. Now, he faced an opponent far more experienced and cautious than his mentor, a shrewd and seemingly invincible Silzer who had been fully prepared before the trial even began. He couldn't win, he had no chance. If at the beginning Anson harbored a sliver of hope, believing he might be able to turn the tide, the ever-increasing power of his bloodline made him acutely aware of the vast difference in their strength. From the moment he stepped into the twisted domain, all his vigilance had become meaningless. Silzer's domain covered the surroundings almost without any blind spots. If it weren't for the trial rules, even with his life-extending robe, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. So, what to do? Anson shakily exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze involuntarily falling on the rapidly spinning coin. Silzer's smile grew increasingly smug. Strange mutations, magically imbued items, August's flesh and blood. This mysterious opponent had brought him so many surprises that he had inadvertently won 4 times in a row. He wondered if there were more interesting developments to come. Judging from his expression, he's probably done for. What a pity, but since that's the case, there's no need to keep him alive any longer. Just eliminate him as quickly as possible, figure out the mutation on his body and the secrets of those items, and avoid any unforeseen complications. As a tutor, although their strength is absolutely overwhelming compared to ordinary spellcasters, they are not without weaknesses. Surpassing their original life level also makes them no longer adaptable to their original environment. Many factors that would only cause minor harm or even go unnoticed by ordinary humans could be fatal to tutors. Silz's mind raced, his narrowed eyes radiating increasing killing intent. The next moment, Anson, as if having pondered for a long time, raised his gaze again and slowly said, "Frontline." Upon hearing this, Silz froze. You mean, frontline?" Meeting those crimson eyes without looking away, Anson coldly repeated, "Frontline or backline?" "I think it's frontline." Seeing his unwavering expression, Silz became even more confused. He had initially assumed Anson would argue for the definition of heads and tails, attempting to win the debate with his sophistry, believing he could win regardless of which side the coin landed on. However, in an instant, Silzer realized the crux of the matter. Anson was using a strategic retreat. Since the debate's topic was heads or tails, and Anson Bach had chosen heads, he had to prove tails no matter which side landed. It was like two people arguing about who should cross first, when one suddenly closes their eyes and charges straight at them. If he didn't want to crash into them, he had to concede. "I object. I think it should be tails." Silzer's face was extremely grim. He didn't hate losing, he could always resurrect. But the mighty tutor was being coerced by a high-level evolved being? Clang! Just as he made his choice, the rapidly spinning coin finally stopped, lying quietly on the blood-stained table. The exquisite carving of the primordial ring appeared before them. Anson, who had been concentrating intently, narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively wanting to reiterate his point of view, but the moment he opened his mouth, a sharp, intense pain suddenly assaulted him from all directions. His consciousness suddenly became hazy, and the images before his eyes blurred. More importantly, he found himself unable to make a sound. Silzer, silently watching all this, grew increasingly bloodshot. "Oh no, he's trying to stop me from refuting his point of view. If I don't offer a rebuttal within the allotted time, it's like I'm surrendering. A direct headshot. This guy's starting to be a sore loser." Feeling dizzy, Anson gripped his pipe tightly, barely managing to keep himself from immediately losing consciousness, while desperately opening his mouth, trying to utter even the slightest sound. But this was utterly futile. Besides trying to control his body, Silzer seemed to be distorting the surrounding air, making it impossible for him not only to make a sound, but even to breathe. He had to, first expand the casting range, and restore the natural laws distorted by the domain. Suppressing the sudden feeling of suffocation, Anson, his face flushed, desperately raised his right hand, pinching his middle finger and thumb together. Although he knew it was probably pointless, he truly had no more trump cards at this moment. Snap! A crisp snap echoed in the deathly silence. Anson, pinned to the cliff edge, expanded the casting range again, instantly covering an area 30 meters in diameter around him. HMPH. Seal sneered disdainfully. The faint magical reaction hadn't even formed before it was instantly swallowed by the domain he had expanded. Realizing his resistance had failed, Anson didn't immediately give up. Instead, he began to change the shape of the casting range, trying to free a portion of it from the domain. Syl continued to increase his power, projecting his control around Anson. He couldn't directly harm him, that would result in immediate defeat, but indiscriminately distorting the surrounding environment didn't violate the trial's rules. At this moment, he too was unable to move and breathe. Even if one could distort a portion of the laws of nature, being unable to speak meant no chance of turning the tide. The only way was to break free of one's own domain, but for a mere high-level evolved being, that was impossible. Time ticked by, and Sir's smile grew increasingly relaxed and carefree, silently awaiting the moment his opponent's head exploded into pieces. But just then, a strange sensation startled him, and he looked up in astonishment. His vision was filled with a deep, impenetrable darkness, and within that darkness were a pair of eyes, cold and emotionless eyes, staring intently at him. There was no magical reaction, not even a trace of aura, neither malice nor any extraneous emotion, as if the sun and moon hung high in the sky, naturally existing there. Yet Sir felt as if he were naked, completely exposed to the gaze of those eyes. Startled, he instinctively tried to dodge, but found himself nowhere to hide. In his panic, his magical aura faltered slightly. Now, even if Anson in his normal state could detect these slight flaws, he wouldn't be able to seize the brief opportunity, but that doesn't mean he couldn't do it after being repeatedly strengthened by his bloodline power dozens of times. He quickly closed and reopened his casting range. In just a fleeting instant, Syl's domain was completely cleared, and Anson's casting range now covered both sides of the negotiating table. The situation was slightly reversed at this moment, and Anson, who had previously been cornered, suddenly had room to maneuver. Of course, he knew very well that this was only temporary. Although he didn't understand why Syl was so flustered all of a sudden, he absolutely couldn't let go of such a golden opportunity. Just as he had rehearsed countless times, Anson instantly devised and began to implement his plan. First, maintain his ability to monitor Syl's every move, then use the temporary advantage to simultaneously distort the surrounding environment, activating wound canvas to transfer all the negative effects that had just been inflicted on his body to the coins on the table. When the shocked Syl regained his senses, he found himself completely enveloped by Anson Bach's spell range. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was those eyes staring intently at him from behind. Anson Bach, you? Objection, I think it's heads. Before Syl could speak, Anson immediately gave his answer, the coin is heads now. As soon as he finished speaking, the beam of light above his head slowly shifted to Syl. Feeling those cold eyes, Syl took a deep breath, desperately trying to calm himself down from the panic of being spied on. Now, no matter what had happened to this guy, the most important thing was to win the debate as soon as possible so he could rightfully kill him. He couldn't wait for 3 rounds, he wanted to completely annihilate this extremely bizarre evolved human in this round. Thinking of this, Syl raised an eyebrow and began to reopen his domain. Anson, who had finally gained a slight advantage, immediately felt a powerful repulsion gradually squeezing his spell range back. In just a few breaths, the casting ranges of both sides were divided in half by the center of the long table, and Anson's casting range was being continuously eroded and assimilated. 1 minute, even he could only last a minute at most before everything returned to its initial state of complete suppression. But in this confrontation, or rather, in this state of fully unleashing his superpowers, Syl's magical reactions and the domain he opened were displayed in his mind in a way Anson had never seen before. To describe it, it was like being disassembled, deconstructed, and decoded. Every step Syl took, every glance, along with the changes in his magical aura, the expansion and contraction of his domain, nothing was left out, even his true form was exposed. At this moment, Syl in Anson's mind was no longer the same as before, but a clown in a ridiculous suit, his face covered in colorful paint, with an eternally happy and bizarre expression, waving his arms and legs at him, striking all sorts of hilarious poses and movements. That was his true form. Feeling the all-encompassing, unobstructed gaze, Syl's face was ashen, but he made no further move, instead focusing his attention on the coin imbued with the canvas of wounds by Anson. I object, Syl gritted his teeth, the side facing up is now tails. The next moment, the canvas of wounds on the coin vanished without a trace. But in Anson's eyes, it was as if Silzer, disguised as a clown, had performed a swift magic trick, erasing the spell he had cast. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Because the canvas of wounds spell was unique, it wasn't entirely about distorting the laws of nature, but rather about utilizing them. Existing wounds could be transferred, but not eliminated. Directly erasing them came at a price. That price was bearing the effects of the original wound. Silzer felt a sudden dizziness, and his vision blurred, but it was only brief, quickly returning to normal. When he regained consciousness, he saw Anson, enveloped in a beam of light overhead, staring at him expressionlessly. Huh? Why didn't he say anything in response? A hint of astonishment flashed in Silzer's eyes as he looked at the silent Anson, who was staring at him in utter confusion. But despite his confusion, he had no intention of offering any advice. Once the time was up, the other's head would explode, and he could win the debate, completely annihilating this guy with such intricate connections to August. Time slowly passed, and seeing the lack of panic on Silzer's face, he finally realized something was wrong. Wait, could it be that the person who should be refuting now isn't him? But, bang, in the instant he realized this, Silzer's head shattered into pieces. Almost simultaneously, Anson decisively deactivated the smoke mirror he had just created with Smokehouse, and the light that had been refracted onto himself returned to Silzer's headless corpse. Without hesitation, Anson decisively used wound canvas. Again, he intended to transfer the wound from Silzer's severed head to Silzer's chest, simultaneously blasting his head and heart apart. Under normal debating conditions, not only was it impossible, but even if he could harm Silzer, a blasphemous mage, the trial rules prevented him from directly harming him. However, there was one exception. The instant Silzer lost the debate and was blown apart by the twisted field, as the victor, he could do anything to the corpse Silzer at that moment. Only in that instant did he have the chance to kill him completely. To kill a blasphemous mage capable of resurrection. Chapter 734 Hope Creates the Future. Snap, a crisp snap of fingers echoed in the air, and a pale golden mark followed Anson's finger movements, perfectly outlining the edge of the wound on Silzer's neck. Then, the gruesome wound was gently lifted as if from a single, thin canvas, moving towards the other's chest. The entire process was fluid and seamless, almost without pause. After dozens of repetitions of the enhancement from his bloodline power, Anson's control over his body and mental strength were now vastly different. He estimated that he was now on par with Louis Bernard, who had awakened his bloodline power. But the real reason he dared to use a spell he didn't understand so recklessly was his suddenly different ability. The effect of his ability was directly proportional to the level of his spells and bloodline power, something Anson had already discovered. Without the training in Clovis and the death match with Professor Mace Hornard, he would never have discovered the ability to detach his ability from his body and use it as a radar. After dying repeatedly through his bloodline power, and being strengthened a dozen times in the process, his superpower, which previously only allowed for indiscriminate vision and perception, now displayed abilities never before seen. Not only the enemy's power, but even his own aura and the magic he used were dissected and deciphered in his mind, presented with unprecedented clarity. Even so, there was still a vast difference between him and Silzer, the blasphemous mage. His only chance to defeat him was now, only now, with Silzer's head blown off by the twisted domain, forcing him to die. He could gamble with his last trump card. This trump card was forged through the intelligence gathered from repeated deaths, countless accumulations, August's help, and that crucial stroke of luck. PFFT, the spell was successful, and a gruesome wound appeared on Silzer's chest. Blood, flesh, and shattered bone fragments from his ribs gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto Anson's face. Anson, his eyes reddened by blood, made no attempt to dodge, for beneath that fountain lay Silzer's heart. The cursed magic, rising fire. Boom, golden red flames illuminated Silzer's chest. Empowered by rising fire, the ignition point of whose stopped heart was lowered dramatically, like a blazing new star. At that moment, Silzer's cursed magic, denying death, began to activate. The headless corpse, now ablaze, suddenly began to struggle. Little by little, new flesh grew from the cross-section of his neck, like a mutating tumor, writhing violently as it gradually transformed into the shape of his original head. Even the heart, charred in the flames, began to beat again, though still sizzling from the fire. It regained its vitality, along with the torn ribs, slowly began to heal. In Anson's mind, he was like a magician, conjuring up a brand new head and heart out of thin air, and with exaggerated movements, placing them back on his chest and neck. Almost simultaneously, Silzer's domain expanded again. Anson could even clearly feel his own spellcasting range being torn apart, crumbled, and eroded. The entire world was collapsing little by little, then being deconstructed and reconstructed under the opponent's power. It was a collision between laws, Silzer's power vying for the authority to distort the world. Anson now understood. If battles between ordinary spellcasters were a contest of willpower and the amount of magic they had prepared, then at the level of blasphemous mages, it was a struggle for the power to distort the laws. Like a debate about defining a topic, whoever is the one who reshapes the world has absolute initiative. The side that can only passively accept the opponent's laws has almost no chance of turning the tables. A strong sense of oppression washed over him, and Anson felt his entire consciousness boiling. His carefully constructed ideas were being constantly negated, destroyed, and ruined. And this was only Silzer, who was not yet fully resurrected and was still in a state of death. If the two were to truly clash face to face, he had no doubt that in a single exchange, he would die without even knowing how he died. But now, everything is still in the plan. Anson, expressionless, drew the revolver hidden behind his waist and, with a thud, plunged it into Silzer's neck. Bang! 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 3 bullets imprinted with Hunter, 3 imprinted with Sharp Wind, a total of 6 bullets, all slammed into Silzer's body. Although the casting range was distorted and corroded, rendering the spell ineffective, the lead bullets and gunpowder did not betray him, faithfully tearing his still recovering head to shreds once more. According to the trial rules, the debaters cannot directly inflict violence on each other, otherwise they will be judged to have lost the debate. However, indiscriminate area of effect attacks and corpses are exempt. This was the information Anson obtained after Silzer blew his head open and then dissected his heart. Even with only a flashback to the moment of his death, even with more than 10 similar memories before and after, Anson firmly remembered the subtle differences between each one, accumulating all the information, whether useful or not. All 6 lead bullets were fired, not only to buy himself a moment's respite, but more importantly, to find Silzer's weakness. Blasphemous mages are strong, and blasphemous mages, being conjurators, are equally strong, but they are not without weaknesses. If found, they could be so vulnerable as to be killed by a single lead bullet. Silzer's weakness lies in his ability, the key to his repeated resurrection, magic. Demonstrating omnipotence by distorting the laws of nature. But since it's magic, the most important prerequisite for successful casting is not being exposed. And Anson now happened to have eyes that could see through everything. Even if once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, as long as the slain Silzer kept repeating his resurrection trick, there would definitely be a moment when he was exposed. Seizing that moment would render his magic ineffective, resulting in his immediate death. Just as his head was shattered by the lead bullet, Silzer's domain opened again, and the flesh that had just been torn to shreds began to regenerate at a visible speed. Anson, his eyes wide open, intently watched the images before him and in his mind, trying to find a weak point in his opponent. Boom! A deluge of complex information flooded his consciousness, overwhelming his thoughts like a torrent. Feeling as if his head was about to explode, Anson's vision began to blur, flashing rapidly between black and white. This was a sign that his mind couldn't handle the overwhelming amount of information and was about to collapse. Anson instinctively closed his eyes to avoid the shock, but at that moment, a very familiar yet somewhat strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Look at him, look into his eyes, bear that pain, look at him, only then can he be completely exposed before you, not deceived by illusory illusions. To defeat the nightmare, you must face the nightmare directly. Anson jolted awake, blood flowed from his eyes like tears, leaving behind a pair of crimson pupils. In that instant, he clearly felt that his superpower was somewhat different from the past. No longer could he perceive his surroundings from the center of his body as before, but instead, it had become like a kind of stance, which he could control at will as the range of his spell expanded and contracted. He could even clearly see the bloodline power, faintly radiating golden light, flowing through his body, constantly reshaping his organs, bones, and flesh. It was incredibly strange and bizarre. It was as if this flesh and blood body was just a shell, not his true self. Anson seemed to be observing himself from a third-person perspective, caught in a state of utter bewilderment. In contrast, the resurrected Sir had just regained a little consciousness when he was stunned by the scene before him. This guy, he actually advanced at this time. A mere high-level spellcaster, a mutated species that appeared out of nowhere. He didn't even understand the difference between a domain and a spell range, hadn't determined the core of his own laws, only had a superficial understanding of the principles of distortion, and couldn't even distinguish between denial and erosion, yet he was about to advance. What a joke. A sense of absurdity, shock, and fear welled up within Silzer. He wasn't worried about whether Anson had truly succeeded in his advancement. The other's current state clearly indicated a lack of control over his power, an inability to fully wield it, proving that his evolution wasn't complete. He was obviously being forced to reach the final stage by the mutated power within him, still some distance from complete evolution. What truly terrified him were those eyes. Those eyes that seemed to see through everything, leaving him nowhere to hide. This power didn't belong to any category he knew, it wasn't one of the three major pathways, nor was it related to normal mutations. Just like the origins and everything about this guy, it was mysterious, completely outside this world. Most importantly, his trump card as a spellcaster, as tutor, had been completely seen through by those eyes. In front of Anson Bach, there were no secrets left. For blood mages or even black mages, this wouldn't matter, but for a spellcaster who relied on distorted laws as a means of evolution, the complete exposure of secrets was absolutely fatal, especially in front of another spellcaster. He must be killed. Anson Bach must be killed. He absolutely cannot be allowed to leave this place. Boom. With a successful resurrection, Silzer's domain began to strengthen, expanding from simply resisting Anson's spellcasting to a comprehensive erosion and destruction. But this erosion had its limits. The trial stipulated that neither side could actively harm the other unless one side failed or died. Silzer could only fully expand his domain, distorting the surrounding light and environment, while simultaneously exerting mental pressure on himself and Anson, using a self-destructive approach to prevent him from completing his advancement. Anson, realizing Silzer's successful resurrection, did not panic. In fact, failure was within his expectations. How could the trump card of a blasphemous mage, the core key to evolution, be so easily seen through? But failure did not mean giving up, it could even be part of the plan. Since he couldn't stop Silzer's resurrection this time, he would thoroughly decipher the essence of his domain and expose the opponent's resurrection magic next time. Unaware that his eyes were already bloodshot, Anson endured a torment on his consciousness. His once all-encompassing, flawless domain, under the gaze of his superpower, began to reveal various weaknesses. He was like an audience member watching a magic trick in slow motion, frame by frame, trying to find a flaw, and his body was also subtly changing. In the panicked pupils of Silzer, Anson's transformation was clearly reflected. His thin casting range was gradually taking on the shape of a domain, once formed and able to negate the effects of his own domain. Even for just a moment, the situation would be completely reversed. Just then, a new debate arose on the table. Does hope create the future, or does the future bestow hope? This time, the beam of light struck Silzer first. I believe it is the future that gives us hope. Without any hesitation, Sil answered immediately. Evolvers are always seekers of the unknown. We are not fools deceived by lies and trickery. We firmly know our bright future, which allows us to embark on the arduous path of evolution with hope, and to stand against the world without hesitation. It is the eternal, perfect future that fills us with hope for the path we have chosen. He spoke eloquently while intently staring at the figure opposite him. The beam of light above his head also fell as he spoke, turning towards Anson. But this time, Anson did not immediately refute. He had a premonition that his answer was not only directed at this debate, but also at himself, at Anson Bach's final definition. Yes, it was time to take that step. Enduring the pain, Anson, fully focused, remembered August's advice. This was a crucial step. Once he made that choice, there would be no turning back, a complete farewell to the past. So, I object, Anson said softly. No one knows what the future holds. No one knows what awaits us at the end of that time and space. No one can predict the outcome of the next second, and no one knows what perfection and eternity look like. Even the three true gods failed to achieve that perfection. Even so, we did it. We embarked on this destined to be arduous path, not because the future awaits us like a destination, but because we hold on to hope and steadfastly believe in its existence. I believe the future exists, despite the hardships, the terrors, the dangers. I hold on to hope. So I will not doubt my future. I, Anson Bach, am an evolver. I, Kong Kong, am a writer. Please vote. reward, and favorite my work. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735 I am the law. If you hate this world full of injustice that causes you so much pain, and yearn for change, for rebirth, to restore everything to its rightful state, the Fate Master, Aidon, demands that his followers, in the name of cursed magic, destroy all evil. The voice of Master Mace Hornard echoed in Anson's mind like a whispered murmur. What? Cursed magic? Is it a useful weapon? A convenient tool? Or a forced choice, a helpless result of circumstances? All of these, and none of them. Thunder Castle, the Steel Sky Train, Clovis City, Eaglehorn, the vast lands, the Court of Izar, the New World, Borodom. Mace Hornard, Draco Veltz, Luther Franz, Talia Rune. From struggling to survive, striving to escape control, surveillance, and exploitation, to gradually gaining control and striving for a certain degree of freedom, and now finally no longer being controlled by others, gradually taking their own destiny into their own hands. Threats are increasing, reliance is dwindling, enemies are growing stronger, and the future is increasingly uncertain. Like a canoe tossed about in turbulent waves, simply surviving by drifting with the current is an exhausting struggle, let alone finding a way forward. Does the future even exist? Where is hope? Time and again, I've embarked on perilous, unknown paths, sustained not by tools, not by any power, and certainly not by the helping hands of others. It's my unwavering determination to accept my fate, my unwavering confidence in that one sliver of possibility. It is this confidence that has sustained me from embarking on the path of magic to confronting Sir Zephyr. Even if I were killed a dozen times, dozens, even hundreds of times, I would continue to die, until I grasp that sliver of possibility, and I am certain of success. Not for any other reason than that I have seen through the enemy's thoughts, gathered sufficient intelligence, analyzed all the clues, grasped the changing situation, and understood the cards both sides hold, and based on all this, I have formulated an incredibly detailed plan, with clear steps and multiple contingency plans. And my plan is perfect. Everything is under my control. At this moment, Anson suddenly found his consciousness beginning to flow out of his body, like light finally released after being squeezed, freely spreading outwards. The beam of light above his head, the clothes on his body, the note on the table, objects that hadn't touched his body, he could easily reach, even the darkness enveloping the entire distorted domain was exposed in the images in his mind. The seemingly bizarre and unpredictable power was dissected, broken down, and completely comprehended by Anson's superpower, and at the same moment of comprehension, that power seemed to become a part of his body. Like controlling his limbs, like breathing forcefully, with just a thought, he could interfere with, manipulate, and even distort everything at will, as long as it was within the scope of his consciousness, or, in the words of the sorcerers of this era, a domain. Therefore, for sorcerers, the physical body was, to some extent, irrelevant. The domain was the true essence. Within the domain, anything was possible at will, almost anything could be done. Of course, it had to follow the core of its own evolution. At this moment, Anson finally understood why August had said he was nearing the edge but lacked control over his own power. He understood where the true advantage of a pyromancer, inferior to blood mages and dark mages in both physical and spiritual terms, lay. When the world is under your control, and everything follows the rules you set, the significance of individual strength or weakness is not so prominent, even completely unimportant. Even if one is powerless, a few weak curses can cause a surge in blood pressure. As long as one holds the laws, one can still do whatever one wants. The laws are the core of a pyromancer. Advancing in blood magic is a qualitative change in the physical body. Advancing in dark magic is a qualitative change in spiritual power. The moment a pyromancer becomes a blasphemous mage, he will create a completely new set of laws and become the laws themselves. Just like the laws of Silzer, through his supernatural abilities, Anson had completely seen through his essence. Whether it was resurrection or turning blood blue, it all followed the laws of magic, illusion, trickery, sleight of hand. As long as the spell isn't seen through at the moment of casting, Sylvanus is omnipotent. Not only can he resurrect, but he can easily dismember himself and reassemble himself. Conversely, if the spell is exposed, then it's equivalent to a failed spell, which is why he almost always dies in a different way, just as a magician rarely repeats the same act multiple times in a performance, in order to avoid being discovered as much as possible. The law that Anson has mastered is called planning. As long as he has enough information, sets a certain outcome, and then executes the plan step by step, he can achieve his goal. Of course, the premise is that it must be within his own domain and not be corrupted or destroyed by other spellcasters. The more abundant the information, the better the effect, and vice versa. Based on this, not only can he distort the laws, but Anson can also freely imitate, counter, use, and destroy many mutations in black magic and blood magic pathways. Based on this principle, similar spellcaster laws could naturally also be applied. Through the information gathered in the previous dozens of rounds, Anson had thoroughly grasped all the informational elements of Sylvanus's laws. With a little more time, he could even render the opponent's domain ineffective on himself. The clash between laws. This was the true battlefield where blasphemous mages clashed. Only at this moment was Anson completely certain that he had completed his advancement and become a true blasphemous mage. I object. Syl stared at Anson's crimson eyes, his face grim, as if he wished he could turn back time. Hope without a certainty about the future is utterly impossible. Wasn't it because the three true gods pointed the way, allowing all evolved beings to see a bright future, to see that we could achieve eternity, that all the true gods' followers resolutely embarked on the path of fighting against the world, that they held on to hope, pursuing extraordinary achievements? And what about the three true gods? Anson, biting his pipe, spoke with utter calmness. When the blood magic king, Pluto, first stood up against the world, hoping to become an eternal being, did he see the so-called bright future? When the master of black magic took the path opposite to blood magic, was it because he didn't believe Pluto couldn't succeed? That his own path truly held a future? As for Orton, who chose the most unique path, was it because he felt that fighting against the world was a path destined for a bright future, that he became the controller of destiny? No, I don't know. No one can know their resolve at that moment, or what made them make such a far-reaching decision, but one thing is certain, their determination forged a hope, and this hope created a different future. Anson quietly looked at Silzer. We are now products of this hope. Even boredom and the Tower of Primordial are. Objection. Silzer exhaled deeply, his voice hoarse. Boredom and the Tower of Primordial were built according to the prophecy of the Grand Plan. It was because of that bright future that all believers worked together to build this city of hope. Objection. Lord Silzer, your evidence is insufficient to prove the connection between the future and hope. Anson shook his head. The establishment of boredom was based on the instructions of the Grand Plan, but this has nothing to do with the future. On the contrary, it proves that even if the true God departs, we, as believers, are still full of hope for the future and steadfastly move forward along the established path. Objection. Such words, devoid of any piety towards the true God, are the real fallacy. Silzer said bitterly, if the future doesn't exist, then why did all the believers embark on the path of evolution, and where did they get the hope to persevere through the darkness? Silzer's face twisted slightly as he retorted, his whole body trembling. If it was just speculation before, he was now completely certain that this guy named Anson Bach had indeed successfully ascended to become a tutor. Of course, his use of power was still incomplete. He seemed to be still exploring the scope of his own rules and domain. In a true one-on-one fight, he wasn't enough to pose any threat to him. But the problem was that both of them now had to abide by the rules of the trial. If he lost the debate and died, tutor, now a tutor, with those all-seeing eyes, could very well interfere with his domain, preventing him from casting magic and causing his immediate death. Even if it was just a possibility, in Silzer's eyes, it was unacceptable, because it meant that he had no right to lose the next debate. Once he lost, it was truly over. His former ease had vanished, and coupled with the loss of his ability to interfere with or influence his opponent, a sense of panic inevitably crept into Silzer's heart, fueled by an urgent desire to win the debate. Yes, the current situation was indeed extremely unfavorable to him, but the same was true for Anson Bach. He had few chances of resurrection left. One more loss, and Silzer could completely crush him, ending his trial. Then, he could simply wait patiently for the next participant, ensuring he won 10 times in a row, and then... Silzer suddenly paused, noticing that Anson opposite him showed no signs of tension or fear, nor did he feign confidence. Instead, he appeared utterly bewildered. Lord Silzer, do you seem to have some misunderstanding about the topic of our debate? Seeing Silzer, who seemed still confused, Anson couldn't help but speak up. The topic of our debate is whether hope creates the future, or the exact opposite. From beginning to end, I haven't denied the existence of the future, I've only emphasized the order of events. You just seem to deviate from the topic. In other words, your rebuttal to me just now is completely invalid. As soon as he finished speaking, the beam of light hovering above his HUD fell on Silzer again. Instantly, Silzer's face, which had been extremely excited just moments before, turned deathly pale in the light. Bang! Without any warning, his head exploded into fragments again, blood, flesh, and bone fragments splattering across the long table and Anson's entire body. The headless corpse collapsed onto the chair, blood gushing out. But this was only the beginning. Almost immediately, new flesh began to grow from the severed wounds. In less than half a minute, Silzer would miraculously come back to life. The next second, Anson suddenly opened his domain, directly covering the entire trial grounds. The gradually recovering corpse seemed to sense his magical reaction. Its bloodied torso suddenly shuddered, and the recovery process abruptly slowed. Anson, silent, remained seated, hands supporting his chin, exhaling a smoke ring, observing Silzer's corpse with amusement. In his mind's eye, the comically dressed clown was secretly removing the intact head from a very hidden corner, intending to reposition it when no one was looking, but now, Silzer was completely enveloped by his domain, and the essence of his laws had been thoroughly seen through. The clown, seemingly realizing his performance had gone awry, froze awkwardly, afraid to make another move. The head wound continued to gush blood, yet showed no signs of healing. Silzer's corpse began to convulse uncontrollably, its skin gradually losing color and turning cold. Until it completely lost its life. Until no trace of his magical reaction remained in the air. The blasphemous mage, Silzer, was utterly dead. Only Anson Bach remained alone before the dimly lit long table. Having confirmed the other's complete demise, Anson finally let out a long breath and slowly retracted his domain. Unlike his past spellcasting range, the retraction and expansion of his domain were no longer as flexible, not only because control was stronger, but also because the expanded range required a vast amount of information to be considered. Furthermore, since the domain had become his body, large-scale expansion would reduce his control over himself. If he kept the domain within his body's range for maximum control, then with infinite expansion, he might not even be able to stand. In other words, it wasn't just about proficiency, but also about his level of mastery and control over the laws. Becoming a blasphemous mage was just the beginning. Anson sighed. Just then, boom, a tremendous sound suddenly exploded overhead. Anson, his expression slightly changing, instinctively looked up, then his pupils instantly contracted. Could it be that this distorted domain is going to collapse? Chapter 736 Going Back. Boom, lightning struck from the sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness and bringing the previously lifeless, distorted domain to life. A pale, azure current instantly spread to every corner, playing a grand yet jarring musical, causing the chair and long table beneath him to sway slightly, leaping and flashing in the darkness, leaving behind spiderweb-like traces. Or rather, cracks. Anson, sitting in his chair, stared blankly at the scene before him, awkwardly expanding his domain to just cover himself. His inner reason frantically warned him not to act rashly, or the consequences would be dire. The conspicuous lightning continued to roar, tearing crack after crack in the darkness, intense magical energy gushing out like sulfur, creating a storm-like roar, further ravaging the already fragmented darkness. The next second, a roaring storm unleashed a torrential downpour, its biting chill assaulting the entire world. Everything it touched, the stone slabs beneath their feet, the long table before them, was shattered, soaked, and dissolved by the rain. Even Silzer's headless corpse was smashed to pieces by the spray of the rain, its faint dark red hue lasting less than a second before vanishing without a trace in the cascading black rain. Boom, another deafening roar followed, and a streak of pale lightning crashed down, striking Anson, who sat in the center of the darkness. Just as he was about to be pulverized, the surging electricity suddenly disintegrated into countless shimmering particles that drifted around him. The wind continued to howl, whipping up razor-sharp whistles. The torrential rain poured down, droplets like silver needles. But Anson remained motionless, sitting in his original spot, his clothes and hair unmoved, without a trace of wetness. He sat there quietly, seemingly oblivious to the collapsing world before him. It has nothing to do with him. This is the essence of conjuration magic. For spellcasters of the other two paths, evolution lies within themselves, but for a conjurer, evolution is reshaping the world. No matter how this world changes, it has nothing to do with him. The domain is himself. He is the world. If the distorted domain before him still existed, he could still exert absolute suppression through the power of the apostles and the true God's aura, but from the moment it collapsed, it could no longer pose any threat to Anson, who had become a blasphemous mage. Of course, this was also because he had already mastered the laws of this world and successfully completed the plan of separating himself from the domain. Otherwise, with the domain he had only mastered for less than half an hour, resisting head-on would definitely be a dead end. In fact, the collapse of the entire distorted domain could even help him master more knowledge about domains, compared to his own domain. The one created by the apostles was no exaggeration to call it a youthful version of the world. After confirming repeatedly that the collapse of the domain could no longer pose a threat to him, Anson finally closed his eyes and carefully observed this world that was falling apart with the help of his superpower. Boom! Lightning shattered the last vestiges of darkness, the entire world now enveloped in a ghastly white flash of lightning. Torrential rain, whipped up by a raging storm, flooded every corner, the inky black rain replacing everything, transforming into an unfathomable abyss. Therefore, to summarize, the collapse of a domain begins with the erosion and destruction of its laws, causing the foundation of the entire world to shake, allowing external forces to leak in unimpeded. The torrential rain symbolizes the annihilation of the world, because the collapse of the laws causes the creations within the domain to lose their power. Ultimately, the rain engulfs everything, and the domain is utterly destroyed. As Anson pondered, the deafening roar ceased, and the raging wind gradually weakened, becoming as gentle as gauze. When he opened his eyes again, even the inky black rain had vanished, as if nothing had ever existed. Still seated in his armchair, he found himself in a magnificent palace, remarkably similar to the lower levels of the primordial tower, but far more complex and ornate in structure. The first thing that caught his eye was the crystal floor beneath his feet, sparkling like a starry sky, and the towering vaulted ceiling above, its endless expanse illuminated by countless lights that shimmered like a galaxy. Countless eerie runes filled every corner of the hall, radiating a mysterious glow. Exquisite sculptures and oil paintings stood side by side, dazzling the eye. Melodious sounds drifted on the breeze, hazy and enchanting, accompanied by a faint incense, making even breathing an unparalleled pleasure. Anson, pipe in hand, watched the scene with relaxed ease, only realizing half a minute later that the chair beneath him had transformed into a soft, comfortable sofa. A girl in a pale gray dress, with fluffy blonde hair, quietly appeared at the edge of his vision, smiling faintly at him from behind the sculpture. The cold stone and long dress could not conceal her slender figure, and her striking, fiery eyes possessed a captivating magic, making him involuntarily curl his lips into a smile. "Do you like it?" A witty voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Huh?" Startled, Anson shuddered and whirled around in the direction of the voice. There he saw August, who had appeared out of nowhere, staring at him with a very peculiar look and an incredibly amused expression. How come? Why am I here? Why did I happen to bump into my subordinate who just finished a trial and was about to enjoy some rare leisure time?" Without giving Anson a chance to speak, August continued with a smile. It's a long story. To avoid wasting precious time, let's pretend it was just a coincidence, shall we? Anyway, congratulations on passing the first round of the trial. I must say, it's quite unexpected. I originally thought you would take much longer. Looking at his superior, who clearly didn't want to answer, Anson was about to roll his eyes when he suddenly realized the key information revealed in the other's words. Wait, the first round of the trial? That's right, the first round. August nodded slightly, speaking casually. And if I'm not mistaken, you probably think you've already passed 2 or 3, right? Anson's expression froze, and as he rapidly thought, he seemed to realize something. You mean all the trials I went through before were just part of the first round of trials? You could say that. August pondered for a long time before slowly saying, but a more accurate statement is that you've finally completed the real trial, though perhaps not in the way the apostles hoped. The real trial, but not in the way the apostles hoped? Anson recalled seriously, then said in a somewhat uncertain tone. Could it be that the real trial was actually destroying the distorted domain created by the apostles? Are you kidding me? What kind of trial is that? Not only could he not have done it before becoming a blasphemous mage, but even if he had managed to do it by sheer luck, he would have been 100% dead while destroying the distorted domain. No wonder the man in the lecture hall ultimately failed the first round of trials. Of course, he thought it was the third round and misled himself. Without the strength of a blasphemous mage, an ordinary spellcaster couldn't possibly pass even by sheer luck. But then another problem arose. When he and August entered, the gravedigger explicitly mentioned that blasphemous mages could start directly from the third round of trials. If the first round was so insane that only blasphemous mages could pass, then what kind of hellish difficulty would a third round be, requiring the apostles to personally intervene? So, in your eyes, what is the purpose of the 5 trials of the Tower of the Primordial? Seemingly noticing Anson's astonishment, August's face softened into a gentle smile. Is it a means for the apostles to eliminate unstable elements, to select outstanding tomb guardians and grant privileges to the stronger? If you ask me, it's both, and neither. Essentially, the apostles shouldn't want more apostles, as that would only challenge their existing existence, but on the other hand, the lack of fresh blood means the path of evolution is severed, a more dangerous signal for null evolvers than the eternal slumber of the 3 true gods. Therefore, more apostles must appear. And the best way to create an apostle is to have him challenge the apostles of the past. The convergence of these factors gave birth to the 5 trials of the Tower of the Primordial, and the prerequisite for passing its first trial is to first become a tutor. This is also the simplest and easiest part of the entire trial. The simplest, and the easiest? A sense of absurdity rose in Anson's heart. Not to mention that even in this era, he himself hadn't seen many blasphemous mages. He himself, on the verge of success, had endured countless hardships and died dozens of times before finally achieving his goal, and even that wasn't enough. Since the key to the first round of trials is becoming a tutor, why are there so many tutors like Silzer who haven't passed the trials? You met Silzer. August's face showed a deeply nostalgic smile, and he sighed softly. I can't give you a complete answer to that question, but you shouldn't forget my evaluation of Rune in the carriage. Right, I remember. You said his painting skills were as superficial as his understanding of blood magic. Anson frowned slightly. What did this have to do with Silzer? For an evolver, becoming a tutor doesn't mean their chosen evolutionary path is correct. At most, it's the result of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Even if they haven't grasped the essence of the evolutionary path, as long as they accumulate enough experience, they can still advance in rank, August said in a deep voice. Furthermore, even becoming an apostle doesn't mean your evolutionary path is correct, but it's still our evolutionary limit. So, everyone determines the success of evolution by whether or not they can become an apostle. Silz's domain couldn't break through the trials left by the apostles, but you could, and in a way that surprised them. This proves that your evolution is far more successful than his and deserves further testing. As for Rune, he's my friend after all, so I might be too harsh on him sometimes. With his talent, becoming an apostle is a natural progression. There's no need to be so rigid and treat the words of a bunch of old fogies as gospel. August couldn't help but sigh and smile helplessly. Anson suddenly didn't want to listen anymore. Calling the apostles a bunch of antiques, believing that becoming apostles is a natural progression, and that even becoming apostles doesn't count as successful evolution. Should we say that this is truly worthy of Augustus, with a grand vision, or that these super geniuses are simply not human, looking down on everything? Although saying that doesn't seem to be entirely wrong. But now that you've advanced, you should realize that this is just the beginning. My understanding of spell magic is rather superficial, but to perfect your domain, you need to constantly practice in accordance with your own laws, while continuously adding various details. August's tone shifted, his expression becoming gentle again. It's somewhat like piling sand, but the difference is that you're shaping it from the top down, eventually building an indestructible pyramid, extending the originally thin laws into part of yourself. Ultimately, your every word and action will be based on the laws, gradually rejecting the original natural world, achieving a level where your very existence can distort the natural world. I once warned you that once you become tutor, even your way of thinking will be vastly different from before. You will no longer be an intelligent being, but the embodiment of the laws, the core of the world. Anson nodded slightly, his outward calm masking an inner turmoil. This is what you call a rather superficial understanding? He suddenly understood that unfortunate fellow, Sir Zell. If it were him in his area of expertise, being criticized so eloquently by an outsider, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back either. However, none of this is urgent for you yet. A normal tutor usually takes 100 years to completely lose the thinking patterns of a normal intelligent being. and it often takes 1,000 years to fully integrate into its own evolutionary path, so you shouldn't feel it too strongly for now, August continued. Besides, you have more important things to do right now. Instead of wasting time thinking about how to integrate into the evolutionary path, you should first master some basic power usage skills, or learn common sense that you can use immediately. More important things? Anson raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, you mean, what I should be thinking about most right now is how to pass the second round of trials? No, that's not important. August shook his head. What you need to do most right now is figure out how to get back. Chapter 737 Blood Sacrifice. Go back. Anson, stunned for a full half-minute, frowned slightly before saying, his face full of confusion, but wasn't it said that only after passing 3 trials could one freely enter and exit the Tower of the Primordial in boredom? As he spoke, he didn't forget to remove his pipe from his lips, his right thumb almost pressing down on the still-burning ash. A hint of bewilderment flickered in his innocent eyes, and his head tilted slightly as if in deep thought. From the subtle changes in his facial expressions to his slightly exaggerated body language perfectly matching his changing mood, every step seemed so sincere that even the most experienced interrogator couldn't find any fault, a perfect recreation of how a person would appear when confused. But August shook his head. No, I'm not talking about boredom, I'm talking about where you truly came from, or rather, time. Even though his heart was in turmoil, Anson remained unmoved. I don't quite understand No, you know exactly what I mean, August smiled, his smile still gentle. Since you don't want to explain some things, we don't need to be too blunt. We can understand each other in our hearts. Right now, you only need to know one thing: you became tutor and passed the trial, and you even used unconventional methods. Sooner or later, the apostles will notice something amiss. What we need to do is ensure you can leave safely before they discover it. As he finished speaking, August, his gaze calm, slightly emphasized his words. Meeting his gaze, Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, desperately suppressing his shock. Not only did the other party know his identity, but they also desperately offered him a helping hand, and even tried to help him leave and return to the original time. Why do I know all this, or why am I willing to help you? August chuckled and countered, his eyes still gentle. I guess you both want to know, but unfortunately, like some things you're unwilling to explain, I also have unspeakable secrets, so I'll explain it in one sentence. Everything I'm doing now, everything I've done before, and everything I will do in the future, is all driven by the same motive, Lisa, only her, and only for her. It's that simple. Of course, someone as cautious and insightful as you wouldn't easily believe such a dubious answer, so you can assume I'm lying, using a seemingly convincing and persuasive explanation to cover up my ulterior motives. You can be wary of my every move, and I suggest you do, to avoid being deceived and falling into a trap I've already prepared. I wonder if this explanation satisfies you. He rested his chin on his chest, his lowered eyes making this dignified tutor, the future apostle, appear extremely humble. Anson, his expression conflicted, fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't trust August before him. Among the various forces he had cooperated with, August's attitude was arguably the most sincere, not to mention France or his beloved mentor. Even many who sought his help were far more arrogant than this man. Even if August truly had some ulterior motive, it didn't matter. It wasn't the first time Anson had been used as a tool. As long as their interests aligned, Anson didn't care whether he was being used or not. But this time, it was slightly different. From the moment he arrived in this timeline until now, August seemed to know every single one of his actions perfectly, while constantly providing assistance, both overtly and covertly. The excuse of amnesia upon entering boredom, the arrangement of Rune to take him to the Tower of Primordial Intelligence, the preemptive completion of research revealing the truth about the birth of the Seven Knights' bloodlines and the origin of the elves, the preparation of ample means to prevent him from falling at the entrance of the first trial, and finally, the assistance in his escape. August, it seemed as if he had foreseen everything that was about to happen, made all the preparations. Even his appearance was not only expected, but also as if it had been arranged by him. This was no longer using him. Anson felt like he was August's pawn, manipulated to the extreme. And that wasn't even the most chilling part. He explicitly mentioned that bloodline power was merely a sudden whim, and whether it was correct required at least 1,000 years to prove, allowing the races possessing this bloodline to evolve over 1,000 years, giving birth to the most perfect mutation, the origin of the elves, 1,000 years, the most perfect mutation. And all of this was for Lisa? Anson didn't doubt August's words, but there was no contradiction between simple reasons and mad actions. If he was truly forced into it, he wouldn't mind being a guinea pig, but if he was going to die, he should at least understand why. Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, the atmosphere around him suddenly shifted. The once magnificent, colorful hall gradually turned a blood-red hue, revealing thousands upon thousands of skulls piled up like mountains beneath the translucent crystal floor. The oil paintings on the walls transformed into scenes of slaughter and torture. Nooses, crosses, the Iron Maiden, the plaster casts on the rows of statues peeled away, revealing grotesque, rusty instruments of torture. Even the once fragrant incense gradually turned into a strong, pungent smell of blood. In the blinding red light of the flickering lamplight, the sounds of blades tearing through organs, the crushing and grinding of flesh, the breaking and smashing of skulls, all transformed into maddening melodies, relentlessly flooding Anson's mind. The magnificent palace instantly transformed into a chaotic and terrifying inferno. Even though he had anticipated this and decisively opened his domain, Anson found himself affected. The extreme emotion suppressed by reason swelled wildly deep within him, bursting forth with all sorts of violent, ugly, and dark thoughts. His restless blood surged through his body like a flood. His pupils suddenly began to contract violently, and his breathing became rapid. "This is your second trial, the court of flesh and blood," August's voice rang out beside him, but to Anson at this moment, it sounded as distant as if it came from another world. "Here, your inner desires and the most primal savagery in your physiology will swell to their maximum, gradually squeezing out the space for reason. This is also a test that every blood magic evolver must inevitably undergo. The stronger the body, the greater the desires will naturally become, and the constantly mutating flesh and blood power will inevitably strengthen the savagery, impacting the consciousness of the originally weak and intelligent being. Whether to completely succumb to this savagery, or attempt to use the wisdom of a lower being to control the body of a higher being, or to completely merge with it, giving birth to a new self within a new flesh and blood body, all depends on the evolver's choice, and the way to let you go back is within this court of flesh and blood." Before Anson, whose pupils had already turned a striking crimson, could even ask a question, the other party preemptively said, "But before that, restrain your domain. The flesh and blood court is a twisted realm created by the apostles. Its laws are beyond your current ability to resist. Abandon the idea of resistance and try to integrate your own laws into it. My understanding of curse magic is superficial, so I can only use such unprofessional terminology." The distant words, tinged with apology, stirred something within Anson, who was already on the verge of uncontrollable rage. He slowly retracted his domain, limiting its scope to himself, gradually abandoning the idea of resistance and instead seeking to become a part of the flesh and blood court. Soon, his restless emotions subsided, replaced by a strange yet simple thought. He suddenly felt an intense urge to kill. Kill people, behead them, plunge a bayonet into someone's throat, smash someone's ribs with a hammer, and then chop their limbs and spine into pieces with an axe. Just thinking about it gave him a jubilant, tingling, and comfortable feeling. With a strange thought in mind, Anson looked up again at the girl hiding behind the sculpture, torture instrument, who was smiling at him, and subconsciously swallowed. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and when he came to his senses, the bayonet in his sleeve and the revolver at his waist had unknowingly appeared in his hands, and even the magazine was full of ammunition. Just then, August's voice came to his ears again. "Of course, doing this is very risky. Once you are integrated into the laws of someone else's domain for a long time, it is only a matter of time before your own domain is completely controlled or even eroded. To avoid this risk, we must find a goal for ourselves, and then let our wildness submit to this goal, turning it into a natural behavior like foraging and hibernation, thereby diverting our attention. This is impossible for blood mages, but it is not difficult for pyromancers. I don't understand the operating logic of domains very well, but as long as it conforms to the laws, in principle, it should be possible to control the body to do anything." Without any hesitation, Anson immediately sketched out a plan in his mind. Perhaps because of his integration into the flesh and blood court, he found himself becoming impatient with complex problems. Based on this, he immediately conceived a perfect plan: vigilance. For his wild and primal self, capable only of simple thought, maintaining a high level of vigilance in an unfamiliar environment was the most natural course of action. With this thought, Anson, who had just been unable to resist pouncing on the girl and tearing her to pieces, suddenly narrowed his eyes, scanning his surroundings like a hedgehog curled into a ball, its sharp spines exposed. This state will last for about half an hour. During this time, any out-of-control evolved individuals will degenerate into mutated monsters and be killed by all evolved individuals working together. Afterwards, the flesh palace will return to the state you were in when you first entered, and all evolved individuals participating in the trial can indulge in unrestrained pleasure, and then continue to reincarnate. After 666 reincarnations, those evolved individuals who remain conscious and rational and have not been killed will pass this trial, or those who devour all evolved individuals in a certain reincarnation, or those who complete a blood sacrifice, will also pass this trial. The last one is currently the only way for you to return. Blood sacrifice? Anson suddenly had a bad feeling, but his body trembled with excitement. Blood sacrifice is a unique practice among blood mages, a way to express devotion to the master of blood magic, the Great Pluto. It typically involves sacrificing a part of one's body in exchange for a temporary or even supernatural mutation. Every blood mage is born with Pluto's blood, the blood of an evolved being who has undergone the same path, a bloodline that has cleansed their own magical reactions. Therefore, every blood mage possesses Pluto's power within them. Sacrificing to Pluto is to awaken the mutant power of the blood magic king. This is an extremely dangerous ritual. If interrupted, the sacrificer is almost certainly doomed, the best outcome being transformation into some kind of mindless flesh monster. The sacrifice generates a massive magical reaction, instantly revealing one's location. To avoid failure, all evolved beings participating in the trial will attack the sacrificer. Therefore, completing a sacrifice ritual at the Flesh Palace, pleasing the Blood Magic King, allows one to successfully pass the trial, and because of this rule, not only blood mages, but all evolved beings can perform rituals within the Flesh Palace. The difference is that the object of your sacrifice is not the Blood Magic King, but yourself, and what you gain is not a more powerful mutation, but a return to your original timeline. August's voice grew increasingly tense and urgent, as if he had sensed an approaching threat. Anson, however, understood perfectly. Simply put, blood sacrifice could unleash power surpassing one's own, comparable to that of a true god, to achieve goals that were originally impossible. This ability originally belonged only to blood mages, as all blood mages were derived from Pluto's flesh mutation, while black magic and curse magic did not involve physical mutation and did not possess this power that did not belong to them. But within the Flesh Palace, the passing rule set by the apostles allowed all spellcasters to pass using this method, meaning that all spellcasters could use blood sacrifice, because not doing so would be considered an unfair trial. But since he was not a blood mage but a curse mage, and the object of his sacrifice was not Pluto but himself, where did the power he gained come from? Of course, from the apostles. The Tower of the Beginning was built by all the apostles together. August's method was to exploit a bug to forcibly borrow the power of all the apostles and return to the original timeline. Chapter 738 Returning Home. Get ready, August's voice sounded behind him, growing increasingly serious. You only have one chance, and I'm not sure when the apostles will become aware of your presence. If the ritual fails, not only will all the evolved beings who arrive at the Flesh Palace eliminate us, but the uncontrolled blood sacrifice will also completely devour your consciousness, leaving behind a constantly mutating body. As for what will happen if the apostles discover you, well, we hope that doesn't happen. Now, use a more comfortable position to bring your most familiar hand close to the ground, but don't lie down. Taking a deep breath, Anson slowly stood up from the sofa, kneeling on one knee as instructed, pressing his left hand against his right knee, and supporting himself with his right hand on the floor. Perhaps due to the influence of the laws, even such a simple movement made Anson feel a surge of restlessness, an urge to immediately pounce on some flesh and blood and tear it to pieces to relieve his inner desires. Dark red killing intent filled Anson's vision, and the clenching of his teeth, which was originally just to maintain composure, became increasingly ferocious, saliva constantly spilling from between his teeth and the corners of his mouth. Draw an overlapping hexagram and the primordial ring on the ground using any method. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it must be something your eyes can clearly discern its meaning, or at least hint it. This is very important. August tried to keep his voice calm as he patiently guided him, but even without turning around, Anson, who was now completely integrated into the Flesh and Blood Palace, could sense the growing killing intent emanating from him. PFFT, unable to maintain his composure any longer, Anson thought for less than half a second before slicing open his right hand with his bayonet. A few minutes later, A solidified dark red hexagram and the primordial ring appeared beneath him. Next comes the most crucial step. You need to sacrifice yourself to the object of your faith. Traditionally, a blood mage sacrifices themselves to Bruto, the master of blood magic, but you are not a blood mage, and what you need is not a more powerful mutation. Therefore, the object of your sacrifice is yourself. We need to obtain the power of the apostles through a ritual, but only you yourself can send you back to your original timeline. August's speech quickened. So you must remember, what exactly caused you to travel through time? What caused me to travel through time? Anson stared blankly at the congealed bloodstains and the translucent crystal floor beneath him, at his own reflection in the floor, at the crimson eyes embedded in his cheeks. It was like someone with amnesia suddenly encountering a scene once vividly etched in their memory. Countless flashbacks rushed through his mind like old film reels. It seems. Anson opened his mouth in confusion, trying to recall as he whispered, "It seems like I had a dream, a very real, very long dream. In that case, my dear Anson, you should rest." August replied with a hint of teasing, "I happen to know a spell that's perfect for hypnosis. It's not complicated at all, very easy to learn. The only key is to be completely focused, without any distractions, and at the same time, try to recall the scenes that appeared in your dream, and remember them firmly. Now, repeat after me. I, Anson Bach, Anson Bach, to the Supreme Being, my Master whom I serve with all my heart, Anson Bach, myself, I offer, to the Supreme Being, my Master whom I serve with all my heart, Anson Bach, myself. I offer, my flesh and blood, my soul, my faith, my flesh and blood, soul, faith, please hear my plea, open your arms to your believer, hear my plea, open your arms to your believers, in this mundane world, reveal miracles, in this mundane world, reveal miracles." The moment he uttered the last prayer, Anson, already shrouded in weariness, vaguely saw the bloodstains on the ground suddenly begin to glow. Crimson, burning flames surged from the ground, growing brighter and brighter, gradually enveloping him. Anson, bewildered, was instantly lost in confusion. The domain fused with the flesh and blood palace seemed to have robbed him of the ability to think, leaving him only with very basic reactions. Just as he was lost in confusion, feeling he should do something but not knowing how. Boom! In the empty palace, dozens of killing intents suddenly surged towards him from all directions. And it was naked, undisguised killing intent. Anson, who had been shrouded in weariness, instantly snapped awake, a beast-like expression appearing on his ferocious face as he warily surveyed his surroundings. "Don't let them distract you," August's voice rang out again. "Continue the ritual, the rest, leave it to me." Huh? The familiar words sent a shiver down Anson's spine, the dream he'd just been jolted awake by the killing intent resurfacing. But, snap! Snap! Two enormous tentacles suddenly erupted from the ground on either side, turning black just as they were about to smash Anson to pieces, rotting and spreading like decaying flesh. Almost simultaneously, dark red blood emanating a corrosive aura appeared in his vision. Some coalesced into torrents, others scattered into splashing waves, surging and roaring from all directions. But compared to the tentacles before, this one vanished even faster. Before they could even get close, hundreds of tentacles that had suddenly emerged from the ground had already sucked up the blood, then were rapidly corroded away, countless pieces of flesh turning into ashes that drifted into the air. This was far from over. The next second, frenzied, terrifying, indescribable patterns and babbling began to flood Anson's mind. Anson, who had just been able to pretend to be normal, immediately felt suffocated. His already contorted expression twisted again, revealing an exaggerated, lifeless smile. Boom! Golden red lightning descended from the sky, instantly snapping Anson back to reality. An overwhelming weariness washed over him. A pair of eyes, incomparably scarlet eyes, appeared in his mind. What was that? What was in those eyes that had plunged him into a dream, traversing time? Desperately shielding himself from the intense, almost tangible magical reactions and killing intent around him, Anson did his best to lower his guard, immersing himself completely in the dream and the sacrificial ritual. If he wasn't mistaken, Nora's power was the key to his time travel. Therefore, the crucial question lay in what he had seen in those eyes the moment their eyes met. He had to remember, he had to recall what that power was, in order to complete the sacrificial ritual and return to his original timeline. Boom! A deafening roar pierced his eardrums once more, jolting Anson awake from his deep sleep. The memories he had painstakingly recovered vanished in an instant. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That all-consuming rage surged within him again. Anson desperately tried to suppress it, his eyes tightly shut, but the more he tried to endure and restrain himself, the stronger the rage became. He wanted to stand up, to pounce on those bastards who had repeatedly interrupted and obstructed him, to tear their flesh apart, to break their bones, to crush their entrails, to rip their brains and hearts out of their skulls and chests, and make them eat them themselves. Bit by bit, bite by bite, they would eat them. No. No, 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 no. I can't let these thoughts run wild. If this continues, I'll be completely enslaved by the flesh and blood palace. I must calm down, I must be patient, think again, think about the scenes that Nora and Talia have repeatedly made me dream about, the scenes they've made me see. Boom, It worked, August's exclamation echoed in the chaotic mind, though noticeably weaker than before, and punctuated by heavy breathing. Excellent, maintain this state, don't stop, otherwise, it won't just be a complete waste. Boom, a sudden, deafening roar brought August's voice to an abrupt halt. But this time, it failed to attract Anson's attention. He had completely forgotten where he was. It seemed he had fallen into a deep, dark sea, and was still falling endlessly. At the end of this deep sea lay an endless abyss, indistinct yet vaguely recognizable, as if he had been there before, both strange and familiar. Why? Why did it feel familiar? No, that wasn't the point. The point was what he had seen that made it feel so familiar. Was it a blizzard raging across the sky, a towering, icy mountain peak, a magnificent ancient city, or? Wait, what did they call it again? Boredom? No, not that name. It had to be more modern, more symbolic. He, she, they, it seems they called it, the land of rest. Boom, a deafening roar echoed again, but this time not from the outside world, but from the deep, dark sea that enveloped Anson's consciousness. As if summoned by the impending collapse of the world, the violent tremors made the once still seawater turbulent and turbulent. Anson, sinking deeper into the water, suddenly felt unbearable pain, more painful than having his skull pried open and his brain ripped out. And at the same time, his fall accelerated. And faster and faster. Countless flashbacks surged forth at this moment, two completely uninterrupted times beginning to overlap. On one side was the White Whale Harbor shrouded in ice and darkness, on the other, a palace of flesh and blood filled with hulls and whales. White Whale Harbor? Which White Whale Harbor was he supposed to return to? Why were White Whale Harbor and the Tower of the Primordial in the same place? No, it should be, why was he simultaneously in two different times, and in different locations? What's wrong with me? At this moment, Anson, plummeting rapidly, became completely bewildered, feeling as if he had been torn into two entirely independent entities. One was Anson Bach, surrounded by countless fanatics in Whale Harbor, the other was Anson Bach attempting to pass the trial in the Tower of Primordial Chaos. These two figures, who should never have interacted, gradually became parallel, interacted, and overlapped in his falling consciousness. Finally, they merged into one. Anson slowly opened his eyes. He saw two timelines simultaneously pass through his body, then separate again with him at the center. Thus, at this moment, Whale Harbor was the Palace of Flesh and Blood, and the Palace of Flesh and Blood was Whale Harbor. Boom, a deafening roar erupted again, the surrounding seawater still roaring, churning, and surging. The next second, Anson, enveloped by the seawater, stopped falling. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the deep sea beneath his feet, then at the distant dome above, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Even without making a move, he could clearly feel his omnipotence at this moment. If he wanted, he could even completely merge two timelines, allowing the beings of the two timelines to exchange places. The world before him was no more solid than a toy. So, Anson gently stretched out his right hand, making a grasping motion towards the deep sea beneath his feet. Before he finished, an exquisite door appeared before him. As long as he opened this door, he could return to his original timeline. It was just a thought, without even any evidence to prove his point, but Anson knew it, and believed it without a doubt, not because of anything else, but simply because he could do it at this moment. At this moment, he was the great being who answered the prayers of believers. But just as he was about to open the door, Anson stopped. He turned his head, looking at the dome above him with a slightly complicated expression, silently waiting for something. After a long while, A gentle sigh came from the distant shore. When you go back, if it's not too much trouble to explain, please pass on a few words to Lisa for me. Tell her I'm sorry. I tried my best, but my abilities didn't allow me to achieve what I hoped for, so I can only make it up to her in other ways. Tell her to sleep well, eat her fill at every meal, find something she enjoys doing, and if she's angry, think about happy things, but most importantly, it's about living freely, without any constraints, without any burdens, enjoying her life. The voice faded away, like a gentle breeze, without a trace. The silent Anson no longer hesitated and pulled open the door in front of him. Chapter 739. Two objectives. Midnight, Whale Harbor. Under the dark dome, the boiling sea churned up towering waves, and as the spray receded, thousands upon thousands of worms surged toward the ruined shore. These three-headed monsters, with infant faces and spider-like bodies, howled excitedly, transforming into a wave of flesh and blood that surged toward the town, leaving only dark red trails in their wake. Meanwhile, in the streets and alleys of the city, the fanatical native cultists who had swallowed the egg of the evil god were still reveling wildly. They were unarmed, their only decent garment being a cloak, yet this did not stop them from flooding toward Whale Harbor's landmark building, the Council of 500. The snow and ice had quietly melted, and the shadows that had obscured vision had long since faded, but the long night was far from over. Hold on, be wary of the flanks, don't let them break through. In the middle of the narrow street, Alexei, his face covered in blood, brandished his half-broken sword and shouted in a hoarse, swollen voice, "Don't panic, aim carefully, fire." The blinding flashes of gunfire illuminated the narrow street filled with flesh and blood, the terrified expressions of the Storm Legion soldiers hiding in their fortifications, and the thousands upon thousands of worms with their bloodshot eyes emitting mournful howls. Monsters fell in droves to the soldiers' guns, their melting flesh even becoming part of the fortifications, but Alexei felt no relief, only endless exhaustion and despair. Retreating from the port to the streets closer to the city center, even with his thorough preparations, the entire 2nd Infantry Regiment was still torn apart by the surging tide of monsters. Of the more than 600 soldiers, less than a company remained. Even Norton Kurzel and his 3rd Infantry Regiment lost contact during the retreat, trapped in some unknown location. The enemy showed no signs of stopping, nor did they know when it would end. Meanwhile, Louis Bernard, holding the elven girl, led the 3 members of the forced unfaithful knights, desperately trying to control the situation outside the council gates, or rather, slaughtering any fanatics attempting to approach. Faced with this sudden and incredibly dangerous situation, the young knight couldn't think of any effective solution, or even what he should do or how to do it. If he could have directly stormed the governor mansion to kill Phil Cressy, the mastermind, during the liberal rebellion in Sailing City, and tried to maintain the situation to prevent further damage, then with the enemy becoming the indigenous Old God faction, and the mastermind a blasphemous gravedigger, the situation was completely beyond his control. Realizing this, the young knight chose what he could still do. If he couldn't stop it, he would delay as much as possible. With his blade in hand, he would fight until he could no longer fight. With this pure and unwavering thought, Louis Bernard, wielding his longsword, stood guard at the gate, no longer considering anything else. As for the 3 members of the unfaithful knights, they truly wanted to escape, but the current situation clearly didn't allow them such a luxury. With Freya unconscious, Talia out, and Anson Bach missing, Louis Bernard was now the strongest fighting force in White Whale Harbor. If he died, White Whale Harbor would be completely without any chance of replacement. Even disregarding what would happen after tonight, they absolutely couldn't let Louis Bernard fall, at least, not too quickly. In the deathly silence of the darkness, only the shrill screams of blades tearing through flesh and the frenzied prayers of the fanatics rose and fell, converging into hymn praising death and heresy. No one knew when it began, just as no one knew when it would end. Nobody's here, so I already said, I don't know. In the rune-strewn lounge, William Gottfried, bound hand and foot to a chair by several guards, wore a helpless expression. I'm a scientist, not part of the order, you don't know. Carl Bain, sitting opposite him, scoffed, practically holding up a "I don't believe you" sign. Dear technical advisor, tonight's events can't be so easily dismissed with a simple "I don't know." The masterpiece you left on this room's walls is enough for the Inquisition to invite you for a good cup of coffee. William shook his head. You're wrong, Carl laughed. What, you really think coffee is just about drinking coffee? No, I mean, given my question, Coffee is completely inadequate, William said seriously. Even the most magnanimous Church of Order would probably want to tear me to pieces to vent their anger. In fact, I was already wanted by the Court of Judgment in Clovis before I even arrived. Their understanding of me is limited to a small amount of research material and slander from my colleagues, all superficial misjudgments. To be modest, my destructive power over the Church is at least no less than that arrogant Saint Isaac, Carl Bain. As for arrest, with your excellent judgment, you shouldn't do something so self-destructive. William continued to mutter to himself, seemingly oblivious to his predicament. The person you serve is a gifted sorcerer, his fiancée is from a famous 1,000-year-old blood magic family, his sister exudes an aura of mutation from head to toe, and as for your colleagues, there are so many secrets I don't even know where to begin. To hold such a high position among these people and be so beloved, I don't think you'd do something so foolish as to invite disaster. William pursed his lips, looking at Carl with a serious expression. Although I am more dangerous than all of you combined, I am now the colony's technical advisor. My salary is funded by the Franz family and the Storm Legion. My job is to solve your technical problems. Whatever trouble you encounter, you can always seek answers from me. Trusting is trusting science. As he finished speaking, William smiled with satisfaction at Carl Bain's serious expression and preoccupied look. Very good. As expected of the Storm Legion's chief of staff, he understands the value and importance of technical personnel like himself, and he grasps the simple truth that professional tasks should be left to professionals. The guards standing nearby couldn't help but shake their heads. This new technical advisor clearly didn't understand that when the chief of staff wore this expression, it meant he was struggling with how to deal with those unruly troublemakers. Carl, biting the flickering cigarette butt at his lips, remained silent for a long time, his face grim. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were back on that stormy night at Thunder Keep, leading most of his infantry regiment in a dark passageway, silently awaiting the outcome of Anson's battle with the monster. The same detachment. The same helplessness. There was no difference. Not belonging to that mad world, he could do nothing. Nearly 100 fully armed adults huddled trembling in a corner, and in the end, only a little girl, barely taller than a rifle, rushed forward to pull the trigger. Of course, she wasn't just any ordinary little girl. Carl turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the corner of the room, catching sight of the girl. Unusually, Lisa didn't whine, throw a tantrum, or rush out on her own as usual, but instead remained unusually quiet, clutching her rifle, huddled in the corner. Her youthful face, devoid of smiles, even pained him. Carl took a deep breath, silently sat down opposite William, stubbed out his nearly extinguished cigarette, and said solemnly, "Lord William Gottfried, I know you're capable. Finding Miss Talia's secret weapon and commanding those guys from the unfaithful knights proves you're no ordinary person. Someone like me probably can't threaten you, but even so, I am the chief of staff of the Storm Legion. Although I don't want this position at all, since I've taken it, I must be responsible for it. You say you're our technical advisor. Very well, because I need you to solve two problems. First, how to deal with those bastards causing trouble in Whale Harbor. Second, what happened to Anson Bach? Why did he disappear, and what can be done to bring him back? Answer my questions, and we'll be allies. Otherwise, I might be even less polite than I am now." Carl sniffed, staring intently at his face. "You can take this as an order or a threat, but in fact, I'm sincerely begging you. By the way, if I may, I don't want to explain to you how important that bastard Anson Bach is to the Storm Legion. You can probably tell that we scum are all swayed by him. If something happens to him, well, we won't be needed. There will be more dangerous guys to cause you trouble. I understand your predicament, Chief of Staff." William pursed his lips and nodded sincerely. "You're a truly good person." Only a good person would threaten someone in this tone when forced into a corner. Carl didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. "But I still have to say, I may have to disappoint you." William sighed, his expression growing increasingly bitter. "I don't know how to defeat the Gravikeepers of the Resting Lands. We had a sliver of hope before, but now, I don't know. Perhaps a heartfelt prayer, like that of a devout believer, would be of any use. As for Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, I only know about the secret weapon Talia prepared for him through runes, which can play a decisive role at crucial moments, but what exactly the secret weapon does, and what happened to Anson Bach, I don't know. The moment he disappeared, what took him away was a power comparable to an apostle, or even higher. If I had enough time, I might be able to tell you what happened, but now, we don't have that luxury." I can only tell you some good news that isn't exactly good news. The Gravekeepers attacked White Whale Harbor for 2 reasons, and the most important one is Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach. His existence is closely related to the old god's grand plan. Grand plan? Carl was taken aback. You mean that? Old God's attempt to rise again and regain world domination? Grand plan? No, I'm talking about the real grand plan, the grand plan to revive the 3 pathways, welcome the return of the 3 old gods, and create a perfect existence, William said blankly. Frankly, they probably don't have much interest in ruling the world, that is, managing us, whom they see as lower life forms, but some power in Anson Bach seems to have aroused their covetousness. What power? I don't know, and I've repeated myself several times, William sighed. All the information I've obtained is through communication with the Gravekeepers via the runes on these walls, but no matter how sincere they are, they would never tell me such important information. You don't know. Carl's expression became even more puzzled. So what kind of good news is this? The good news is that because Anson Bach is missing, they can no longer obtain this power, the grand plan cannot succeed, and the whole world is safe. This answer made Carl silent for a long time, almost 10 minutes, before he finally managed to suppress the urge to shoot him and said, "What about the other one?" "The other one? What?" "You said the Gravekeepers attacked White Whale Harbor for 2 purposes. One was Anson, and the other was what?" "Fear. Fear. I don't know why, nor what the reason is, but the Gravediggers, they are afraid," William said in a deep voice. "It is precisely out of fear that they launched this massive attack so hastily. I don't know the real reason, but there are few beings that can make the Gravediggers of the Resting Land feel fear. If I think about it carefully, perhaps only." His voice suddenly stopped. Looking at William, who had suddenly frozen in shock, Carl couldn't help but frown. "Only what? Finish what you're saying. This is impossible." As if stimulated by something, William's expression suddenly filled with shock, and he stammered, unable to even finish his sentence. Almost at the same time, Lisa, who had just been obediently staying in the corner, suddenly raised her head, her dirty little face showing an expression of great surprise. This aura is, Anson, Lewis, covered in blood, stood in the middle of a pile of corpses, staring into the darkness in the distance and muttering to himself. At this moment, lightning struck from the sky, tearing through the long night. Boom. Chapter 740. With a deafening roar that shook the dome, a pale white bolt of lightning struck down instantly, like a towering tree with countless branches supporting the entire night. The raging lightning shattered the midnight silence, transforming the ruins into a sea of fire that instantly boiled over. Crack, crack, crack. The next second, slightly unsteady footsteps echoed from the burning ruins, as if possessing consciousness. The flames followed the footsteps, parting to create a passage. Walking out of the inferno, still somewhat incredulous, Anson slowly raised his head, gazing at the starry sky. "So, I'm back." Only at the very last moment before opening the gate did he finally fully understand the principle behind his time travel. The entire process couldn't be described simply as lucky, let alone the risks he had taken. Talia had gambled correctly. Nora, who possessed mastery of the 3 major magical pathways, was indeed the key to opening the gates of the Resting Land. As long as the Gravekeeper lifted the seal on the graveyard, he, as one of the Gravekeepers, could enter, or allow any spellcaster to enter the Resting Land in his identity. The problem lies in which Resting Land, or more precisely, which Resting Land at what time? Nora, possessing all 3 pathways, is like a key that can unlock fixed locks, but unlike normal understanding, she can unlock not only the present but also the future and the past. Completely unaware of what happened, I entered the Resting Land thousands of years ago through the open lock. Rune explicitly stated that only those invited could enter Boredom, and I, as a time traveler, certainly wasn't invited, so the answer is obvious. I used Nora's qualifications. Up to this point, the past self and the future self are still on the same timeline. To return to the future, August's method was blood sacrifice, using the trial mechanism of the primordial tower and the power of the apostles, sacrificing oneself to gain the power to travel through time. And that's where the problem lies. Nora opened the gates of the land of rest for herself, returning to Boredom 1,000 years in the past, though the result appeared to be time travel. If she could find a spellcaster with similar abilities, she could safely return to her original point in time, Whale Harbor. Of course, this was highly unlikely. Even if it existed, convincing the caster would be a problem. So, without actually time traveling, she unknowingly traveled back to Whale Harbor on another timeline, forcibly overlapping the two timelines within herself. In other words, until she found the correct way to leave the land of rest, she was both Anson Bach from the previous timeline and Anson Bach in this current timeline, both in Whale Harbor and in the primordial Tower of Boredom. The process seemed simple, but was actually incredibly complex. The simplest aspect was that she had to successfully travel to a point in time without herself, otherwise the consequence wouldn't be the simultaneous existence of two Anson Bachs, but rather a failed time travel and complete annihilation. Even now, simultaneously existing in two timelines, what seems like a good situation is actually extremely dangerous. Would the apostles notice the anomaly? Would past apostles or certain monsters use the loopholes he left behind to travel? Would he be torn in two by the two worlds, his soul and body separated? Frankly, it's not impossible, and it's highly likely. But regardless, he succeeded, although if he had hesitated even a moment longer, or been interfered with by other spellcasters, he would definitely have been shattered by the two timelines, his soul leaving his body, but he succeeded. And his condition is quite good. Feeling his body at this moment, Anson, with a slight smile, gently raised his right hand. Although he no longer needs to rely on any movements to activate his domain and abilities, certain habits are etched in his memory. Snap, in an instant, every corner of White Whale Harbor, every figure, every aura, temperature, sound, completely flooded into Anson's mind. The superpowers that were originally limited to the casting range have completely lost their distance limitations, and are no longer even limited to the field of vision. If one wishes, it is entirely possible to instantly cover the entire new world. The only consequence is that one's consciousness is directly shattered by the massive amount of information. Casting is no longer limited by its original range, but the farther away from the open domain, the more difficult it is to control, and it is also easy to fail. Once one enters another sorcerer's domain, there is even a possibility of being backlashed. As long as one does not exceed the amount of information that the domain can process, one's own power as a sorcerer is limitless. The Council of 500 has not yet fallen. The 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments have suffered considerable losses. Lisa is a little depressed, Freya has not yet woken up, Lewis is actually with the Knights of No Faith, and Alexei, Norton, Carl, the familiar aura gave Anson a real sense of coming back, and at the same time, he roughly figured out the situation. The gravediggers who could not find him seemed to have turned their attention to Nora, but the Shadow Demon had already been severely injured by Freya in the previous battle, so now the one truly leading the invasion has become the Lord of the Abyss. Perhaps due to the environment, the Lord of the Abyss was noticeably less powerful on land than he had been at sea. However, it was precisely because of this that White Whale Harbor had managed to hold out until now. And, perhaps it was just his imagination, but he had a feeling that he was afraid of something. Could it be? Just as Anson was overlooking the entire White Whale Harbor from his mind, the surrounding flames suddenly vanished, and dozens of grotesque, fleshy tentacles suddenly erupted from the ground, attacking simultaneously like a closed cage. Just as they were about to be devoured by the flesh, a blinding red light suddenly appeared from the gaps between the tentacles. Boom! With a deafening roar, the tentacles engulfed by the explosion instantly carbonized, turning into swirling ashes. Unharmed, with not even a trace of char on his clothes, Anson stood in the center of the ashes, his slowly opening eyes scanning the figure twisted into a heap of mutated flesh. How audacious! At such close range, aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? A distinctly distorted and unnatural voice emerged from the darkness from Phil Cressy, who could only be described as slightly humanoid, or perhaps, during your recent disappearance, you acquired some unknown power. As he spoke, the eyes of Phil Cressy's 6 heads simultaneously turned crimson, and an unsettling magical reaction began to spread outwards like a madman. Facing his nemesis who had nearly sent him to his death, Anson remained remarkably calm, his expression even appearing somewhat distracted. Lewis, Lisa, Alexei, Norton, Fabian, and the 3 from the Knights of No Faith, and there's this unfamiliar guy who seems to have also sensed his magical reaction? Wait, that's William Gottfried? That technical advisor. Anson's expression suddenly became quite interesting. You seem much more confident than before, Your Excellency Brigadier General. Phil Cressy narrowed the eyes of the 2 heads on the left side. To be distracted in front of the enemy is quite different from your usual extremely cautious approach. Could it be that you finally saw things clearly during your disappearance? Although it was said in a teasing tone, The drastically changed leader of the unfaithful knights was already on edge. No. This guy's change was far more than just a change in mentality. He was right next to him, yet he couldn't sense the presence of his consciousness at all, as if the flesh and blood body in front of him was just an empty shell. And that magical reaction just now, which lasted only a moment but was comparable to that of the gravedigger. Whose was it? Is this guy in front of him really Anson Bach? Of course it is, a familiar voice sounded from behind, and a rough hand gently placed on Phil's left shoulder. If you don't believe me, you can try it. PFFT. Startled, Phil decisively dodged, simultaneously detonating the head that was being held down. Brain matter containing countless negative emotions gushed out. Anson, standing still, was instantly sprayed with brain matter, yellowish-green, gelatinous pus clung to his clothes and exposed skin, seeping in at a visible speed. Phil, already 10 paces away, secretly rejoiced. He already knew Anson possessed some kind of resurrection ability, but as a sorcerer, his mental strength couldn't be stronger than that of an average gifted individual. The negative emotions he'd just experienced were enough. Anson, still standing there, showed no reaction as he examined the pus that had disappeared from his body, even curiously bringing his right hand closer to smell it. Phil's expression froze instantly. So that's it. By using mutations in his bloodline power to separate the two pathways, that's why he, as a blood mage, could usurp the power of dark magic from Nora's clone. Examining the lingering magical reaction on his fingertips, Anson finally understood his previous doubts. The reason Sea Knights were so rare and special was because they simultaneously possessed mutations in all three pathways, their evolutionary direction far exceeding all bloodline powers, thus possessing the possibility of having more than one ability. Lewis's original all-round enhancement was a combination of blood magic and dark magic, while his later awakened manipulation of water vapor was a mutation in spell magic. Phil Cressy had clearly noticed this, incorporating dark magic power that wasn't originally his own, and achieving a near-perfect fusion with his original blood magic. However, that's it. Anson casually flicked his hand, a half-smile playing on his lips. Opposing the Bernard family, betraying the Storm Legion, infiltrating Nora's stronghold, abandoning the Knights to join the Gravekeepers, I thought that even if you didn't cause me any trouble, you could at least buy me some time, but, Anson suppressed a laugh. I had barely even begun to formulate a plan, and it's already over, dear Phil Cressy. You became like this just for this little bit of skill. The moment the words fell, several tentacles covered in tumors and pustules simultaneously burst from the ground, attacking Anson from his feet and sides. Anson remained calm and composed, showing no intention of dodging. Boom! Flames erupted, incinerating the tentacles into charred remains. Everything seemed unchanged until tens of millions of shadowy figures tore through the charred flesh, lunging at Anson's body. Oh! Anson, observing the shadowy figures that instantly enveloped him, raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. Golden red flames once again covered his entire body, sweeping around like a storm of fire. But this time, the locust-like figures easily traversed the sea of fire, plunging into Anson's body. PFFT, 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 covered by thousands of shadowy figures, Anson emitted a sickeningly painful sound of flesh being torn apart. Dark red blood gushing out in all directions. That's right, just for this of ability, accompanied by a leisurely, distorted voice, the middle head of Phil Cressy revealed a mocking smile. I wonder if this little surprise will satisfy you. As he spoke, more tentacles began to break through the ground, slowly wriggling and crawling towards Anson, who was covered in black shadows. Seeing the figure showing no signs of resistance and its increasingly weak breath, Phil Cressy finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have wanted to use this move. Merging his consciousness into flesh and blood, then transforming it into a spiritual entity for attack, was a technique he mastered after obtaining Nora's dark magic power, a combination of two types of magic. It seemed powerful, capable of directly attacking the enemy, yet the enemy couldn't harm flesh and blood that lacked a physical form. But if the opponent was a dark mage, this action was as dangerous as actively disarming himself and exposing his weakness completely. Fortunately, Anson Bach did. Phil's consciousness suddenly seemed to plunge into a pool of gelatinous water, slowing and sluggish. The tentacles that had been approaching Anson seemed to have exhausted their energy and gradually stopped moving, freezing in their final position like a sculpture. The next second, The shadow covering Anson's entire body gradually faded, revealing a calm smile on his unharmed face. How could this be? Phil Cressy, finally realizing what was happening, stared wide-eyed, but his sluggish consciousness slowed even the simplest movements by dozens of times. So that's how it is, using dark magic to integrate consciousness into flesh and blood. No wonder I couldn't counter it at first. I thought it was a special technique only the Lord of the Abyss could master. Looking at Phil Cressy, whose consciousness was gradually being controlled, Anson's lips curled into a confident smile. From gathering intelligence to achieving the plan, it took a total of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. You really gave me quite a few unexpected surprises. Chapter title: Unexpected Surprises. Chapter 741 Familiar Scent. For a fleeting moment, Anson felt as if he had returned to that afternoon 2 years ago, to the basement of Clovis Cathedral, confronting his respected mentor, Mace Hornard, equally unprepared, equally without escape, equally overwhelmingly weaker, with no chance of turning the tide. The only difference was that this time he was playing the role his mentor had played back then. He had to admit, Phil Cressy's new ability was powerful and innovative, utilizing the characteristics of bloodline power to combine both dark and blood magic, fusing his consciousness into his flesh and blood. The last Abyss Lord to do this had even managed to injure Talia when she was at full power, despite his defeat. Phil Cressy's combination was even more perfect. The flesh and blood formed from his consciousness lacked a physical form, yet could simultaneously harm his body and mind, very close to Professor Mace Hornard's negative emotional flames. If it were before, he probably would have had no choice but to desperately dodge. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. While creative, it couldn't bridge the gap in strength between them. Almost the instant he stepped into his domain, Phil Cressy had no secrets left to him. In less than a minute, Anson, activating his superpower, gathered enough information to find a way to counter Phil's power. In Phil Cressy's eyes, he had neutralized Phil's tentacles with an explosion, but the truth was quite the opposite. Phil's tentacles would spontaneously combust and dissolve into charcoal the moment they touched him. Not even the scattered ashes would touch his body. The remaining challenge was how to counter, or rather, how to infiltrate Phil's consciousness to obtain more information. This was more difficult, as Anson only had some knowledge of dark magic and no practical experience. He spent 2 minutes without devising a method with a high success rate. Anson's domain principle was planning. The more information gathered, the higher the success rate of the plan. From successfully casting the spell to counterattacking the enemy, everything was within the scope of the plan. The less information or the greater the difficulty, the lower the success rate of the plan. Just as he was about to take a risk, Phil Cressy unexpectedly split off a portion of his consciousness to attack him, essentially surrendering his defenses to him. In just 17 seconds, Anson successfully invaded his consciousness. 3 minutes and 17 seconds, you certainly gave me quite a few surprises. With a slightly teasing tone, Anson strode up to the dazed Phil Cressy, sizing up the guy who had caused him countless troubles and nearly killed him twice. Anson lightly extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. The crimson in Phil Cressy's pupils gradually faded, regaining a slightly more normal, relatively speaking, luminous. Tell me, how did you survive? Anson asked directly. After leaving Nora's territory, I was discovered by the shadow demons and forcibly taken to a settlement of natives. Phil Cressy, his consciousness invaded, looked bewildered. They fed me an egg of a wicked god and ordered me to send the unfaithful knights to attack White Whale Harbor, but because the oath was broken, the knights lost control. I could only tell those still loyal to the Cressy family to go to White Whale Harbor and eliminate the Clovis forces and the traitors who betrayed the knights. They will all die, but in exchange, the Gravekeeper is willing to give me a chance. What chance? Anson pressed. The opportunity to join them. Phil Cressy's eyes gleamed with excited elation. To become a blasphemous mage, to serve the eternally slumbering true gods, to realize the ancient grand plan, and then, to reclaim Sail City, to reclaim the entire new world, and to exact revenge on the Bernard family. Sure enough. Anson, unsurprised, smirked. Second question, why did the Gravekeepers attack White Whale Harbor? Their target wasn't White Whale Harbor, but Anson Bach. Phil Cressy's expression suddenly turned serious. The power he possesses is crucial to the success of the grand plan. Me? Anson frowned slightly, somewhat bewildered. What power? The moment he uttered the first word, Phil Cressy suddenly stopped. His previously dazed expression instantly cleared, replaced by unparalleled panic and fear. Anson, his face contorted, immediately abandoned his questioning and rushed without hesitation towards the ruins left by the raging flames. He could clearly feel that the domain controlling Phil's consciousness was being eroded in reverse, at an extremely rapid pace, but it wasn't Phil Cressy's own power, but rather. Bang! The next moment, 5 faces simultaneously displayed terror, resentment, anger, panic, and shock as Phil Cressy exploded into fragments right before his eyes. The sonic waves of the explosion tore through the air, directly crushing Phil Cressy into shapeless liquid, spraying wildly in all directions, leaving an irregular pattern of overlapping primordial ring and 6-pointed star on the scorched ground. It was exactly the same as the magic circle he had used to forcibly perform a blood sacrifice inside the primordial tower. This was certainly no coincidence. The primordial ring symbolized the source of power, while the 6-pointed star was used for summoning. The combination of the two constituted the most standard sacrificial ritual of the old gods. Combined with Phil Cressy's expression just now, the answer was obvious. Someone was controlling Phil Cressy from a very far distance, forcing him to forcibly sacrifice himself. Without hesitation, Anson decisively opened his domain, preparing to forcefully interfere with the ritual. Just then, he suddenly felt the surrounding light dim, and an indescribable, bone-chilling cold penetrated his clothes and skin, directly invading his body. The next second, hundreds upon hundreds of undead emerged from the shadows, simultaneously attacking him. A shadow demon. Anson's pupils contracted slightly, and he snapped his fingers with a snap. A spell, rising fire. Whoosh! A sudden burst of flame surrounded Anson's figure, surging outwards like a tide, illuminating the biting darkness. Countless undead were instantly engulfed by the sea of fire, struggling and howling, turning into wisps of gray ash that drifted away in the wind. The dim shadows weakened, forcing them to cower and hide in the firelight. But this wasn't because Anson had successfully invaded the shadow demon's domain, quite the opposite. Even though he had sensed the demon's magical aura, he still couldn't pinpoint its exact location, not even with his psychic abilities. The reason he could easily neutralize the attack was simply because Elven Queen Freya had already severely injured the shadow demon, and the shadow demon's magical reaction was probably less than 1/10 of its full strength. Even so, Anson still couldn't completely withstand the attack. If the shadow demon hadn't attacked first, he wouldn't have been able to inflict any damage on it, even though it lurked in the shadows. Since that was the case, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Anson slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had returned to their crimson red. Boom! With a gradually expanding domain, blazing flames surged around him once more, like an endless tide, rushing towards the ritual circle left by Phil Cressy's corpse. Although he didn't know why the shadow demon had sacrificed itself, or what his connection was to the Gravekeeper's grand plan, he absolutely couldn't let them succeed. Boiling flames scorched the ruins, flowing like liquid across the ground, but just as they were about to engulf the magic circle, a semi-transparent shadow suddenly blocked the path of the sea of fire, freezing the raging flames and solidifying them completely. A series of malicious curses began to erode Anson's domain, and mad incantations echoed in his mind. Almost every time the thought of insight into the shadow demon arose, it was immediately interrupted by a sorrowful, desperate, and fearful thought. Not only that, even the images perceived in his mind began to blur. Despite the countless undead around him, the scene perceived by his ability was a perfectly intact, sun-drenched white whale harbor. At that moment, an incredibly strong impulse suddenly surfaced in Anson's mind. Don't turn back. Absolutely, absolutely do not turn back. You will die. The fear of the unknown gradually took over Anson's mind, controlling his body. All his muscles tensed completely, unable to move, let alone turn his head. Boom! The magic circle on the ground began to emit a blinding red light. Even the slightest trace of the magical reaction emanating from it sent chills down one's spine. Anson, whose mind had been corrupted by the shadow demon, could only watch helplessly as the ritual completed. He wanted to use the wound canvas to transfer the negative effects inflicted on him by the shadow demon. However, his consciousness was already controlled, and he couldn't even move his body, let alone cast spells. The shadow demon had influenced him through dark magic, and dark magic was used in the form of circles and lines. To break free from its influence, he had to make the other party ignore his existence first. Was there any way or item that could make the other party unaware of him, even for just a brief moment? An item? Anonymous glasses. Anson instantly remembered the magical item that had saved him from several crises. Of course, this item wouldn't work on the shadow demon, but what if he could simulate its effect within his domain? Without hesitation, Anson voluntarily gave up resisting and began to gather all the information he had about black magic and the anonymous glasses from his memories, devising a new plan: recreate the anonymous glasses' abilities. Instantly, one piece of information after another began to surface in his mind: understanding the function of the anonymous glasses, mastering the basic operating principles of black magic, not losing control of his consciousness. A few seconds later, a wisp of smoke appeared on both sides of Anson's cheeks, constantly changing shape: black-rimmed glasses, gold-rimmed glasses, binoculars, monoculars, a golden monocle. Whoosh! In an instant, Anson felt the curse in his consciousness disappear, and his superpower completely returned to normal. In the image in his mind, a semi-transparent undead, shrouded in shadow, was floating behind him. No wonder Freya was ultimately defeated. To kill the shadow demon, simply erasing all the shadows was not enough. All the undead summoned by him had to be eliminated as well. As long as shadows remain on the earth, and as long as even one undead manages to escape, the shadow demon cannot be killed. At most, it will only be weakened, as before. It's unrealistic to expect the shadow demon to unleash a massive pillar of fire capable of obliterating all shadows in one fell swoop, like the elf queen did. However, the opposite approach can be taken, using the shadow demon's own power to suppress its opponent. A perfect plan gradually took shape in Anson's mind, and with a slight upturn of his lips, he once again expanded his domain. The domain's range continued to expand, extending from his body to the surrounding ruins, then covering the surrounding streets, then the main thoroughfares, and further to the distant commercial district, market, church, inn, residential area, until it encompassed the entire White Whale Harbor. Almost the instant the domain opened, the shadow demon, having just lost its target, immediately spotted Anson and charged forward, carrying hundreds upon hundreds of undead and negative emotions powerful enough to instantly break an ordinary person. But just as they were about to reach him, all the undead suddenly paused, as if choked, abnormally stopping in place. "Oh, so, you've noticed something's wrong." Looking at the undead surrounding him, Anson's lips curled into a smug smile. "So, what exactly went wrong? How come the shadow demon, who rules the Shadow Kingdom and commands millions of undead, can't even get close to a mere spellcaster like me?" Under the bright moonlight, Anson, with a contemptuous smile, disdainfully surveyed the hundreds upon hundreds of undead, and the shadows behind them. Just as Anson finally found a way to confront the shadow demon, the entire city began to sense something amiss. In the brightly lit council lounge, Carl Bain paced back and forth at his feet several times, his eyes widening in astonishment as he suddenly glanced at William beside him. It can't be related to Anson too, can it?" The technical advisor, with a strange expression, didn't answer his question but instead fell into deep thought, as if his boundless curiosity had been piqued, gazing at the moonlight outside the window. Seeing William's stunned expression, the chief of staff couldn't help but shake his head. His gaze inadvertently fell on Lisa in the corner. The girl was curled up in a ball, and there were several glistening tears on her cheeks. An indescribable sense of guilt made Carl's heart tighten. Had he been too indifferent to her? Indeed, Lisa is very strong, but she's still just an ordinary little girl. It's perfectly normal for her to cry after suddenly suffering such a heavy blow. No, that's not it. Huh, Carl, you have that Lisa's crying because Anson came back look on your face. No, that's not it. The girl, curled up in the corner, stuck her tongue out at Carl. Lisa is a good girl. Good girls are very strong. No, the chief of staff was taken aback. Then what is it? The scent. The girl hesitated for a long time, frowning and stammering. In Anson's scent, there's a faint, but very familiar scent, but Lisa just can't remember whose it is, and she cries whenever she thinks about it. Who could it be? Sorry, I got home late. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742: The Traitor to the True God. Because of the environment, under the bright moon, Anson, his eyes bloodshot, stood atop ruins, chuckling softly to the undead who could not approach him. Using the shadows of the natural world to lurk and hide sounds like a perfect solution. Where there is light, There is a shadow. In darkness, one can be omnipresent, but like two sides of a coin, what is an advantage can also become a disadvantage from another perspective. For example, what if this law of the natural world is reversed? If a shadow demon, capable of being omnipresent through shadows, were trapped in a world where shadows do not exist, would its power be suppressed, or even lost? I don't know, but I think the answer is yes. With a confident smirk, Anson slowly took a step forward. Almost simultaneously, the undead that had surrounded him retreated like startled cats. It was as if simply approaching that shadowless figure would cause them immense harm. This is Anson's method of countering the shadow demon, expanding his domain to encompass the entire White Whale Harbor, distorting the laws of magic, and creating a world where the physical form is absent, but the spirit can leave a shadow. For a blasphemous mage, this is even simpler than casting a spell. Even high-level ordinary spellcasters can achieve this with external assistance, though on a much smaller scale. Manipulating everything, distorting the laws of magic, and shaping the world as desired, this is the reason for the birth of conjugal magic. But this effortless transformation is fatal to the shadow demon, who possesses both dark magic and conjugal magic, because its power is based on the laws of nature. This means that while it is virtually invincible under normal circumstances, once the laws of nature are distorted, destroyed, and reversed, it immediately loses its foundation, and its original advantage becomes a weakness. Even more so, a deadly poison. Anson looked around. The undead gathered around him struggled desperately, but could not shake off the shadow behind him. Under the normal laws of nature, the shadow demon and the undead it controls can freely traverse the shadows and switch between undead forms, but within Anson's domain, the undead are directly bound to the shadows. Unable to evade attacks by switching forms, and burdened by the risk of operating in a shadowless environment, breaking free from this state would require eroding or suppressing Anson's domain. The shadow demon, already severely wounded by Freya, clearly couldn't do that. Now, Anson finally understood why, despite knowing the advantages of mastering multiple spells, Rune still chose to have Talia master only the blood magic evolution path. Even if it solved the flaws, the more power she gained, the more obvious her weaknesses and vulnerabilities became. And most importantly, the path you chose was wrong from the very beginning. Anson pulled a misty pipe from his robes, a fleeting glint of contempt in his eyes. The goal of curse magic is distortion, the goal of dark magic is knowledge. You, who possess both paths, chose to adapt to this world through magic, the guardian of the true god's tomb, yet, succumb to the laws of nature, the self-proclaimed most devout follower of the true God, whose body served the true God betrayed the true God's will from the start, just a cowardly coward. Faced with Anson's unvarnished sarcasm and mockery, the shadow demon remained remarkably calm. Thousands upon thousands of undead swirled around the ruins, which spanned only a few hundred square meters, forming a massive, almost tangible vortex, radiating a chilling cold that penetrated to the very core of his being. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Anson could even clearly sense the changes in his body. His blood was congealing, his muscles were stiffening, his heartbeat was slowing, his bones were becoming increasingly brittle, as if he might be permeated by the opponent's power at any moment, turning into a frozen corpse that would shatter at the slightest touch. Even so, Anson's expression remained incredibly confident, although there was a difference in strength. In terms of cultivation level, his opponent was simply not on the same level as him. So, why don't you guess? Anson, biting his pipe, narrowed his eyes and gently exhaled a beautiful smoke ring. Why would I deliberately do nothing here and chat with you about these trivial things? That's right, just like when you broke through the restrictions of my domain's laws, I also need time to resolve certain troubles. For example, resolving something you've been desperately trying to stop me from doing. As he spoke, a smug Anson slowly raised his right arm. On his tattered clothes, there was an incredibly complex wound. The primordial ring and the six-pointed star pattern overlapped, a blood-soaked wound. Disrupting the opponent's blood sacrifice ritual was Anson's primary objective. The instant the anonymous glasses took effect, he immediately activated, wound canvas, transferring the magic circle directly to his arm. Since the opponent's target wasn't Whale Harbor but him, they would never easily do anything that would threaten his life unless absolutely necessary. All he had to do was stall for time until the being they were so eager to possess, the one they were willing to risk everything for, appeared. That would be the success of his plan. As for what that being was, boom, a heart-wrenching scream exploded in Anson's mind, causing his smug expression to falter and his mind to become hazy. Although it was only a few seconds, Anson had already covered the entire White Whale Harbor with his domain. The sheer volume of information had consumed most of his thinking ability, and the sudden impact inevitably affected him. In that instant, the distorted laws of nature slightly returned to normal. The buildings surrounding the ruins regained their shadows, and the undead, driven by the shadow demon, immediately plunged into darkness, vanishing without a trace. Thump! The dazed Anson collapsed on his knees, clutching his head as if unable to bear the pain, his body trembling slightly. But if the shadow demon had noticed his expression at that moment, it would have seen a slightly sinister smile on Anson's face, despite his apparent agony. Because the opportunity had finally arrived. Opening his domain and distorting the laws, this method could indeed restrict the shadow demon's movements and even directly threaten its weakness, but it couldn't truly harm it. After all, he was just a newly promoted blasphemous mage. To truly threaten a spellcaster who had lived for thousands of years and mastered two major paths was still too difficult, even if he grasped its weakness. It would have to deliberately reveal the flaw. Destroying the magic array was the first step, and making the opponent mistakenly believe that it had broken through his domain was the second. What would someone so terrified of death do immediately upon successfully breaking free from control? Of course, it would immediately hide in a safe place and then eliminate this target and major troublemaker as quickly as possible in a way that would never involve direct contact. So, what method would it use? Battles between spellcasters or battles between domains and laws? Now that Anson had fully opened his domain, the situation was 100% in his favor. If the shadow demon wanted to turn the tide, it had to start from the mental level, which it wasn't good at, and use curses and negative emotions to make its domain go out of control. Looking at the overwhelming horde of undead launching a suicidal attack on him, Anson knew he had made the right bet. Snap! The instant the snap echoed, Anson, kneeling on one knee, vanished from the sight of the undead once more. But just as they sensed a dangerous aura and tried to disperse, a tiny, almost invisible flame suddenly illuminated the night. Boom! In a deafening roar, the cold ruins were instantly engulfed by scorching flames. A massive pillar of fire first spread out like a fan, then contracted back into a single beam, shooting towards the endless sky. The spell, gathering flames. Thousands upon thousands of undead were instantly consumed by the flames, leaving not even ashes behind, disappearing in the sweltering heat. Only the blazing pillar of fire remained, burning everything in its path. Before the gates of White Whale Harbor, the three members of the unfaithful knights, who had just been fighting the fanatics, looked up, surrounding the blood-soaked Louis Bernard, gazing at the pillar of light that had instantly illuminated the entire harbor, unable to utter a complete sentence. Unlike the three who were stunned into silence, the young knight's expression was extremely grim. If he had initially harbored a sliver of doubt, the moment he saw this scene, he was completely certain that the magical aura that had expanded to cover the entire White Whale Harbor truly belonged to that guy. Finally, it's come to this. Louis's voice trembled slightly, his gaze conflicted. Not only them, but the council, the streets, the port, soldiers, officers, counselors, colonists. At this moment, the entire White Whale Harbor stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded, at the world that had suddenly vanished, watching the pillar of fire shooting into the sky. Within the ruins, Anson stood bathed in flames in the center, enjoying the surrounding heat. This was himself now. This was the power only a blasphemous mage could possess after crossing the boundary. Beneath the firelight, a semi-transparent undead emerged from the shadows, its empty pupils shimmering with crimson light. Clearly, that was the shadow demon itself. The undead that he had spent thousands of years accumulating had been almost completely wiped out by the combined attack of him and Freya. The surrounding shadows had also vanished without a trace under the restrictions of his domain, leaving only a small portion that he maintained by relying on his domain. In this situation, hiding in the shadows would be tantamount to suicide. He, who had just hidden, was forced to reveal himself under Anson's double attack. And from this moment on, there was no longer any place for him to hide. For a spellcaster who was extremely afraid of death, there was no situation more disorienting and terrifying than this. This was Anson's plan. Boom! A piercing wail exploded in his mind again. The shadow that had gathered beneath the shadow demon seemed to have gained substance, bursting out from the ground beneath Anson's feet after burrowing into it, instantly covering his body. Almost simultaneously, the undead shadow demon began to dissipate, while the shadow that had bound his body from head to toe gradually faded, transforming into the form of an undead. In just a few minutes, the shadow demon had begun to adapt to the laws distorted by Anson, and even found a way to use these new laws to counter Anson. Feeling the sudden chill, Anson, meeting the shadow demon's gaze, decisively drew his revolver and pulled the trigger at his temple. Bang! A flash of gunfire, and the lead bullet exploded, creating a large hole in the side of his head, shards of bone mixed with blood and brain matter gushing out. The next second, the headshot Anson, bound by the shadow demon, suddenly turned pale, eventually transforming into milky white smoke that dispersed. Spellcasting, smoke-like man. The undead shadow demon had just released its restraints when the smoke-like Anson began to gradually return to normal, snapping his fingers again to activate wound canvas. Anson intended to send it to the shadow demon before the headshot damage fully healed. To be honest, among the blasphemous mages he had encountered, the shadow demon might not be the strongest, but it was definitely the most troublesome type. Even with its shadow shielded and all its undead foes destroyed, its true form was still a powerful and formidable conjurer and dark mage. As soon as he launched an attack, it would be immediately detected, so the only way to attack was to seize an opening when the shadow demon had no way to dodge or avoid the attack, and to confront it head-on. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity only came now. A faint light shone between Anson's bloodshot eyes, and he removed an incredibly gruesome wound from his head, aiming it straight at the shadow demon that had just broken free from its restraints. Sensing the danger, the shadow demon immediately attempted to become shadow transform. This, of course, wouldn't allow it to dodge Anson's attack, but it could minimize the damage, or even eliminate it altogether. So, how could I possibly let you have your way? Anson's mocking voice echoed in the bone-chilling air. Just as the shadow demon was about to transform into shadow, the domain covering the entire White Whale Harbor suddenly contracted. The previously distorted laws returned to their original state. The next second, the shadow demon, about to become shadowy, paused without warning, and the part that had already become shadowy reverted to its undead form. Because under normal natural laws, the undead cannot possess shadows. To become shadowy, one must enter ordinary shadows or darkness, but now, all around them, was ablaze. PFFT, Anson abruptly opened his right hand, pressing it firmly against the shadow demon's chest, leaving the head wound exposed. Instantly, a burning hot heart leaped from the wound. A burning hot heart, bearing the mark of the primal ring. Chapter 743 Old Acquaintance. Boom, the shadow demon, its heart ripped out, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Its undead body, as if its source of power had been severed, began to disintegrate and dissipate into smoke at a visible speed. But it was still not dead. Even with a physical form that could be harmed, and its heart forcibly removed by Anson, it was still not completely dead. A blasphemous mage who had mastered two major pathways possessed a vitality far more tenacious than ordinary spellcasters. However, the shadow demon's strength was clearly diminished after its heart was forcibly removed. Even though Anson had withdrawn his domain and the distorted shadow had returned to normal, it still did not immediately retreat into the shadows as before. Even its undead form was gradually disintegrating. The two crimson lights representing its eyes flickered, like candles in the wind, ready to dissipate at any moment. Seemingly unwilling to accept its impending death, the shadow demon suddenly raised its translucent, withered right arm. Anson, unable to dodge in time, watched helplessly as that hand pierced its brain, then clenched tightly. Thud. As if pierced through the back of his neck by an iron spike, Anson's vision went black. A piercing scream exploded in his mind, his consciousness seemingly thrown into boiling water, instantly evaporating. Time seemed to slow down. After the scream, a flood of pessimism and despair surged into Anson's heart, his mind reflecting various gruesome images of himself, gouged out eyes, disemboweled, beheaded, disemboweled, corroded. The arrogant Anson Bach was killed by the shadow demon at the last moment, his rotting flesh merging into the shadows, his soul extracted and transformed into cursed undead, spewing the most vicious words at all outsiders who were enemies of the Gravikeeper, until his soul was completely annihilated. This moment was the end of this consciousness. This moment was the end of Anson Bach. This moment, his true story had just begun. The shadow demon, on the verge of collapse, suddenly felt the crimson light in its pupils tremble violently. Anson Bach, who should have been under his control and had his consciousness firmly in his grasp, was now invading his consciousness instead. What, are you surprised? Anson's mocking voice echoed in his consciousness. Yes, A traitor who defied the will of the true God cannot possibly understand how many miracles a sorcerer who has embarked on the path of firmly grasping destiny can create. As his words fell, Anson, with a cold laugh, opened his crimson eyes, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his eyes, leaving 2 tear tracks on his face contorted in pain. His left hand gripped the dagger revolver that had almost slipped from his grasp, while his right hand tightly held the shadow demon's heart, pointing the black muzzle at its head. Having wasted a great deal of time maneuvering against his opponent, and relying on the intelligence he had been gathering, he had finally figured out the shadow demon's abilities and the key to his own domain. So far, Anson's understanding of the laws is still relatively superficial. With enough information and the ability to expand one's domain, almost anything can be done, even black magic and blood magic. But this is certainly not the full picture of the laws of planning, but rather something more concrete and symbolic. Just like the clown he saw in Silzer and the shadows manipulated by the shadow demon. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to get beaten up in every battle first, and then accumulate experience and intelligence through these beatings before he could formulate a plan to defeat his opponent? What if he encountered someone who could kill him instantly? With a touch of self-mockery, Anson pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 1 shot to the left eye, 1 to the right eye, and 1 to the forehead. 3 lead bullets imprinted with hunting instantly pierced the shadow demon's head, turning its entire skull into a dazzling torch. The shadow demon, whose consciousness had been usurped by Anson, was utterly powerless to resist, not even allowed to scream. The red glow in its pupils dimmed, and its translucency increased, showing signs of fading away. Just then, the surrounding shadows suddenly seemed to come alive, converging and surging into the fire-lit ruins in liquid form, attacking Anson, who clutched the heart. In the instant before being swallowed by the shadows, he decisively retreated, throwing the heart away. The dissipating shadow demon, along with the still beating heart, transformed into shadow, quickly leaving the fire-covered area and disappearing into the darkness. But before it could go far, a tearing sound suddenly echoed in the air, where only the scorching flames could be heard. The shadow enveloping the shadow demon and the heart began to twist and deform, like some strange liquid, constantly gnawing, tearing, and pulling, gradually contracting and compressing, finally forming a near spherical shape. Anson, dressed in a gray military overcoat, put his left hand in his pocket while adjusting his tricorn hat with his right hand using his revolver, and exhaled a perfect smoke ring into the eerie shadow. Indeed, it wasn't an ordinary shadow, but rather Anson's ever-present magical artifact, the shadow doll. This artifact normally appeared indistinguishable from a regular shadow, but upon sensing any nearby magical activity, it would immediately attack, assimilating all living things within its range, friend or foe. If the attacker resisted, the shadow doll would continuously strengthen its binding until assimilation was complete. Under normal circumstances, it couldn't fool and pose no threat to the shadow demon, but if it were someone whose heart had been ripped out and whose consciousness had been invaded, well, that was another story. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The shadow doll, curled into a ball, began to expand and grow, until it reached half the size of a person, when suddenly, bang, a firework flashed in the golden red flames, and the shadow demon, swallowed by the shadow doll, shattered into countless raindrop-sized fragments, scattering across the ruins. After a while, the scattered fragments reassembled and entered an inconspicuous jewelry box. This box was actually a magical artifact, once belonging to the Seeking Truth Order. Its ability was to contain anything, and anything placed inside would transform into a magnificent diamond ring, returning to its original state only when removed. Snap! As the lid of the jewelry box gently closed, the shadow demon's aura vanished completely, and the raging ruins returned to tranquility. Just kidding. Feeling the oppressive aura sweeping in from the direction of the port, Anson picked up the jewelry box from the ground, let out a long breath, and revealed a somewhat self-deprecating smile. A mere blasphemous mage who had just successfully advanced to the next level actually dared to challenge 2 gravediggers in one go? It seemed a bit too arrogant. Moreover, unlike the shadow demon who could exploit weaknesses, the Lord of the Abyss was a blasphemous mage highly bound to the twisted domain. This meant that unless he could destroy the twisted domain containing him, he could at most inflict some damage. But he had no choice. Through his superpower, the entire scene of White Whale Harbor appeared in Anson's mind in minute detail. The port had collapsed, and the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments, fighting desperately, were divided into island-like defensive fortifications, desperately resisting the surging tide of abyssal worms. They fought bravely, with unimaginable bravery. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Anson wouldn't have been able to imagine that this relentlessly fighting, holy warrior-like force was actually his own Storm Legion, which was swift as the wind and obsessed with making money. Even so, before tens of millions of abyssal worms, and an ever-growing sea, human strength had its limits. 10 minutes, half an hour, at most an hour. Even if he poured the entire Storm Legion into it, it could only hold out for an hour at most before White Whale Harbor fell, completely submerged by the abyssal worms, which outnumbered the seawater. Moreover, the enemy White Whale Harbor faced wasn't just some weak worms that could be crushed with a boot or killed with a single shot. Boom, accompanied by the tremor of the sea, enormous, bloated tentacles pierced the surface. Yellowish-green pus burst from the seaweed-covered, rotting flesh, and countless worms surged from the openings, crawling on the tower like tentacles. Then came a second, a third, a fourth, more and more tentacles, standing like pillars on Ice Dragon Fjord, crashed down in all directions amidst the roar of the wind and the sound of torrential rain. Boom, another deafening roar echoed as dozens of tentacles smashed through the harbor and the cliffs on either side, sending billowing dust into the air. The already turbulent sea grew even more volatile, with wave after wave carrying worms far more numerous than the seawater, surging towards the already submerged shore. Just seeing this scene made it easy to imagine the terrifying existence of the Lord of the Abyss lurking beneath the sea. Anson, his lips pressed tightly together, walked step by step towards the harbor, his eyes fixed on the tentacles still ravaging Ice Dragon Canyon and the figure about to burst out of the sea. The best way to defeat the Lord of the Abyss would, of course, be to destroy the twisted domain closely connected to him, but that was clearly impossible now. Therefore, he had to find a way to lure him into an unsuitable environment, land. The problem is, if he did that, at least half of White Whale Harbor would be lost, and the remaining half would most likely be reduced to ruins in the battle. He had spent a whole year building up a respectable colony, only to have it vanish in an instant. He didn't know how many years it would take to recover. Since that was the case, he could use himself as bait to lure the Lord of the Abyss away from White Whale Harbor. No, the Lord didn't care about White Whale Harbor's existence, but conversely, he certainly. Anson, who was constantly pondering his plan, suddenly stopped, as if realizing something, and stared wide-eyed at the boiling sea. Boom, with a deafening roar that shook the air, a huge black shadow finally broke through the sea, appearing in the center of Ice Dragon Fjord with astonishing power, occupying more than 2/3 of the harbor. Looking at the monster before him, so enormous it defied imagination, Anson, after his initial shock, revealed a look of sudden realization. White Whale Harbor Council, Lounge. What did you say? Carl stared in disbelief at William, whose expression had suddenly become even more grave. Is it really true? Absolutely. William's eyes were incredibly serious, his voice even trembling slightly. If there's anything in this world that can instill fear even in the Gravikeeper, there is only one answer. An apostle is approaching Whale Harbor, the chief of staff gasped, his face turning deathly pale. I know that for most of you who have only heard the legends of the Church of Order, the so-called apostles are merely monsters stronger than ordinary spellcasters, or rather, gravediggers. It's normal that this simplistic idea, instilled in the general public of the Order world by the Church over thousands of years, is difficult to change in a short time, but the truth I want to tell you is that, as life forms, apostles are not allowed in this world, because they alone will affect the surrounding natural environment. The most terrifying thing is that this effect is silent. We can still feel the destruction caused by blasphemous mages because their power is not enough to truly destroy the foundation of the natural world, but the apostles, their existence stands on the destruction of the world's rules, just as their name suggests. They are called apostles because they are infinitely close to the once invincible three old gods, replacing the true gods to demonstrate miracles to heretical believers. For example, if the moon above us turns purple when an apostle appears, then unless we intentionally observe, we simply, what's wrong with you? William paused, watching Carl and the two guards, their faces twitching slightly as they stared blankly at the scenery outside the window behind him. Then, he turned thoughtfully, gazing in the same direction at the night sky, his mouth agape in astonishment. A beautiful full moon, radiating an eerie purple light, hung in the center of the cloudless night. Boom, the colossal Lord of the Abyss surged from the sea, emitting mournful howls that shook the air, like an octopus washed ashore, collapsing in the center of Ice Dragon Fjord. The next second, a dark figure gradually emerged from the Lord of the Abyss's corpse, drifting into the night sky. It slowly stretched out its slender yet powerful limbs, its four wing-like arms spreading to the left and right. At the top of its dazzling purple torso, a scarlet eye occupying 2/3 of its head rolled, sweeping across the dark earth. The figure floating in the air overlapped with a purple full moon behind him, blending into one under the night sky. Sensing a strangely familiar presence, Anson, who had been stunned for a moment, suddenly smiled. "Hi, it's been so long, my dear, Run Collins." Chapter 744 Safe and Sound. Almost instantly upon realizing the other's identity, Anson blurted out without warning. His usual composure and rationality vanished, replaced by instinct. Those crimson eyes, radiating an eerie pale purple light, immediately captured his attention. The instincts hidden within his flesh and blood were amplified, making it impossible to conceal his true thoughts. Anson was very familiar with this feeling. The cord of flesh and blood effect of the Tower of the Primordial was very similar, except that the former amplified bloodlust, while Rune's eyes possessed the power to force those who saw them to be honest. He instinctively wanted to resist, but immediately realized it was pointless. He simply stopped concealing his true feelings and completely opened himself up to the other. Sensing the changes in Anson's domain, Rune nodded slightly, without making any deliberate statement. "So, it really is you." Beneath his enormous eyeballs, a pair of lips full of sharp teeth parted slightly, but the voice resonated directly in Anson's mind, not much different from the naive and somewhat rigid Collins researcher of 1,000 years ago, only more mature and composed, his voice hoarse like two pieces of worn-out leather constantly rubbing together. Hearing this, Anson raised an eyebrow. Rune's words revealed at least two things. First, he did indeed remember his transmigrated self. Second, he had only now finally confirmed that the two Anson Bach were the same person. Seemingly noticing the confusion in Anson's eyes, Rune suddenly smiled. The eerie face combined with the pale purple full moon made the smile look exceptionally ferocious, yet it did not instill fear in those who saw it. On the contrary, it evoked an unparalleled sense of relaxation and tranquility. This existence, so contradictory to the point of absurdity on a rational level, did not cause Anson any abnormality at this moment, just as a solemn idol does not inspire fear in its followers. You are currently entangled with two timelines simultaneously, a very dangerous state. There might not be problems in the short term, but the longer it drags on, the more your existence will gradually split, tear apart, and overlap in different times. The best outcome is that similar yet different versions of yourself are born on both timelines, each acquiring a flawed personality but eternally separated. The worst outcome is that the entangled timelines become completely inseparable, and you become a channel that exists at all points in time, yet also doesn't exist, unable to die, yet never having lived. All traces of your existence will be completely erased, your consciousness banished to time until you collapse. In short, either you suffer a mental breakdown, or you are exiled by time. A jolt ran through him. Although he had imagined his fate, the moment he received the answer from Rune, Anson felt a chill run down his spine. But August said this was the only way for me to return. After a slight pause, Anson tentatively asked, "If that's the case, there should also be a way to undo this state, right?" "I don't think so." Rune bluntly poured cold water on the idea. August was right. Given your situation at the time, if you had stayed in boredom, it would have been only a matter of time before the apostles noticed something amiss. In fact, I believe they already noticed, so no matter the risk or cost, they had to get you back to your original timeline as quickly as possible, away from the apostles' gaze, even if only temporarily. But I don't believe August, or rather, August at that point in time, possessed a way to restore you to normal. Time is the final cornerstone of natural law, and even the most powerful spellcaster cannot easily influence two timelines spanning 1,000 years, so I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it now, but I suggest you try asking my past self. Maybe you'll find some way. Your past self? If even you, an apostle, don't know what to do, how could Rune Collins, who isn't even a blasphemous mage, know how to break free? Anson couldn't help but complain inwardly, but suddenly seemed to realize something and subconsciously asked, "You mean, this is a friend's advice, dear Anson?" Rune's soft laughter echoed in his mind. In the current timeline, it's best not to know too much information from too far back. It won't help you now, and might even be harmful. Those things that have already happened in this timeline will have an irreversible impact on your existence in another timeline. The more you know, the faster your consciousness will split, and the stronger the bond between the two timelines will become. The more you know, the sooner that day will come. Anson couldn't help but swallow. At the same time, he suddenly had a guess. August's various unconventional behaviors, and his decisive help when he helped him, seemed to indicate that he was already quite familiar with time travel and timeline binding. Could it be that the reason he wasn't surprised at all, offered help, and even proposed such a daring escape plan was because unfounded speculation will only deepen your connection to the two timelines? Rune suddenly interrupted his speculation. When thinking about problems, always try to deduce possible answers within a single timeline, at least before you become an apostle. Could I get rid of this problem after becoming an apostle? Anson's heart skipped a beat. No, that would mean the air, water, sunlight, soil, even time itself, everything in this world, would convey deep hatred and malice to you, Rune said with a touch of humor. Compared to being at odds with the entire world, a mere disruption of the timeline is insignificant. Anson Bach, on the other hand, becoming an apostle is the inevitable destiny of all evolved beings, so you could say that sooner or later, time is your enemy. If you eventually become an apostle, it only means that certain things have been brought forward, Rune continued jokingly. I hope you succeed, dear Anson, otherwise, all the effort my excellent daughter, the current head of the Rune family, has put in, even defying her father to do it all, will be wasted. Anson stared wide-eyed in astonishment. You mean, with your excellent insight, discovering this truth shouldn't be difficult? Rune raised his head slightly, a smirk playing on his fanged lips. She knows very well what kind of being her father is. As an ordinary evolved being, your value to the Rune family isn't irreplaceable, yet you know far too much crucial information. When the new world becomes under Rune's control, the only way to stop me from killing you, besides increasing your usefulness, is one more thing: to become someone Rune can't easily kill. Anson, unsure whether to be moved or filled with emotion, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. She cares about you, though in her own way, though she hasn't truly realized it, Rune said slowly. To completely erase the consciousness originating from an intelligent being would take thousands of years. Talia is still too young, she needs more training. Of course, she's right, dear Anson, you are a very special being, but that's not because of your unique insight or excellent execution, nor is it related to your identity as an evolved being. If it were any other intelligent being, I would probably kill you the moment I noticed to prevent any accidents. Rune's voice suddenly turned cold. Even if August were still alive, or if the Church of Order intervened, even if Talia, Lisa, or even Saint Isaac were resurrected, they wouldn't be able to stop my plans. But, he changed his tone, becoming much gentler. We are friends, and no matter what happens, that will not change, just like even now. I still consider August my best friend. Moreover, you are not only my best friend, but also the brother of one of my daughters, and the fiancé of another. Looking at that bizarre and ferocious face, Anson had no doubt that if Rune were still a normal human, his mouth would be grinning from ear to ear. Don't laugh, this is serious. With a voice desperately trying to control itself, Rune's eyes, along with the full moon behind him, morphed into a long, narrow crescent. Although some of my colleagues and the gravediggers may disagree with this view, blood does indeed connect us and has opened up a completely new path. Those who cling to certain outdated dogmas cannot understand this change, but we do, and we have continued along this path to this day. In their eyes, today's evolved beings may no longer be what they once were, having long since lost their former glory like Boredim, but in my view, the situation is quite the opposite. Otherwise, the already weakened gravediggers wouldn't believe that now is the perfect time to implement their grand plan, willing to restart the resting lands to seize their only hope. Anson frowned, somewhat unable to understand Rune's meaning. What does opening up a completely new path mean? Why does he say that the evolvers haven't lost their former glory, and even believe that the current chaotic situation is very advantageous to them? The world is in chaos, but the situation is great? But these aren't the key points of the information revealed by the other party. Rune made it very clear that the reason the Gravikeepers are targeting him has nothing to do with his identity as a spellcaster. So what could it be? Is it because they know he can travel through time and space back to Boredim thousands of years ago, or is it superpower? He couldn't think of a third possibility besides that. The question is, what is so special about his superpower that makes it worthwhile for them to consider it the key to the success of their grand plan? Yes, the ability to perceive the spellcaster's aura and magical reactions is indeed very strong, but no dark mage is inferior to him, and the mutation abilities of some gifted individuals are even more cheating. What is there to covet? Looking at Anson's puzzled expression, Rune's eyes were somewhat complicated. That's fine. Let him wait a while before realizing his true power. At least he can, Anson said softly. I have a question, dear Rune. You should already know about the situation in the New World, or rather, the Land of Rest. If that's the case, why insist on being their enemy, even going so far as to completely eradicate the Gravikeepers? They might not welcome you. If you insist, turning the New World into your own independent kingdom should be easy. The Gravikeepers are powerless to stop you, but you didn't tell Talia about this, so in her description, the Gravikeepers' power is still very strong, and even if you, as an apostle, personally intervene, you might not be able to resolve it. That's not actually the case, is it? Anson asked tentatively. This time, Rune didn't answer immediately. He gazed at the figure before him, remaining silent for a long time, until the moon, which had merged with him, returned to its full state. What you said is absolutely right, Rune spoke slowly, his deep voice carrying a complex mix of emotions. When you become an apostle, few forces in this world can stop you, but that doesn't mean you can do anything, sometimes quite the opposite. From the moment Talia accepted that plan, from the moment the Rune family's power returned to what once belonged to this bloodline, a certain gear was set in motion, and it will never stop, my dear Anson. Perhaps in your eyes all of this is just a helpless struggle in the storm, a desperate attempt to control your destiny, but in reality, you have silently become the source of chaos, and the tsunami you've stirred up is impatiently heading your way. The Gravikeepers' rebellion is just the beginning, and it's far from over. I cannot stop it all. So I can only warn you as it approaches. A warning from a friend. Rune's expression was serious and earnest, his voice and expression revealing deep concern, like a sentinel watching a distant storm approaching but powerless to stop it, only able to shout from a watchtower. Anson took a deep breath, his emotions a mix of emotions, unsure what to say. He could only nod slightly. Thank you, I understand. No, you don't know, and I can't tell you anything unnecessary. That would only harm you. That's the most regrettable thing. Rune shook his head. As for the Gravikeeper and the resting land, don't worry, Talia will tell you everything. With that, Rune, merging with the moon, gradually dimmed, and the purple glow in the night sky, like twinkling stars, slowly faded. Until the sky began to lighten, a ray of dawn suddenly rose in the direction opposite the bright silver moon, tearing through the dome and illuminating the silent harbor, awakening the sleeping city. The long night had finally ended, and a new day began as usual. Whale Harbor remained safe and sound. Chapter 745 Comrades who are honest with each other. Beijing Port District. The golden sun leaped above the deep blue sea, showering the city with dazzling dawnlight. Amidst the rubble and ruins, soldiers of the Legion, leaning on their rifles and against makeshift fortifications, gazed in the direction the sunlight came from, peacefully closing their aching, weary eyes. The streets and alleys were filled with the sounds of snoring. Fabian, covered in blood and pale-faced, appeared in the ruins. He moved with as light a step as possible, weaving through the debris and among the sleeping soldiers, his eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for something. It didn't take long for his target to appear in his field of vision. Carefully pushing aside the two soldiers tightly embracing each other, and casually clearing away the dilapidated chimney that was about to collapse, Fabian squatted down and patted the man's shoulder forcefully. Still alive, huh? Startled awake, Norton Grizel shuddered, turning his head sharply and raising his right hand, but quickly slumped after seeing who it was, as if all his strength had been drained. Probably, then there's absolutely no problem. Fabian, whose expression was usually stiff, showed a rare expression of relief. I originally thought we were definitely too late, but now it seems that the 3rd Infantry Regiment truly lives up to its reputation as the Legion's elite. Even without any support, they were able to tenaciously resist the evil god's offensive, and even managed to escape almost unscathed in the end. Truly commendable. Hearing the consolation filled with a mocking tone, Norton couldn't help but chuckle. He wanted to roll his eyes at the Legion's vice commander, but he had no strength at all, so he just glanced sideways. Yes, if we survive this, we'll have another chance to die, just like you bunch of bastards. A bright future. I think so too. Fabian nodded in agreement. For people like us, death is inevitable. As long as we're alive, that day will come sooner or later, but personally, I'm probably the most optimistic about my fate among you officers. How so? Norton asked weakly. I think we won't die in this frozen wasteland, but we'll leave here alive, until, Fabian paused, deliberately leaning closer, his cold eyes meeting Norton's, until the Legion falls apart and kills each other, meeting those undisguised eyes. Norton's expression froze as if frozen in ice and snow, a flicker of surprise and murderous intent flashing in his pupils. The deathly silence lasted for several seconds, then the two men, their eyes locked, simultaneously smiled. "So you knew everything?" Norton struggled to his feet, sighing with a hint of melancholy. "No wonder you're a spy for the Austrian royal family. I thought you could at least keep it a secret until you returned to Clovis." "Just a lowly spy?" the former guard officer chuckled self-deprecatingly. "In terms of intelligence gathering, you're far inferior to the infamous Truth Society, the army, newspapers, the church, nobles, businesses, gangs. You're the ones who truly infiltrate every corner. That's why we're the targets of the church in your surveillance, and any slight anomaly is immediately put on a wanted list." Norton shook his head, rummaging in his pocket against the broken wall behind him, then looked up at Fabian. "Any cigarettes?" Without hesitation, Fabian pulled a blood-soaked cigarette case from his jacket pocket. "The cigarettes and matches are in there." "Want me to help you, Norton?" "Thanks. Aren't you afraid I'll poison the cigarettes and use the antidote to exchange for Truth Society information?" "What kind?" "Alexei is right. You're unparalleled in your ability to spoil people's fun." Snap! A small fire flickered in the ruins, releasing a thick, bloody mist. Two men, cigarette butts clenched in their teeth, gazed at the sunrise over the sea in silence for a long time, like wild beasts just awakened from hibernation, slowly regaining their reason in nature. "You're actually very lucky," Fabian suddenly said. 5 centimeters. If that marksman's fist had been 5 centimeters off, you wouldn't be smoking this cigarette. Norton exhaled a puff of smoke and frowned. "Marksman? You mean, while you were fighting the evil god, my remaining main force was suppressing the affected native soldiers outside the city?" Fabian's gaze was calm. "In the pitch black, in the icy wilderness where even with torches you couldn't see the faces of those in front, 3 or 4,000 men traversed the wilderness and encountered the marksman soldiers, their hands and feet in shackles, driven mad. Of course, we were also lucky. If we hadn't run into them, the fate of several thousand of us would probably have been to get lost in the snow-covered wilderness, become separated, and then freeze to death, die of disease, or starve to death somewhere. We followed the bodies of the slain bastards and the crazed native soldiers to their camp, and cornered them in the longhouse with volleys of gunfire, ditching, and fences, firing into the pitch-black world, purely to bolster our courage rather than to repel the enemy. I guess you guys were probably the same." Norton, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, couldn't help but recall the scene at the port, nodding with lingering fear. For a time, the night seemed to briefly return to normal. "I tried to bring some men to support you, but the natives' counterattack was too fierce. The artillery used up all the shells they had prepared and still couldn't suppress them. During that time, a group of cloaked figures appeared out of nowhere and attacked our flank." Fabian continued, his voice calm and casual. "I dared not leave the firing camp easily, so I could only send Leo with his regiment to support White Whale Harbor and try to provide you with some assistance. It turned out to be an absolutely correct decision. They ran into a group of cloaked natives as soon as they reached the city gate. If it weren't for Leo's inexplicable luck in escaping, the entire infantry regiment would have been wiped out. When I arrived, the 4th Infantry Regiment had already constructed a simple two-way defensive position under the city gate. According to them, they had withstood an attack by at least 3 infantry regiments of natives, so that's how it is. No wonder the number of fanatics in the city was much smaller than I had imagined." Norton mused. By dawn, those crazed natives seemed to have finally regained their senses, and there were basically no more fools trying to resist. I had Julian take over the camp and lead the remaining main force to join Leo. Fabian stubbed out his nearly burnt-out cigarette and gently exhaled a smoke ring. "The result was much better than I expected. The northern district suffered almost no damage, apart from the ruins caused by artillery shells and explosions. And apart from a small number of soldiers and crazed natives, there were almost no casualties. The situation with the people in the shooting camp was similar. We'll have to wait for the exact numbers, but the total shouldn't exceed 300. After fighting all night, that number is nothing short of a miracle. As for your side, I passed by more than a dozen positions on my way here, and the casualties were mostly in the double digits. However, several blocks were almost completely destroyed, and the port was utterly ruined. There were civilians lying everywhere, and makeshift shacks filled several relatively empty squares. It's December now. If we let it drag on for 3 more days, those homeless colonists will be engulfed in plague and disease. But compared to that, it's not so bad. The White Whale Harbor Council is safe and sound. There have been no casualties among the guests from the various colonies or the local counselors, although many seem to have suffered psychological trauma. I met a guy who ran out in a thin dress, shouting that he saw a miracle, that the commander-in-chief was a messenger blessed by God. Fabian's voice became even more humorous. Aside from that, there were no other losses, and it didn't affect more urban areas. There were even a few streets that were completely intact, plus guys who woke up from a good night's sleep with their jaws dropping in shock. So, we're really lucky. Yes, Norton sighed. The evil god disappeared, and the city and the Legion are safe and sound. It's really too lucky. Then what do you think is the reason? Fabian suddenly asked. Huh? Norton was taken aback and turned to look at him, puzzled. Is it really just luck? Or, Fabian's expression was meaningful. There's another reason, another reason. Norton's eyes flickered with complex emotions, his expression gradually becoming serious. What do you want to know? That's not important. What's important is what you, or rather, what the Truth Society knows. Fabian said calmly, don't misunderstand, but I know that since Thunderhold, you've had various murky entanglements with our beloved Commander-in-Chief. The subsequent chaos in Clovis and the elven unrest in Iser also had your shadows. In the future, we may be enemies, but for now we are colleagues. I know you've been plotting something, but I've kept it all from you, including, but not limited to, your own small actions in Salesham, because we are colleagues, comrades in arms, for the common good of the Legion. If all of this is the result of the Truth Society's planning, or something you've guided and welcomed, I hope you can at least remain loyal to the Commander-in-Chief himself, and at least not deliberately conceal anything. Fabian, his expression unchanged, pulled out another blood-stained cigarette, lit it, and offered it to Fabian. That's why I came here specifically to sincerely ask my dear comrade, Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell, how much does he actually know about last night's events? Norton was silent for a moment, his right hand hesitatingly rubbing together in midair, but he still accepted Fabian's cigarette. Not much. Taking a drag, a serious expression appeared on Norton's face. We know there's a conflict between the Rune family and the Gravikeepers, and we also know some secrets about the Commander-in-Chief. But we never expected the Gravikeepers would risk exposing their existence to attack White Whale Harbor at this time. Even more unexpectedly, their target wasn't the Rune family, but the Commander-in-Chief himself. The Truth Society did indeed have the idea of assisting the Rune family in taking control of the New World, but we never considered profiting from the conflict between the Rune and the Gravikeepers. What we desire is to break the deadlock of order and create more variables, not to destroy the entire world. Fabian nodded thoughtfully, a sense of melancholy rising within him. While he hoped Norton would be more candid, it was, perhaps a bit too candid. A few simple words revealed an overwhelming amount of information. The Truth Society was entangled with the Rune family's interests and was attempting to disrupt the current balance through Rune's takeover. Just handing this intelligence over to the Austerian royal family was enough to shock His Majesty. No, more likely, they simply wouldn't believe the intelligence, seeing him as a fool desperate for glory, carelessly discarding this invaluable information, only to be caught off guard again during the next Clovis City uprising. Or perhaps, there wouldn't even be a second Clovis City uprising, without a series of coincidences and arrangements. Even a much smaller disturbance than the last one could easily destroy most of Clovis City. Compared to the simple Truth Society, the seemingly powerful Austerian royal family was actually the inefficient, deaf and blind, incapable of accomplishing anything. Thinking of this, Fabian, who had just received precious intelligence, felt even more complicated. Norton didn't notice the subtle change in the former guard officer's expression. His attention remained fixed on the ruins before him, on the exhausted and wounded soldiers around him, his eyes filled with frustration and self-reproach. If his information had been more accurate, if he had been more honest with the Commander-in-Chief, perhaps the outcome would have been better. You two gloomy fellows, what are you sneaking around for? A slightly irritable, hoarse voice, its intonation indistinct, rang out from the ruins. The two, each with their own ulterior motives, almost simultaneously turned around to look at the figure who was staggering towards them, cursing and swearing. Alexei, Norton's pupils contracted sharply, looking quite astonished. He's still alive, don't be surprised. He thought you were dead too. I told you, we comrades won't die easily before we leave this icy wasteland. Fabian patted Norton on the shoulder, stood up, and looked at the figure limping towards them. I remember the 2nd Infantry Regiment has been temporarily taken over by Chief of Staff Carl. You should be in the temporary ward of the White Whale Harbor Council right now. I went. But these injuries aren't enough to put my life in the hands of my beloved chief surgeon and his bunch of quacks. Alexei swallowed his dry throat and tapped the still bleeding bandage on his chest with his thumb. What about you? Do you need anything? No, really, no, that's right. We've only suffered some minor injuries. We don't need to trouble the medics. The two waved their hands in perfect unison, politely declining their dear colleague's offer. Very well, since you're all still alive, then follow me, Alexei snorted. Where to? The White Whale Harbor Council. The trouble isn't over yet. Chapter 746 The Messenger of God. Compared to the Storm Legion, who had survived the ordeal, the guests, counselors, and wealthy local businessmen who had spent the entire night safely in the White Whale Harbor Council were far less optimistic. When night fell, everyone acted as if nothing was amiss, for the day-night cycle in the New World was inherently distinct. When some guests exhibited unusual behavior, it was simply attributed to illness, a common occurrence in a colony lacking medical resources. When gunfire and explosions rang out one after another, and flames soared into the sky, no one took it seriously. Indigenous rebellions or mercenary uprisings were hardly news in the colony. With the Storm Legion's strength, it was nothing to worry about. As the gunfire drew closer, even reaching just a few streets from the council, the previously composed guests began to show signs of instability, as rumors of Anson Bach's disappearance spread. Even the councilors of Whale Harbor began to panic, as countless undead swirled across the land, and countless abyssal worms swarmed into the city's streets and alleys, while shadows vanished, golden red pillars of light shot into the sky, and a purple moon appeared in the heavens. When all of this was so vividly displayed before their eyes, awakening distant memories of childhood nights that had sent shivers down their spines, the ignorant yet worldly wise colonists suddenly realized, this is a miracle. A miracle bestowed by the Ring of Order upon the dark and decadent New World. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone. Open your eyes, embrace your inner faith, awaken your conscience, and feel God's mercy and forgiveness towards us. In the dimly lit center of the hall, Baron X, dressed in a top hat and black trench coat, indistinguishable from the upper echelons of Whale Harbor, stood before the crystal chandelier that had fallen from the vaulted ceiling, addressing the surrounding guests with passionate fervor. This privy councillor, appointed by the royal family, and appointed Governor-General and Colonial Tax Commissioner, had become a complete fanatic after witnessing the truth. Who saved White Whale Harbor from doom? Who awakened the slumbering dawn from the long night? Who protected us, defenseless, weak and weeping, shrouded in darkness, nearly reduced to sacrifices and playthings of evil gods? It was God, the great Ring of Order, who saved White Whale Harbor from the demons summoned by cultists. Brigadier General Anson Bach is the messenger of the Ring of Order. Once upon a time, I was merely a pseudo-believer who treated faith as a habit, not truly believing in the existence of the Ring of Order. In my foolish mind, it was all just a self-deceiving trick, but now I finally understand. The Ring of Order is so powerful that it even shows mercy to devoid of piety like myself, granting me the opportunity to witness miracles. Yes, I saw it. I saw Brigadier General Anson Bach emerge from the sea of fire, and I saw the Ring of Order, appearing from the moon, use its divine power to remove the curses cast upon him by the devil. What an honor! The Ring of Order summoned its messenger and bestowed upon him a new mission, that our beloved Brigadier General Anson Bach not only saves Whale Harbor but also becomes the savior of the entire New World, spreading the true teachings to every corner of this fallen land in the name of the Ring of Order. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall. And the guests, moved to tears, gazed at the figure who seemed to be preaching, pushing the already fervent atmosphere to its peak. For the colonies, neither the legendary old gods, nor the enigmatic heretical beliefs, nor the evil gods lurking in the shadows were mere tales to be dismissed as bedtime horrors uttered by madmen. They were an integral part of their lives, no different from cold, plague, disease, or famine, in some ways, even less tangible and terrifying. This is why, after enduring the long night, they believed everything spoken by the suddenly devout Baron X, even experiencing a sense of sudden enlightenment. After all, if not drawn by the Ring of Order, why would Brigadier General Anson Bach suddenly disappear, only to reappear from the lightning after his disappearance, ending the darkness that shrouded White Whale Harbor? If it wasn't the Ring of Order that destroyed the Shadow Demons and the Lord of the Abyss, saving White Whale Harbor from the heretical gods, then who is it that saved their lives and souls, which were like candles flickering in the wind? Praise the Ring of Order. Praise Anson Bach, savior of the New World. A fervent cheer echoed through the hall, wave after wave of sound gradually dispelling the doubts of many who remained bewildered. drawing them into the post-apocalyptic celebration. Among them was Reinhard Roland, the president of the New Continent Bank, who had just recovered from a coma and was completely unaware of what had happened, hiding in a corner, watching the seemingly collectively frenzied crowd with complex emotions. As collaborators, it was certainly a good thing that their partners had gained such immense prestige. However, this prestige would inevitably further widen the divide between the old and new worlds. Being summoned by the Ring of Order, a messenger of God, this indescribable appeal might have been manageable if it had only been confined to Whale Harbor, but today's guests included the upper echelons of various colonies, meaning that whatever happened would inevitably have an indelible impact on the Free Confederation and even the entire New World. Reshaped under this influence, tightly united around Anson Bach, and with unparalleled fanaticism, could the Free Confederation still reach a compromise with the Empire and avoid a pointless war? Reinhardt didn't know, but he was very clear about one thing: from this moment on, there would be no one else in the New World whose prestige or power could surpass Anson Bach. Whether he accepted the title or not, he was already the de facto uncrowned king of the New World. Any force or individual who dared to oppose this outcome would be utterly crushed by the fanatical believers present. Hearing the ear-piercing shouts, Reinhardt's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly noticed someone who seemed amiss. The messenger of the Ring of Order, the savior of the New World, the beloved commander-in-chief of the Colonial Legion, he had vanished again. Gone, in the icy wilderness, a chestnut-haired girl in a fiery red classical imperial dress stood in waist-deep snow, a lingering look of astonishment in her eyes. She turned sharply, muttering to herself towards White Whale Harbor. Though it was only for a moment, though it was extremely faint due to the distance and environment, she was absolutely certain that the aura was her father. Her father had arrived at the land of rest, and with Anson? Talia's eyes widened, her curiosity turning into that of a 13 or 14-year-old girl, utterly stunned. But this aura lasted for less than a minute before completely vanishing. The chaotic White Whale Harbor was left only with Anson Bach's magical reactions. Why was the Gravikeeper's target Anson Bach? Who was that person constantly sending messages to the surroundings? Why did her father's aura suddenly appear and then disappear? What exactly happened at White Whale Harbor? So many questions filled the girl's heart, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, so much so that even the raging snow and ice around her refused to leave a mark on her. Or rather, it was impossible for her to leave any mark at all. The biting wind, carrying countless glittering droplets, howled across the gloomy sky, but before it could reach the girl's delicate collarbone and smooth arms, it had already transformed into wisps of breeze, gently caressing her rosy earlobes and causing her curly hair to sway softly. As for the snow and ice, it vanished the moment it touched her skin. If the gravediggers were still steadfastly at their posts, and the gates to the land of rest remained tightly shut, Talia would never be as carefree as she was now. Not to mention the surrounding snow and ice, the barrier alone would have been enough to block her path. Even if she searched the entire snow-capped mountain from top to bottom, she would never find the correct path to the land of rest. But now, the legendary boredom was within her grasp. This wasn't actually Talia's initial plan. Her initial idea was to hold off the Gravikeeper's attack as much as possible, buying Anson time and opportunity to enter the resting lands. With Nora's help, if Anson could successfully enter boredom, he could not only escape the Gravikeeper's pursuit but also avoid conflict with his father. But things didn't go as she expected. Boom! Pale white lightning flashed in the leaden gray clouds, and the icy winds still howled fiercely, but it was clearly now a bluff. Unmoved, the girl continued forward, the towering mountain peaks in the distance gradually revealing their majestic outlines, like the edge of the world, marking the end of her vision. To protect the beacon of the evolved, the apostles erected 3 boundaries for boredom: a non-existent barrier, an eternal, unyielding blizzard, and a city atop the mountain. Even if an intruder manages to destroy the outer barrier and force their way through the blizzard, they will be stopped below the mountain peak, the altitude of thousands of meters and the mountain's solidity, impervious even to meteorites, are enough to instill despair in any intruder below the apostle level. Her father's words echoed in the girl's heart, an unprecedented fervor surging within her. It was an indescribable excitement and elation, a happiness capable of destroying any common reason. Boredom, Talia murmured to herself, unconsciously quickening her pace. After the entire Old God faction had fallen into a 1,000-year slumber, to the point that even their grand plans had, to some extent, become history, she would become the first spellcaster to reopen the tomb of the true God, to explore the truth of evolution and the past. And all of this was because of Anson Bach. Talia's thoughts about this man, who seemed perpetually confident and never lacking in plans, were incredibly complex. In the very beginning, Anson Bach. He was merely a gift to deal with Mace Harnard and retrieve Lisa. The invitation and the identity of fiancé were simply a pretext to eliminate him. He clearly realized this, yet he still came, and found a very interesting way to avoid being eliminated by himself and his father, to prove his usefulness. To this day, Talia still cannot forget the shock she felt when he mentioned the Rune family's takeover of the New World. This wasn't just about survival, it was also about protecting Lisa from the Rune family, her sister, with whom she had no blood relation and had only known her for a few months. Talia was jealous of her much younger sister, who shared her bloodline. What followed was Anson Bach proving his usefulness through his actions, the expansion of the August Armory, the growth of the stormtroopers. He was indeed gradually realizing that seemingly absurd yet incredibly beautiful blueprint. When she came to her senses, the Rune family had already established a solid foundation in Whale Harbor, becoming the uncrowned kings of the entire Free Confederation. Once the new continent bank completely covered all the colonies, their past fantasies would become reality. But this also meant that Anson Bach had gradually lost his usefulness to the Rune family. More dangerously, Anson himself seemed completely unaware of this. After much deliberation, Talia decided to leave the opportunity to enter boarding to Anson, but things didn't go as planned, and she ended up finding the correct entrance to the Land of Rest. At this point, things were completely beyond her control, and after a brief hesitation, she headed towards boarding alone. The snow gradually melted, and the ancient mountain peak in the center of her vision became increasingly clear. The roof of the earth, which had stood for thousands of years, presented itself to the girl in its unchanging form. In the dead silence, Talia unconsciously stopped, gazing up at this holy land shared by all the believers of the true God with boundless longing. According to my father, only invited guests can find the gates of boredom, but now, the girl muttered to herself, slowly raising her right hand and stretching it forward. Just as she was trying to unleash her power to find the entrance, a golden gate suddenly appeared directly in front of her. Suppressing her excitement, the girl took a deep breath to calm herself down, then slowly raised her hands and pushed the door open with all her might. Boredom, sealed for thousands of years, was once again revealed to the world. Before this moment, the girl had imagined countless scenes, her mind filled with the stories her father had told her, rows of eerie streets, thousands of twisted domains, the towering primordial tower. But when she actually saw the ancient Land of Rest, the excited Talia was startled and froze on the spot. Where is this? Happy New Year. Also, I promised to add an extra chapter during the holiday. Chapter 747 Lisa's Cult. White Whale Harbor Command Center, early morning. In the brightly lit living room, Anson Bach was curled up on the sofa next to the fireplace, holding a half-empty glass of rum, deep in thought as he stared at a hastily written propaganda poster. As the military commander of White Whale Harbor and the de facto colonial governor, he should have been at the council immediately, or leading the Storm Legion soldiers to organize rescue efforts in the ruins destroyed by the evil gods, mobilizing resources to aid the affected people, doing everything possible to stabilize morale and minimize the impact of this sudden disaster. But, the Great Ring of Order has personally descended, saving White Whale Harbor from the evil gods and bestowing upon the New World shrouded in northern darkness a true savior. Anson Bach is our savior. Just from the almost illegible handwriting, it's not hard to feel how excited the author was. Anson twitched his lips. Did he really write this? Most likely not. Carl, sitting in the opposite chair, shook his head seriously, the wine glass in his hand constantly shaking, his heart revealing his current mood. I personally think it was probably transcribed by some audience member on the spot. Given Baron X's state of mind at the scene, it's unlikely he would have been in the mood to prepare such a softly worded, standardly spelled propaganda poster. Anson Bach. But regardless of whether this Baron saw something he shouldn't have, feigned madness to save his life, or genuinely sees you as the savior of White Whale Harbor, his goal has been achieved. The chief of staff, barely suppressing a laugh, took a sip of rum, his lips twitching. Now half of White Whale Harbor is about to become his fanatical followers, and the other half already is. This was why Carl had dragged Anson back to headquarters the moment he found him. If the already fanatical citizens of White Whale Harbor were to see their savior now, the situation would absolutely spiral out of control. As for the city, I've assigned Fabian to handle disaster relief, and the junior clerk to stay in the council to gather intelligence and contact the New Continent Company to quickly procure food, fuel, and reconstruction supplies. For now, it's best if you don't make any public appearances. Carl paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of course, if you enjoy being seen as a savior, then disregard what I said. Anson habitually ignored this obvious sarcasm. Baron X, who suddenly became a fanatical follower of the Ring of Order, while his motives are currently unclear and he will certainly cause a lot of trouble, he is still temporarily beneficial to Anson, or rather, the entire colony. If Anson were to step forward now and tell the tens of thousands of people in Whale Harbor, whom he has bewitched, that the situation is not as they believe, and that he is not some savior, he would have to explain clearly what actually happened that night. Obviously, that's impossible. Tell them that it wasn't the Ring of Order that killed the evil god, but another evil god, who will become their ruler in the not-too-distant future? Putting aside whether it serves the interests of the Storm Legion, Anson personally believes that he is fortunate enough to have been physically eliminated before social death, and that's only because Rune considers him a friend. So, for better or worse, Baron X has at least given all the people of Whale Harbor an explanation, although the side effects may be quite significant. Thankfully, this is the New World. If this were in Clovis, and the Inquisition knew that the locals called him the savior sent by the Ring of Order, just imagining the scene made Anson shudder. Although he had become a blasphemous mage, he had only accepted the identity of an evolver at this moment, and had not yet realized that he was no longer human, still considering things from the perspective of the past. Thinking of the side effects, Anson realized that only he and Carl were in the living room. Wait, where did Lisa go? Nowhere. She's with the guards in the council's lounge at White Whale Harbor. Carl tossed down his glass and snorted irritably. I'm not one of you monsters. How do you think I managed to evade thousands of people in the council, find you immediately, and return to headquarters unharmed? You mean, since they couldn't find you, they just won over Lisa, treating her like a goddess, doing whatever she asked, obeying her every whim? Carl's lips curled into a smile. Of course, Lisa doesn't know what happened, but that doesn't stop her from enjoying it. As for what happened, you can probably imagine it without me telling you. Anson, holding his glass, was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. He already had a picture in his mind. A girl with messy chestnut hair and a silly grin sat cross-legged on a sunlit pulpit, clutching her favorite steam rifle and covered in a jumble of weapons, looking down at the masses. Closest to her were the most esteemed priests, bowing and offering various pastries with both hands. Following closely behind were the slightly lesser servants, kneeling on one knee and holding cans of beef, chicken, and cured pork above their heads for her to enjoy. Further out were those responsible for preparing all the food the girl desired, kneeling and immediately handing it to the servants and priests before accepting her protection. As for the rest were the criminals unaware of the situation, essentially heretics or cultists in this system, requiring Lisa to personally pull the trigger of her rifle and physically punish them with Grand Sheriff's discipline. Such a clearly defined, orderly, and harmonious religious scene was enough to make one's brain boil just thinking about it, unsure from any angle to judge it fairly or objectively. And thinking about it this way, Anson felt even more that he didn't need to intervene for the time being. However, even so, many problems still urgently needed to be addressed, and it wouldn't make his, de facto, colonial governor much less free. Although the specific loss and casualty figures haven't come out yet, we have a general range. After downing his rum, the chief of staff pulled a letter from his pocket. The Legion's casualty figures are quite good, including the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments. The total is less than 300 men, the ranged corps is about the same. According to Fabian's report, the fighting was fierce, but the casualties are only between 200 and 500, and the actual death toll is definitely below 100, thanks to the Ring of Order, or some evil god's blessing. The situation in the city isn't so good. The port area alone is completely destroyed, with around 1,000 dead and wounded. Warehouses, docks, shipyards, shops, houses. Everything is gone. Thousands of people have lost their livelihoods, and the fuel and food they have can only last until tonight at most. It's December, winter, and the new year is just around the corner. If we can't resolve this, all the good reputation we've built up will probably be faded. Anson raised an eyebrow. Carlton paused, then shook his head and said, I think it should be called annihilation. Anson fell silent. Although he wanted to retort to Carl's complaint, he knew it was true, even though the Rune family and the Storm Legion had put in so much effort, doing everything they could to elevate White Whale Harbor to a level of prosperity unbecoming of their own, comparable to the former sailboat city. The hard-won trust and loyalty would vanish instantly if the reconstruction and disaster relief work wasn't resolved quickly. Of course, in that case, the so-called savior issue would also disappear, but that was definitely not the outcome that Anson, the officer corps, the Rune family, or any other forces that had invested heavily in White Whale Harbor wanted. He had to take action, an action that would produce immediate results. Are the supplies currently stored at Whale Harbor sufficient? Anson asked in a deep voice. If we include the reserves of both legions, as well as the stockpiles of the surrounding farms, can we solve the problem? Of course, rebuilding the port and finding new livelihoods for those colonists won't be easy, but getting them through this winter is definitely not a problem. He gave an affirmative answer, but Carl's furrowed brows remained unresolved. But you need to think carefully. With these resources poured in, the construction of the Musketeer Corps will have to be delayed, and large-scale requisitioning of food, even with a valid reason, will still cause discontent among the surrounding farms and colonies. I understand, Anson nodded slightly, but unless you have another way, this is the only thing we can do. Whale Harbor can't afford such a loss of several thousand colonists. The chief of staff didn't respond. He pursed his lips, staring at Anson with a very meaningful gaze. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that better method you mentioned, Carl stammered, his eyes unblinking. I'm just suggesting an idea, from your perspective, or rather from the Rune family's perspective. Do you think, is there a possibility? What possibility? You know, it's that possibility. Which possibility? Anson, looking confused, was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed, realizing something. You don't mean to think, I'm just asking, Carl quickly added, his face turning pale with nervousness. Is it possible? Absolutely not. After hesitating for a second, Anson decisively rejected it. The side effects are too great. The final result might be 10,000 times more terrifying than letting these thousands of people starve to death. He finally understood what Carl meant, to let Talia or Rune's flesh multiply, or to multiply thousands of worms like the Lord of the Abyss, to feed these lifeless thousands of people. Not to mention whether Rune could agree. Even if he did, Anson wouldn't dare to feed ordinary people with the flesh of an apostle or a blasphemous mage, even if it was cooked. Those evolved beings at that level have bodies teeming with all sorts of mutation factors. Consuming them casually would at best result in them mutating into strange shapes, far more effective than drinking nuclear wastewater. However, Anson could think of a solution. While he couldn't conjure food or forcibly repair the destroyed port, he could still expand his domain to cover the entire White Whale Harbor, ensuring the snowstorm would lessen and temperatures would rise a few degrees in the coming days. Incidentally, he could also hone his control over the domain and deepen his understanding of the laws, a win-win situation. After being bluntly rejected by Anson, Carl was not discouraged. On the contrary, he breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I'll prepare to mobilize the Legion's supplies and reserves to begin the grain requisition for the foreseeable future. The sharp decline in farm income will definitely cause turmoil throughout the Legion, so we must first inform the officer corps and all soldiers of the situation. Compensation is definitely out of the question, and if there is, it will have to wait until next year. Originally, we could try to buy some grain from the 3 North Sea kingdoms, but now, we can only try to squeeze some money out of the Free Confederation. I'll find a way with the Free Confederation. And also with Northport, since the mainland is likely to abandon us, they probably won't refuse reasonable requests, Anson added. As long as the price is right, the Cecil family should refuse grain trade. Let's hope so, Carl sighed, clearly not holding out much hope for the mainland. For an industry veteran who has spent years working as a scapegoat, taking the blame is an extremely rare exception, whether it's the army or the kingdom's high command. Most of the time, they're only 100 times worse than a scumbag when it comes to their own people who have lost their usefulness. However, having just gone through the War of Independence, the Free Confederation's reserves are probably not very optimistic. Do you have any plans? Yes, so I don't plan to ask those colonies that are so poor they still need White Whale Harbor to help them, Anson said with certainty. Lake Town and Sailing City, right now, only these 2 colonies should be able to provide us with surplus rations. The former is a famous distribution center for supplies in the entire New World, and has been engaged in the livestock trade for many years. They definitely have a large amount of supplies that can be mobilized and transported at any time, so there is no need for temporary requisition. The latter is the Free Confederation's most important granary, directly supporting 2 large colonies. Although they suffered considerable losses due to the previous war, they can definitely borrow or sell some of their reserves temporarily. Moreover, Sail City is preparing to build a shipyard, requiring a large investment but suffering from a lack of income. At such a time, a preferential grain trade would definitely meet their needs. And Louis Bernard personally experienced this catastrophe. Given his character, he would never abandon those civilian victims. Anson was quite confident about this. Perhaps, that's right. Carl sighed and handed the letter in his hand to the puzzled Anson. Louis Bernard, the governor of Sail City whom you've tormented several times, has already returned ahead of schedule. This is a letter he left specifically for you. Chapter 748 Louis's Son. To my best friend and adversary, Anson Bach, by the time you read this letter, Freya and I should already be on our way to Lake Town. We'll be boarding a ship bound for Sailing City at the port of Redan Bay. In the name of friendship, I hope you won't stop us. Forgive my abrupt departure, for I truly don't know how to meet you now. Half of me sees you as an evil that must be eradicated, while the other half keeps trying to explain that there must be a reason for all this, that the situation is definitely not as it appears, that there must be some factor I don't know that led to this outcome. I'm hopelessly caught in this complete contradiction of thought, and to avoid you seeing my distraught state, leaving quietly is perhaps more appropriate for the current situation. Of course, this doesn't mean I need you to explain anything. It's just that there are some things I might really need some time to understand. We are friends, which means I will never doubt you in the slightest, and it also means that if you ever do something wrong, I will be the first to stand up and stop you. Even if the price is my life, I will do it without hesitation. Before you left, your technical advisor told me he might be able to restore Freya to normal, but that would require your help. If that's true, please be sure to write to let me know. Louis Bernard will never forget this kindness. My dear Anson, I have so many questions for you. Why did the old gods of the resting lands attack White Whale Harbor so recklessly? Why did you suddenly disappear? And what turned you into your current state? What is your connection to the purple moon that killed the Lord of the Abyss? But I know some questions aren't easy to answer, and may not even have an answer at all. I just want to tell you that these things won't affect our friendship. You're a meticulous and observant fellow, always appearing so confident and composed, but I understand you're not part of the order. You just prepare more than anyone else, observe more carefully than anyone else, and decide more decisively than anyone else, meaning that when a necessary situation arises, you'll seize that only straw without hesitation. And it is precisely at times like these that I become more hesitant, more indecisive, and more fixated on certain issues, preferring failure to taking that crucial step to turn the tide. I think this is perhaps the biggest difference between us, but it is also because of this that two souls who were originally just passing by became friends. At least, that's what I believe. Finally, if you need any help, or if there is anything you wish me to know, do not hesitate to send your letter to Sailing City. Whatever the outcome, there will be a reply. Your ally, your adversary, your friend, Louis Bernard. Sincerely. The swaying four-wheeled carriage sped across the desolate morning, its joyful wheels churning up snow, adorning the simple carriage with a thin layer of silver mist. Leaning against the window, the young knight gazed at the already hazy Whale Harbor outside, cradling the unconscious elven girl in his arms, his pupils flashing with alternating emotions of pain and confusion. In his past understanding, the Ring of Order was the only correct faith, and all old gods' followers were unadulterated evil forces, spellcasters enslaved by the power of the three old gods, blasphemous mages, and even apostles were beings destined to be eliminated. The destruction of the Cressy family and the death of his brother Krog greatly deepened his understanding in this regard. But subsequent events seemed to be constantly shattering this fixed impression. The resurgent Iser elves and the 13 councils, merely hoping to reclaim their past traditions and glory, suffered the most devastating blow from the Church of Order, which went so far as to send the Knights of Judgment to carry out a horrific bombing raid on a nation's capital. The destruction of the Cressy family, once taken for granted, began to be shrouded in mystery, far more complex than it appeared, simply due to their connection with the old gods. Even further, did everyone connected to the old gods have to be purified? If that were truly the case, then everyone in White Whale Harbor would be doomed, utterly wiped out, because if it weren't for Anson becoming a blasphemous mage and the final purple moon, they would never have survived the threat from the old gods of the resting lands, including himself. So what was the right thing to do? Something that wouldn't betray his faith while still saving those innocent and vulnerable, something that truly met the definition of a knight? Louis was in agony. He had once thought that as long as he stayed far away, hiding with Freya in a small chapel outside the world, he would be fine. He finally realized how naive that idea was. Some questions would never be left unanswered. Anson Bach could give the answer without hesitation, but he couldn't. Not only could he not give it, but even knowing the answer, he feared it, feared the truth that might destroy his entire world. In the quiet carriage, Lewis's gaze fell on Freya's face. The sleeping elven girl's lips seemed to be faintly upturned, just like in the past. Even without knowing what she was saying or seeing, she would still quietly smile at him. Although the sky outside the window was still shrouded in leaden gray clouds, with only a faint glimmer of dawn visible on the horizon, the young knight felt as if he were bathed in sunlight, and countless pains vanished in an instant. White Whale Harbor Command, prison. Shackled and chained to a chair, Joseph pouted, looking at the Storm Legion's vice commander, former guard officer, and his dearest nephew with utter disappointment. So close, just a tiny bit more, and he could have completely escaped the grave diggers, the unfaithful knights, the Cressy family, the Clovis, and this damned prison, and embarked once again on an uncertain adventure with his beloved nephew, enjoying a happy life unrestrained by anyone. But despite all his calculations, he never realized that the boy who had pestered him as a child and had endless longing for the sea had decisively chosen endless responsibility over the freedom of tedious and mundane tasks. "So, what do you plan to do with me?" Joseph asked sullenly. "On the contrary, it's not that we want to do anything to you, but rather what you wish for, my dear Uncle Joseph." Fabian relaxed, uncorked the rum and poured drinks for himself and Joseph, speaking in a clear, deep voice. "Neither the Storm Legion you harmed, nor the commander-in-chief you nearly assassinated, nor even I, your nephew, harbor any animosity towards you. Is that so?" Joseph rolled his eyes, took the glass, and couldn't help but scoff. "Then should I thank you for your magnanimity?" "No need for that." Fabian also picked up his glass, letting the brownish-yellow rum swirl within. "But if you really want to express your gratitude, perhaps you could take some concrete action to make up for the mistakes and harm you caused. For example, this kind of repayment is mainly up to you, but if I had to decide for you, serving as the deputy commander of the Marksmanship Corps would be a very good way." Joseph, who had suddenly fallen silent, froze, his face stiff for a full half-minute before revealing an expression of disbelief. "Are you serious? At least I don't think lying will help this conversation," Fabian said casually, but his calm gaze betrayed his true thoughts. "White Whale Harbor has just experienced an unforgettable night, and the shooting army is short of qualified officers. With your military expertise, Uncle, if you were willing to lend a hand at this time, or even provide more assistance, you would earn the Legion's utmost gratitude. Of course, if you are unwilling, we will not force you. You are free to leave Ice Dragon Fjord at any time and go wherever you wish." "Are you sure you can let me go?" "I repeat, I have no need to lie," Fabian said expressionlessly. "The Knights of No Faith are finished, the Cressy family is finished, and apart from a very few escaped remnants, there are few forces or individuals in the New World who can threaten us. Even if there are, they would rather be friends of the commander-in-chief than enemies, so that's why you dared to appoint me as the deputy commander of the shooting army." Joseph's expression was somewhat unpleasant. "Do you think that if I don't join you, I have nowhere else to go?" "That's your own opinion." Fabian shook his head. "The colony is a place that doesn't care about background, only ability. Choosing to hire you is only based on whether your experience and qualifications meet our needs, and has nothing to do with your past." This was absolutely true. If one really wanted to prove their innocence, probably no one in the entire Storm Legion, including the commander-in-chief and the chief of staff, would have a clean resume. Finding a pure and loyal Clovis officer here was no less difficult than shooting the moon with a bullet. But Joseph's face turned even uglier. This time, he hesitated for a long time. Realizing that he had no chance of escaping the Storm Legion unless summer arrived, he finally raised his glass reluctantly. "I accept this job, but I have a few conditions. First, you can supervise me, even restrict my personal freedom, but not for more than 6 months. Second, in the event of any military conflict, you cannot demand that I pay with my life for you." "No problem." Fabian raised an eyebrow. "Any other conditions?" "If it's just these, I can agree to them on behalf of the Legion right now. We can even sign a written agreement." "That's unnecessary." Joseph waved his hand. If Anson Bach wasn't planning to take action, there was no need for such formalities. If he was determined to die, even a signed document wouldn't protect his life. The two lightly clinked their glasses, then drank them down in one gulp. "Sometimes, I really regret it." Setting down his glass, Joseph couldn't help but sigh. If I had been resolute enough to bring you to the new world, perhaps none of this would have happened. That's certainly possible. Fabian nodded seriously, then changed the subject. But even if you could do it all over again, you wouldn't do it that way. Why do you say that? Because, dear Uncle Joseph, you are a man who truly loves freedom, or rather, fears responsibility, Fabian said coldly. Family, property, wealth, homeland, including me, were all, in your eyes back then, a complete burden, an obstacle between you and freedom. Even knowing the outcome today, even if you could do it thousands or tens of thousands of times over, you would still choose to board the ship departing from North Harbor alone. That's you. Looking at that slightly contorted, aggrieved, and resentful face, Fabian casually set down his glass. My dear Uncle Joseph. William Gottfried stood before the gates of the munitions factory, watching the workers, now in uniform and looking tense, lined up awkwardly in the open space outside, like prisoners awaiting a judge's pronouncement of their crimes and sentences. They were afraid. If being forcibly moved from Clovis to White Whale Harbor was merely a change of location and employer, the events of the previous night had finally made these workers truly realize something far more important. This was not the old world under the rule of lords and the church, but a colony teeming with demons. In Clovis, their enemies were their employers, the overseers they hired, the police, and the gangsters. Sometimes the latter three roles would interchange or overlap, but in the colony, they would face fanatics, natives, old gods, and even evil gods. Finally realizing the difference, the workers no longer intended to stay and wait to die. Many were already tempted to leave. In the entire White Whale Harbor, the only person they could trust was the man before them. Fugitive, William suddenly spoke. I've thought about this for a long time. If any of you intend to leave the colony, what crime will the Kingdom of Clovis issue a warrant for your arrest? Because this is a colony, you are workers in the colony's military factory, and your employer is the colony's governor, so if you attempt to dismiss them or leave without permission, you will be wanted as fugitives. Of course, this is a colony, and being a fugitive isn't a big deal, but considering your current situation, without permission, it will be difficult for you to leave White Whale Harbor by ship. Furthermore, this is the only large settlement within dozens of kilometers. If you leave rashly, your chances of freezing to death will be 10 times higher, starving to death 5 times higher, dying of disease 5 times higher, and the probability of being accidentally killed or becoming prey for the natives. In short, considering all factors, I've devised a relatively feasible plan to smoothly leave the colony and return home. Yes, you're not the only ones forced to come here. The first step of this plan is to fulfill the Colonial Legion's orders, ensuring we receive sufficient income to maintain our material needs, as well as our sanitation, health, leisure, and so on. As he spoke, William, expressionless, pulled a blueprint from his pocket. I've designed a company-level support weapon, and the commander-in-chief has promised a substantial reward, so, who among you is interested? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749 The Gradually Revealed Ambition. If there's any group within Clovis City that most closely resembles the army, it's undoubtedly the workers in the outer city. High-ranking officers command, junior officers relay orders, and soldiers simply carry out the actions required by those orders. Factory managers and workshop supervisors set production targets, foremen exploit workers, and workers repetitively operate machines. The two are highly similar. Therefore, as a reasonably experienced officer, my suggestion is to manage the military factories using similar methods. As an officer, I naturally need to meet the soldiers' various needs as much as possible, even providing various rewards to maintain their enthusiasm. But on the other hand, I can't infinitely satisfy all their desires. The workers in the military factories are the same. They must be terrified right now, and I suspect many are even considering fleeing from Whale Harbor, somewhat like a demoralized unit about to be deployed to battle. Faced with this situation, on the one hand, you must dispel their most unrealistic ideas. On the other hand, you must also provide them with realistic goals and tangible benefits, such as material ones. I can promise you this, the wages and subsidies at the military factory will be at the upper middle level of the colony, on par with the Legion. Skilled workers, mechanics, and engineers will be on par with the mid to high-ranking officers, and will earn at least as much as they did in Clovis. I know researchers like you don't like dealing with ledgers, but the colony is currently short of talent, and I can't find a second suitable person to manage the military factory. Of course, these are just my humble suggestions. In practice, it won't be that simple, but I hope they can offer even the slightest help in managing the factory. After putting it into practice, William found that the commander-in-chief was being overly modest. The situation was exactly as he described. The workers were afraid, but also pragmatic. They knew that leaving the colony alone was almost suicide, and only collective action offered any hope of success. In this situation, he only needed to dispel their delusions and redirect their attention elsewhere to solve the problem of morale wavering and ensure the stable operation of the military factory. Production plans, wages, health, and basic living guarantees. With these, workers who toil at least 10 hours a day would have no other thoughts after get off work than rest and relaxation. Just as an army constantly recruits new soldiers to replenish its fighting strength while preventing veterans from demanding higher prices and blackmailing the army, factories can use the same method to counter skilled workers with certain production techniques. This piqued William's curiosity. Compared to an excellent officer and spellcaster, he seemed more like a successful factory owner adept at maximizing efficiency and exploiting workers. More importantly, he seemed to have a deep understanding of industrial production processes. Unlike the church scholars who learned about St. Isaac's classics from books, or many genuine industrialists in Clovis City, Anson Bach, to him, all of this seemed natural and self-evident. His tone and analogies lacked both theoretical depth and practical detail, resembling a product of fragmented information mixed with personal interpretation. But even from these fragments, the information density far surpassed any church classic William had ever read. Aside from the possibility that he could foresee the future, what terrifying insight and information processing ability would it take to so effortlessly offer a small suggestion worthy of being included in an academy textbook? Could this be the reason the Gravikeepers targeted him? They wanted to continue their grand plan, to resurrect the three old gods, and Anson Bach was key to it. It was probably not just because this spellcaster was also a gifted individual. Perhaps those eyes were what the Gravikeepers truly desired. Inside the noisy military factory, William stared blankly at the blueprints hanging on the wall. Piles of scribbles formed more than a dozen different shapes on the drawings, ranging from simple to complex, depicting various cannons and rifles, with stickers of different sizes indicating structure, time, and cost. The walls surrounding the drawings were covered with formulas composed of various runes and numbers left in chalk. Time was limited, costs were low, and the structure was simple. Under these constraints, he needed to design at least one company-level fire support weapon, as well as an infantry weapon that could be mass-produced and had a cost-effectiveness exceeding that of the Leighton rifle. In fact, William already had a complete idea on the day he heard Anson's request, but this is not enough. Staring at the wall full of formulas, William muttered to himself, Anson Bach, what you and your army need is not some toy that can be easily dealt with. Once you get the support of the church, the Empire's counterattack will be something that White Whale Harbor cannot withstand at present, and if the Rune family is exposed to the world, unless you can withstand the counterattack of the entire old world, annihilation will be your only fate. However, with those eyes, you should have already sensed this possibility, right? He paused slightly, his gaze falling on the corner of the wall. A long string of complicated formulas seemed to come alive in William Gottfried's pupils. For us mortals, there is no better description of this world than this. So said St. Isaac. A slight smile appeared on William's lips. May it bring you some unusual surprises, just as it did when I first encountered mathematics. White Whale Harbor Council, small smoking room. Reinhardt had just pushed open the door and stepped inside when his once radiant expression instantly betrayed his weariness. He said weakly, the council representatives of Lake Town and Redan Bay have agreed. They will urge the colony to send a shipment of grain and preserved goods at cost prices to White Whale Harbor. That's wonderful. The junior clerk standing before the wine cabinet brightened up and quickly handed over a freshly poured glass of wine with both hands. Thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency. It's nothing. They agreed willingly. Reinhardt shook his head, took the glass, and sighed as he sat down on the sofa by the fireplace. Ultimately, this is all thanks to Lord Anson Bach. Even Black Lagoon and Grey Dove Castle intended to lend a hand, but on the one hand, the distance is too great, and on the other hand, they haven't fully recovered from the War of Independence, so I refused. However, even if the aid supplies arrive smoothly, We still need to find a solution ourselves to resolve the current situation. But with Lord Anson Bach's influence and the resources at his disposal, it's not a problem at all. Yes, the junior clerk nodded slightly, agreeing with Reinhardt's words. Whether it's rebuilding the port or rescuing thousands of victims, what's needed is not just supplies, but the ability to quickly mobilize, transport, and distribute them. In the current New World, only the Storm Legion, or rather, Anson Bach, possesses such power. From sunrise, the equally exhausted junior clerk began communicating and negotiating with the White Whale Port Council as the Commander-in-Chief's representative, discussing coordination and management. The Storm Legion has over 5,000 soldiers, but the rapidly developing White Whale Port is now a port city with tens of thousands of inhabitants. Without the cooperation of the administrative machinery, it would be impossible to effectively resolve any emergencies. Baron Axe, the colonial tax collector who had become a fanatic, personally intervened, procuring enough fuel and building materials from the Heating Committee and Timber Committee to feed thousands of people through the winter. He also demanded that the Livestock Committee and Food Committee ensure the continued operation of bakeries and meat markets in the city, strictly prohibiting malicious price gouging. He mobilized the Chamber of Commerce to set up affordable grocery stores around the square where the disaster victims gathered and to provide a batch of daily necessities free of charge. All expenses were borne by the council. This was the first reaction of the White Whale Harbor Council after the disaster. Just a year earlier, the so-called Council of 500 was a standard colonial self-governing council, unsure of its own identity and with little to govern. As a witness to everything, the junior clerk, besides being proud of the colony's rapid progress towards bureaucracy and proceduralism, occasionally felt a little inexplicably panicked. Because, for a mere colonial governor, an overly efficient management system was not necessarily a good thing. Efficiency meant cost, and maintaining the current council would require enormous costs. The colonial councils all seemed so incompetent precisely because this small government, this inefficient state, maximized everyone's interests, concentrating wealth in the hands of a tiny minority. The painstaking efforts to make Wallaport prosperous, seemingly bringing considerable profits to the Storm Legion and the Rune family, actually only maintained the break-even situation when costs were factored in. The Free Confederation was in the same boat. Anson had no need to march on Sail City, much less liberate all the imperial colonies. Maintaining vassalage in Laketown and Redan Bay, and at most controlling Wintertorch as a strategic foothold, to engage in a long-term standoff with the Empire, was in the best interest of a colonial governor. Colonial governor, colony, governor. As a scribe, Alan Dawn always considered himself one of the people who understood Anson Bach best, so when more and more information proved that Anson's ambitions might not just be limited to governorship of East Dragonfjord, or even just colonial governorship, he started to panic. If this panic was merely a guess in the past, then after the disaster, as White Whale Harbor's foundation and strength began to fully erupt, the guess gradually became reality. The junior clerk didn't mind abandoning the France family and joining Rune, didn't mind being an enemy of the Empire, and even to some extent, the kingdom of Clovis, but, gulp, swallowing the wine in his mouth, the silent Alan Dawn continued to flip through the thick documents in his hands. His expression and reaction were completely observed by Reinhardt, who sat opposite him. Sure enough, the situation is exactly as I thought. Reinhardt shouted excitedly in his heart. The original panic completely vanished at this moment, replaced by unprecedented ecstasy. Although he had always regarded entering the Free Confederation as the goal of the New Continent Company's success, to be honest, whether as a member of the Roland family or as the president of the New Continent Bank, Reinhardt had never taken the Confederation seriously. After all, size aside, it's at best a large autonomous council. The New World Company, while nominally affiliated with it, receives no real help or benefit, much less the ruthless control over the financial and real industries within any kingdom, unlike a church bank. But if it were a kingdom, then, it would be entirely different. Yes, that's it. Reinhardt is now completely convinced that this is what Anson Bach truly wants. What are legion commanders, colonial governors, confederations? Compared to a kingdom, they, what are they? It's simple, he's nothing. Facing the soldiers whose faces were filled with hope and expectation, Carl Bain, who had just returned from headquarters, said irritably, "Your commander, Brigadier General Anson Bach, is neither the chosen savior of the Ring of Order nor a heretic demon capable of summoning the purple moon. He's just an ordinary person with the power of blood, no different from you, me, or any healthy, able-bodied Clovis, but he saved White Whale Harbor. Before he finished speaking, a soldier immediately stood up to retort, if he wasn't the chosen savior of the Ring of Order, why was he able to save White Whale Harbor single-handedly? He didn't. Therefore he isn't. Without giving others a chance to argue, the experienced Carl Rico countered, it was you who saved White Whale Harbor, it was me, it was all of us. Without the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments fighting to the death, it wouldn't just have been the port area that was destroyed. Without Fabian and the other regiments' timely response, thousands of fanatics would have slaughtered half the inhabitants of White Whale Harbor. I don't deny that Brigadier General Anson Bach made some contributions, but as his subordinate, his comrade in arms, I would never say that White Whale Harbor was saved by him alone. I know that many of you have heard certain rumors. Carl looked around, but remember, rumors are rumors precisely because they haven't been officially verified, so I'll emphasize again, this matter ends here. If any soldier is found spreading rumors, he will be court-martialed immediately. Do you understand? Yes, very good. Remember, Brigadier General Anson Bach is just an ordinary person and a soldier loyal to the kingdom, no different from you, the chief of staff shouted. He has nothing to do with any savior, heretic, or devil, at least for now, Carl muttered under his breath, his expression strange. Chapter 750 Carl's Desperate Retrograde. Carl was well aware of the consequences of letting the rumors circulating within the army spread, but he merely suppressed them, with no intention of eradicating them completely. This was partly due to the inexplicable nature of the rumors, and partly due to the fact that a certain commander-in-chief himself was suspicious, but the more important factor was, he didn't have the time. Town reconstruction and training of the shooting corps consumed the vast majority of his energy, leaving him no time to intervene in the soldiers' psychological counseling. It was the end of December, and he had at most 3 months to train over 10,000 cannon fodder into an army. The difficulty was comparable to traversing the Dawn Ice Peak in winter. Although he always joked that the conscripts of the Kingdom of Clovis were cannon fodder, scum, it depended on who they were compared to. Compared to the natives of the New World, they were high quality, excellent, cannon fodder. Even among consumables, there are good and bad. The difference between a cannon fodder army that obeys orders, fires in formation, and can even hold out until the enemy launches a bayonet charge, and a complete scumbag who doesn't understand any orders, rushes in swarms at the side of the enemy, and collapses immediately after a dozen or so unlucky ones die, is like the difference between hot wine and hot water from the desert. And the marksman army composed of natives, their level is even more despairing. After all, defeating a group of thugs at least gives you some experience and a sense of accomplishment, but defeating a marksman army is more like bullying a mentally challenged person who doesn't understand the rules of the game. After the emptiness, you might even feel guilty, plus deep confusion. This isn't Carl deliberately belittling this auxiliary army, but rather the shared feeling of all Storm Legion soldiers. They fought a bloody night against a marksman army that was partially armed and outnumbered 3-1, even using artillery, without any vision, and when the casualties were tallied in the morning, both sides had less than 300, and only a handful were seriously wounded or killed. However, according to many recollections, they repelled at least 6 counterattacks by the shooting army, and the battle line was even on the verge of collapse at one point. The intensity of the battle was no less than the final battle of the Han II, making it impossible to believe the final casualty figures. Such astonishing results made Carl realize that these guys were the real draft troops. If every unit he had led had their level of skill, turning a one-sided battle into a spectacular epic duel, he would have been promoted long ago, instead of carrying the blame for so many years. But if such a performance-oriented army were actually sent to the battlefield, Carl couldn't guarantee whether they were playing the enemy or their own side. And to train them into an army that could obey orders and at least not flee in the face of the enemy. Lieutenant Colonel Carl Bain, Chief of Staff of the Storm Legion and a veteran of the blame game, felt that his career had encountered an unprecedented challenge. He had a vague feeling that once he completed this challenge, he would sublimate to a completely different level, where no matter how many difficulties and obstacles there were, he could smile contemptuously and never back down. And if it fails, well, that's failure, a high probability event, entirely within everyone's expectations, including my own. No one will blame me, nor will they blame me for failing in other areas. Everyone is fully prepared. This is likely to fail. But just because everyone has given up hope, should I give up? Should Carl Bain forever remain hidden in obscurity, never having a moment to shine? If miracles exist, Why not create them with my own hands? Who says the most ordinary soldier can't be a hero who turns the tide? Not to shatter stereotypes, not to create the impossible, not to grasp miracles. Just so everyone can see me. Carl Bain, his back against a current. A back that never bows its head. Marksmanship, assemble. The deep command echoed under the clear dome. Dozens of seconds later, accompanied by urgent alarm bells and chaotic footsteps, shoving, cursing, even hand-to-hand combat, a gray tide surged towards the military camp's drill ground. Even after the scattered assembly was completed, the noise continued for half an hour, showing no sign of stopping. A grim-faced Carl Bain stood in the center of the steps before the military flag, looking down at the chaotic scene below, a group of moving, noisy swamps, waiting to be turned into killing machines. And he wasn't alone. Joseph, fresh from prison, stood to the left of the chief of staff, his feelings incredibly complex. To be honest, he could understand the Storm Legion's desperate attempt to replenish its reserves, but expecting a group of natives to become a legion, well, actually, capturing animals from towns and wilderness, tying them to weapons, and training a beast monster legion wouldn't be so bad, since the difficulty was about the same. This wasn't just his opinion, but the shared sentiment of dozens of instructors present. Carl had thought so too, but now he decided to try again. No matter how desperate the challenge, what right did he have to shirk responsibility and sigh without experiencing it firsthand? True failure wasn't being killed by lead bullets on the battlefield, but being terrified by imagined fears, losing even the courage to hold a gun. You all of you in the shooting corps, heads up, chests out, arms at your sides, feet together, eyes forward, formation aligned, assemble. When I say assemble, that's what I mean. It's an order you must obey, an order that you must do even if you're killed by the enemy the next second. Did you hear me? His hoarse shout silenced the parade ground. The shooting corps soldiers stared dumbfounded at the thin, ordinary figure on the platform, completely unable to imagine how he could have single-handedly drowned out the noise of tens of thousands of people and delivered so much to their ears. This was certainly due to Carl's rich experience as a veteran speaker, but even more so to Joseph beside him. Before the chief of staff spoke, Joseph had secretly covered the entire parade ground with a circle of dark magic, using suggestion to make everyone think they heard the voice. Hypnotizing tens of thousands of people simultaneously was certainly difficult, but the natives themselves contained a certain degree of mutation, making them less resistant to magic than ordinary humans, thus reducing the difficulty. Looking at the confused and bewildered expressions of the ranged soldiers below, who obediently followed orders, Carl showed a relieved expression. From this moment forward, we will completely lift the restrictions on you, meaning from now on, you will no longer have to live in shackles, under constant surveillance and supervision, but this comes at a price. From this moment forward, you will be treated as true soldiers. Besides assembling, you will learn to obey more orders and acquire more knowledge. You will master the skills of forming lines and advancing, the skills of using rifles and slingshots, and the ability to throw a 2-kilogram object at least 30 meters away. In short, you will treat yourselves as objects, tools, weapons. Weapons cannot defy the will of their users, and you cannot defy any order I give. That way, you will win your freedom. Carl took a deep breath. Freedom means being able to eat your fill, be healthy, and live with respect. In the past, you were only fit to live on farms, in mines, in the wilderness. You were weeds, pebbles, mud, the most lowly, the most neglected group. You resisted, but all you gained was more contempt and disgust. Even what you did was repulsive. The reason is simple. You could not, and had no chance of, winning freedom, and now, your chance has come. As he spoke, Carl pointed his right hand to the sniper flag above his head. Dozens of instructors stepped forward simultaneously, their hands behind their backs, lining up in front of the sniper soldiers like upright rifles. They were in groups of 3, each representing a set of training exercises. In order to completely transform the natives, who had finally undergone initial taming, in the shortest possible time, Carl devised an extremely rigorous plan. First and foremost was lining up. For the new recruits of the Kingdom of Clovis, this was a basic skill that they had to master from being conscripted into the army until arriving at the barracks, but for the natives, it was probably one of the most difficult tasks. Because it at least included basic concepts such as distinguishing directions, obeying commands, and collective action. These common-sense concepts of the Clovis were completely absent from them. They couldn't even distinguish left from right, let alone directions. However, this was easily solved. Months of training had instilled in the musketeers an instinctive obedience to orders, and their collective action had gradually developed through long-term chaining of a dozen or so men together. As for the most difficult aspect, Karl experimented with a trick provided by Anson, having the soldiers wear different shoes for their left and right feet to learn left and right, but it was completely ineffective. The natives seemed somewhat slow to react, and whether they wore shoes or not seemed to have little impact on them. Fabian offered another method, having the instructors hold two flags of different colors, raising them in the corresponding direction when giving orders. To improve efficiency, Karl added, while raising the flags, fire in the opposite direction. This method was unanimously praised by all the instructors, not only speeding up the training but also weeding out many colorblind and hearing-impaired individuals. Building on this foundation, Karl, while scrambling to ensure sufficient supplies for the musketeers, began endurance training. Because rebuilding White Whale Harbor and providing relief to the disaster victims required a large amount of supplies, the portion originally intended for the musketeers had to be temporarily diverted. This is another reason why Karl suddenly wanted to accelerate the training pace. If he didn't seize the time while they could still be fed, there would be even less chance of completing the training later when they were hungry. The training program was also very simple: long-distance marches with heavy loads, jogging, digging trenches, and standing still. An army's physical fitness and tolerance to harsh environments would greatly influence their fighting style. For example, light cavalry or light infantry with strong explosive power could not be expected to be combat-ready after long marches. Legions stationed in fortresses and cities for a long time had to be prepared for large-scale non-combat casualties once they left the city. The natives were excellent in this regard, even gifted in it. Those who were not gifted had died in the wilderness, farms, and mines. But although they had excellent endurance, their physical fitness was very low. They could overcome harsh environments, but because of their inner trauma, they were extremely averse to repetitive heavy physical labor and would even actively resist. Faced with this situation, Karl adopted the old method he used to deal with prisoners of war, the bottom-ranking elimination system. The most rebellious and uncooperative soldiers were given supplies to the more obedient ones who followed orders. The advantage was immediate results, but the downside was the creation of hierarchical differences and a hierarchy of discrimination within the ranks. Over time, this could foster veterans who exploited loopholes, enjoyed privileges, and controlled their superiors. Karl, a prime example of this, was acutely aware of this. But given the urgency, efficiency was paramount, and even the most serious problems, if not immediately apparent, could be addressed later. Guided by this ideology, everyone from Karl Bang to the newly promoted native junior officers employed every extreme but effective method imaginable. Even magic wasn't spared. Every night, Joseph would brainwash the entire shooting corps, ensuring they participated in training happily and enthusiastically despite their exhaustion. Even Karl himself was brainwashed, gritting his teeth, overcoming fatigue, and relentlessly pushing forward against the tide. Finally, in the freezing cold of December, all the indigenous soldiers and instructors completed the originally planned 30-day basic recruit training and 15 days of intense training. And it was truly starting from scratch, in every sense of the word. Shooting corps, assemble, accompanied by a resounding shout. Hundreds upon hundreds of heavy footsteps converged, forming billowing dust that pounded the earth, gathering in waves on the military camp's parade ground. Their eyes were bloodshot, their marching movements powerful and precise, so precise that they often knocked out their comrades in the ranks. The tremors gradually subsided, except for those who had just unfortunately sacrificed themselves. The rest completed the assembly order on time, and because many had successfully led the rear ranks astray, the nearly 10,000-strong column was clearly divided into two parts. After assembling, they stood with their legs together, chests out, and heads held high, bang, listening to the crisp, synchronized sounds from the playground, and looking at the rows of soldiers falling to the ground. Joseph, the deputy commander, sighed with emotion. "That's about enough, yes." Karl nodded slightly in agreement, even showing a relieved smile on his face. "We can probably give up now." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.